Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see third part, what if Harry became the supreme magical lord and reshaped magic forever. Here is short summary. Betrayed by the corrupt wizarding elite, Harry uncovers his true heritage as the supreme magical lord. Armed with ancient knowledge and absolute power, he dismantles the old order and reshapes the magical world on his own terms. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Albus Dumbledore was livid. His carefully laid plans had been thwarted. The blasted boy had got a look at his parents' will and knew that he had framed Sirius. Blasted goblins. He should have known that they would have a copy of the will. This was a catastrophe. All his hard work over decades was seriously damaged. He would have to act fast to save as much as possible. Perhaps he could plea for forgetfulness of old age regarding the identity of the secret keeper. But that would be hard. As witness to a will, you had to be reliable. Damned Sirius. Damned Weasley twins. They just had to come up with that stupid prank idea. If he had only known about the location of Pettigrew, he could have killed the only evidence that could have gotten Sirius cleared. Now with Minerva reporting the contents of the interview of Pettigrew, there was nothing that could be done. If he had only been at the school when they discovered Pettigrew, he could have cast a memory-modifying charm and destroyed every proof. But no, it just had to happen when he was away on the ICW conference, where his colleagues were less than impressed with his actions in the past. Until now he just had little bumps in the plan. Perhaps, if he officially apologized to Sirius that he had been unknowing of him not being the Potter's secret keeper due to an injury during a fight with Voldemort that erased his memory of the will, it could be possible that he could save something. It would be a stain on his public standing, but it would pass. He could live with some distrust for a few months, at most it would last a year, which would be the most the public was about to remember this. Thankfully nearly nobody knew of his friendship with Gellert Grindelwald in his youth. All those that could know were long dead and Bathilda Bagshot had been lost to insanity. That flank was secured. The problem was with Harry being the heir of 6 pureblood houses, he would wield much political power, which was a threat to his own position. Until now he had voted as proxy for Harry and gotten many of his decrees passed this way. Without Harry's votes that would be a lot more difficult. While he hadn't known about the Ravenclaw and Bolden lordships, he had used the other 3 for his goals. The Black Lordship had still been with Sirius, so it had been impossible for anyone to use it. He had to regain control over Harry, at any cost. Minerva McGonagall smirked while drinking a cup of her favorite tea in her office. She had read the article Rita Skeeter wrote and was very pleased how things had gone. Harry would have his godfather back sooner than they had expected. She had asked Orion DeJarge to come to visit her in her office to discuss how they would handle the situation now that Harry's godfather and guardian per his parents' will would be freed. Her fireplace flamed up and the Comte DeJarge stepped out, only waiting to greet her for removing the ashes from the flow travel from his clothes. Professor McGonagall, it's nice to meet you again. He greeted her politely. The pleasure is mine, Mr. DeJarge. I am glad you could come on such short notice. I believe you have read the article Miss Skeeter has published this morning. Of course, I really enjoyed reading it. I'm sure Harry did too. Sirius answered, chuckling. I think you are right. He was very adamant to see the man who betrayed his parents punished. This article shows him that they can finally rest more peacefully after the traitor will be sent to Azkaban. Well, the reason why I asked you here is to discuss what will happen with Harry after Sirius is cleared of all the charges against him. As you know, Sirius was named Harry's godfather by his parents and is therefore his legal guardian. Now you also have applied for guardianship over Harry, and I don't want the boy to suffer anymore. He has had a bad enough childhood, so I want to ensure all of this won't bring him any more sorrow in case you and Sirius can't find an agreement. Sirius smiled. Leave it to Minerva to worry about her little lions. Perhaps he should tell her everything. She was on Harry's side after all. I'm glad to see you care so deeply for Harry. Let me assure you, there won't be any problems after the trial is over and the charges are dropped. He said. But how will you and Sirius arrange everything? I once made the mistake to let myself be persuaded by Albus to let Harry live with his horrible Muggle relatives. I don't want to repeat something like that. There won't be any problems because there is no difference in Harry's guardian. In fact, I thought you would have figured it out by now." Sirius grinned brightly. Minerva understood suddenly. "You are such an irresponsible fool, Sirius Orion Black," she thundered. "How could you have taken such a risk of exposure? You should have." "I couldn't contact anybody at the ministry in person, Minerva. I was thought to be a murderer and nobody would listen to me when I claimed my innocence. I was sent straight to Azkaban without any chance to prove that Peter was the traitor. Fudge is an idiot who can be bought by those with the most money. He is turning with the wind, never doing what is necessary. And from what I heard, he is in Lucius Malfoy's pocket. If I died at Azkaban, his son Draco would have been the probable heir of the Black title. At least that was what Lucius knew. I had already put in my will in 1980 that Harry was my heir, and I intended to keep it that way until I had children of my own." Crouch was only too happy to show the public results when he sent masses of innocents into Azkaban. And Dumbledore helped him by not insisting on trials. He got rid of lots of opponents that way. I only survived Azkaban because I knew I was innocent, and that was a thought that kept me sane. I broke out because of the article that showed Peter in his animagus form on the picture of the Weasley family in Egypt. "Huh, where did you get that from?" Minerva asked. "Fudge left me his newspaper during his annual visit to Azkaban because I asked him if I could have it to do the crossword. It's boring in that hellhole," Sirius explained. Minerva shook her head. Only Sirius Black would manage to find out a secret like that through a coincidence, and only the idiot Fudge would leave his paper behind like that. How could I have stayed there, knowing Harry was in danger? I love the boy. In fact, I have blood adopted him with the permission of Lily and James's portrait, which was in the Potter family vault. Harry now is my son. And I will do everything to protect him from both Voldemort, when he returns, as well as Dumbledore with his manipulations." Minerva was astonished by the passion Sirius showed. This man had been changed by Azkaban. There was no doubt in her about it. Gone was the irresponsible prankster she knew 15 years ago when he graduated. This was a man who knew the evil in humans and had decided to not bow before it but fight it. Hell, he'd put several blocks on Harry, including his IQ, his metamorphagus ability, his animagus ability, his photographic memory, his analytical skills, his wandless magic, and some other nasty things like a Muggle and raging curse placed on him. He weakened Harry's magical power with some potions and never bothered to help Harry get rid of the piece of Voldemort's soul that was residing in Harry's scar. Harry was a Horcrux until the goblins managed to transfer the soul piece with a ritual and destroyed it. That is the secret behind Voldemort's immortality. What? Minerva shouted enraged. Yes, you heard right. He split parts of his soul by killing innocents and stored them in precious objects. We have found out about 4 and 3 are taken care of. One was Riddle's diary last year, one was Harry, and one a locket of Slytherin, my brother stole from Voldemort, which cost him his life. The 4th is Ravenclaw's diadem, which is somewhere here at Hogwarts according to the statement of Gringotts regarding Harry's heirlooms. Thanks to Regulus we know that there are probably 7 Horcruxes, as Voldemort was obsessed with that number. So I am relatively sure that there are at least 2 more. Probably objects related to the founders, if the diary, the diadem and the locket are an indication. Sirius ranted. Minerva was stunned. She had always wondered how Voldemort had managed to survive the repelled killing curse from when he tried to kill Harry. But this was horrible, and poor Harry had been one without anybody noticing and helping him. She had sworn to look out for the boy. She had been so disgusted with herself after she had not taken the worries of Harry, Ron and Hermione in their first year serious, that somebody was trying to steal the stone, which had led to the 3, especially Harry, getting in massive danger. Oh my God, and Albus thinks Harry can deal with this all by himself. She stammered. No, he knows damn well that Harry can't. I think he fears the potential Harry has. Harry is extremely powerful for a wizard his age, and the older he gets, the more his power will grow. I think Harry has at least the potential for mage level, if not archmage. He will become stronger than Albus ever was. And that is a threat to his position. So he tries to control Harry completely. Why do you think he placed Harry with the Muggles that already hated magic? Why did he increase these feelings with a Muggle compulsion curse? He had a plan in all of this. When the one the prophecy referred to was clear to be Harry, he made sure he could control him when he finally entered the wizarding world. Harry was shy and easy to lead into the direction he wanted him to go. Giving him a horrible childhood, Harry would look at the person who rescued him from there with utmost respect and trust. Not letting him know about his heritage would keep the boy ignorant of his influence. Keeping his fame a secret would overwhelm Harry totally when he would be confronted with it, making him feel awkward. Think Minerva, a child, only used to verbal abuse by his guardians, suddenly confronted with being liked. Minerva had to agree Sirius' argument made sense. It is logical that Harry wanted to do nearly everything to get along in this world. It was his salvation from the hell he had known for 10 years. And Albus used it for his plan. I don't know what else is involved in this screwed up plan of his. If he just wanted to lead magical Britain, he could have taken the post of minister when he had been offered the position in the past. There must be more, and I intend to find out what it is. I won't let him harm my son anymore. Minerva had a hard time to believe everything Sirius had told her. Do you really think Albus would willingly put children into danger, Sirius? She asked skeptically. From what Harry told me about his first 2 years here at Hogwarts, my answer is yes, Minerva. Remember, first year he hides the Philosopher's Stone at the school, officially to protect it from whomever tried to steal it. But why the hell would he announce the entrance to the place at the welcoming feast to the whole school, where it was bound to happen that students would become curious? And why even hide it at the school? He willingly put the students in danger by making it bait for those he thought it would surely attract. What if there had been more open warfare and not the sneakiness Voldemort used by possessing Quirrell? Voldemort has no qualms with killing innocents. He has done it in the past repeatedly. The man has no morals and Dumbledore damn well knows it. Sirius' face showed how disgusted he was with Dumbledore. The man had put his son in danger on purpose 2 years in a row. And a troll being let into the castle. The headmaster would have been warned if the wards were crossed by something so obviously dangerous. They are connected to him. While I doubt he wanted to have Harry face the troll that early in the year, I am sure he was very pleased to see that Harry was displaying Gryffindor traits. Then the fact Hagrid was told about the stone and the hideout. While I know Hagrid is a great person and would never intentionally harm any of the students, the least Harry, he is not exactly reliable. By making him drunk and slyly giving him a dragon egg, something Hagrid had wanted since he was a boy, Voldemort got the secret how to get past Fluffy. I still think naming a Cerberus Fluffy is ridiculous. Sirius commented only to be interrupted by Minerva. Wait a moment, there really was a dragon at Hogwarts? She asked pale. You didn't know? Sirius asked surprised. No, I thought Harry, Ron and Hermione had made up the story to get Draco Malfoy in trouble. I first caught Draco out of bed before I found Harry and Hermione. I didn't think that Hagrid could be that irresponsible, she said, disappointed in Hagrid. Yes, I didn't too. By the way, why did you send 3 first years into the Forbidden Forest at night for detention? Sirius wanted to know. I didn't. I only knew that Hagrid wanted them to help with something and I thought that a bit of hard work would be an appropriate punishment. I didn't think he would take them with him into the forest at night. She sighed. I see. But back to Hagrid's problems of reliability. He let 3 first years know things because he slipped up. Excuse me, but I think Albus knew the danger of Hagrid not keeping it secret and counted on it, while letting him show Harry to Diagon Alley. Minerva, Harry wasn't told essential things, like him being a lord, how to behave, not even the pamphlets for Muggle-born children were given to him. While Harry is a pureblood, he was raised by Muggles. He knew nothing. Then Hagrid even forgot to tell Harry how to get to platform 9 3/4. If the Weasleys hadn't coincidentally crossed his path, he would have missed the train. It could have isolated him from the beginning and got him more unwanted attention. Harry should never have had been shown this new world by somebody who was not qualified for the job. Minerva had to agree. She hated that Sirius was able to destroy the image she had had of her old friend so easily, but she could also tell that he told her the truth. None of the Marauders had been able to lie to her. She could see Sirius was talking himself into rage. Then the attempt to murder Harry during his first Quidditch match. A teacher cursing Harry's broom, and just because Snape wanted to get rid of the debt he owed James, Harry is still alive. It was obvious that somebody who was experienced in the dark arts was doing it, yet Albus couldn't figure it out, when he knows about everything that goes on in this school by either the portraits or the ghosts. Don't make me laugh. I know he has a policy to let students experience things for themselves, but letting a teacher being possessed by Voldemort for a whole year at school, that is going too far. I don't know what your reasons were for the individual obstacles protecting the stone, but allow me to say I am disappointed. If 3 first years could get through, they were not sufficient in my opinion. I thought so myself, but something stopped me from voicing that opinion at the time. She said thoughtfully. No, that can't be, he wouldn't. She then said furious. Put a Confundus charm on you, making it easier than you intended to do. I think he would. He put an innocent man knowingly into Azkaban because I would have thwarted his plans for Harry. As his godfather, I would have had absolute authority over Harry's upbringing. The only way he could get his wishes was to get rid of me one way or the other. And my own rage, grief and foolishness played into his hands. I am the one to blame that I went after Peter without informing anybody that Peter was the secret keeper. I just thought of getting justice for James and Lily. That's understandable. He was responsible for the death of the man you regarded as your brother. Many others would have done the same. She appeased him. Yes, and Harry told me that he doesn't blame me for his horrible childhood. And I know you can't change the past, or I would have changed the fact we ever made Peter secret keeper. The only thing I can do is making sure Harry gets all the love and help I can give him. He will have to face Voldemort again when he returns. And I will make sure he is ready when that happens. Not as a pawn for Albus' crazy scheme, but as a capable wizard who knows his own strengths. But I need to make sure he is properly trained. I know you and Phileas are top at your respectable subjects. Pomona is also very capable, while there are some of the more recent discoveries she could involve in her classes. I know Septima and Bathsheba are teaching their subjects well, but there are others that don't. I don't understand why divination is still taught. It is useless if you are not adept at the art, and even if you are, it is not possible to train you at school in it. Muggle studies is outdated for decades and needs a new curriculum. Astronomy, well, I don't know that much about Professor Sinistra, but I think it is acceptable. History of magic is useless taught by Binns. He is only good at making students fall asleep. You need a new teacher for the subject. Hagrid is, from what Harry told me, getting better at teaching and the students like his classes. Oh yes, it was a pleasant surprise for me to find out he was asking other members of the staff for advice how to build up his classes. Harry seems to have talked to him after the first lesson with the hippogriff incident and miraculously has gotten through to him. Minerva said, smiling. Yes, I am glad to hear this. Well, next is Snape. How could that greasy git be allowed to teach children? And in a core subject. While I will admit he knows a lot about potions, that mastery of his was no fluke. He is absolutely incapable of burying the house rivalries and treats all students except his Slytherins like trash. And Harry is the most hated student of them all. I have seen some of Harry's memories. Even if Slughorn was a little shrewd and had his favorites, he at least taught the rest of us equally. He never insulted us, never docked points for ridiculous things like not preventing others from making mistakes while we were concentrating on our own work. And this has happened in Harry's very first class, Minerva. I have already begun to teach Harry what he will need. And potions is a subject that he can't let be on a low level just because Snape can't forget his grudge against James. Harry may look like James, but he is not him. I know, his personality is more like Lily's has been. Always kind to nearly everyone. Minerva confirmed what Sirius had said. I know, I quite like his personality. It's hard not to like him. But anyway, after that horrible first year at school, I really want to know why nobody bothered helping Harry to get over his problems with killing Quirrell, but we can talk about that later. He was sent back to his so-called relatives, where a house elf prevented him from getting his mail in an attempt to keep Harry safe from the plot to reopen the Chamber of Secrets. The elf meant well, but he didn't help Harry in the slightest. After a hovering charm on a pudding, which led to his uncle not making a big business deal, Harry got a warning from the Ministry not to use magic. It was his only leverage on his relatives, and now they knew he couldn't do anything to them. Sirius clenched his fists. It had taken a lot of patience, hot chocolate and a whole night to get the story out of Harry. He hadn't wanted to talk about his past. But Sirius knew he could only heal if he talked about it. They imprisoned him in his room, put bars in front of the window, and he got food through a cat flap. The only times he got out was when they allowed him to use the bathroom. He wasn't even 12 then. Minerva, I am deeply grateful for the Weasley boys to get him out of there. They took Arthur's flying car and got Harry. When Ron and Harry were trying to get to the train, the barrier refused to let them through. You know what happened. What you don't know is that the same house elf was responsible for this. He tried everything he knew to keep Harry away from school. He didn't want him to die. Then the Quidditch match where Harry was the sole target of that crazy bludger the elf hexed to try to get Harry sent home injured. The thing I am most upset about is the lack of action when the first victims of the basilisk were found. How could a girl, just 13 years old, realize what none of the adults saw? I will admit, Hermione had one advantage. She knew Harry heard voices others didn't because he is a Parselmouth, but some of the petrifications happened at locations where portraits were. Has nobody bothered to ask them if they had seen something? And more important, those of the staff that have been here for a long time, have they never bothered to ask the known victim of the heir of Slytherin if she knew something? I know Moaning Myrtle is not the nicest ghost, but the records should have been consulted to see if you could find any clue of the attacker. The next part was an extremely touchy subject for Sirius. His son had suffered because the teachers hadn't done their jobs properly. Snape had even taunted him more than usual. Then the shunning Harry got when he stopped the snake from attacking another student during the dueling club. Well, he is a Parselmouth. And I understand that you were surprised. But why the hell did you let the whole school treat Harry like a criminal? That only led to him distrusting the staff even more, all adults in fact. If he had felt he could have trusted you without being judged, he would have told one of you that he heard voices in the walls. That would have enabled you to figure out that the monster could be a snake after the dueling club incident. But no, logic was never a strength of wizards. You as the teachers had the duty to help Harry. If you suspected him to be the heir of Slytherin, you should have questioned him under Veritaserum. In that case it would have been justified to prove his innocence. And then the students would have believed him. Or if you believed him, then you should have stopped all the accusations. Do you know what Harry felt during that time? He already disliked his fame. A fame for what happened that cost him his parents. And then he was the main suspect for this heir of Slytherin farce. He was hurt beyond belief. After what he had done in his first year to save the stone, he thought they would know he wasn't bad. Hell, after what the Dursleys put him through, he thought he could finally find acceptance at Hogwarts, in the wizarding world. And because he did the right thing, everybody mistrusted him. Minerva was ashamed of herself and the other teachers. When Sirius recounted their behavior and what it meant for Harry, it was obvious that they had failed their duty spectacularly. But Sirius wasn't done yet. Like any angry parent, he needed to make his point abundantly clear. When he and Ron were about to go down to the chamber, they tried to get the joke of a teacher Lockhart, whose lack of abilities they knew very well, informed as they overheard him being about to go down there to save Ginny. They found him packing his things, about to leave. They found out about his stolen fame and forced him down through the entrance in Myrtle's bathroom. Harry was separated from Ron as the ceiling came down after Lockhart's failed attempt to obliviate them. He faced off against the basilisk on his own, and the only thing he got for help were Fawkes, the Sorting Hat, and threw at Gryffindor's sword. Which by the way should be turned over to Harry as he is the heir of Gryffindor. If Dumbledore knew that Harry was fighting again, he should have done everything to stand at Harry's side. Which responsible adult would let a 12-year-old boy face a monster that had proven to be able to petrify lots of people and has killed a student 50 years ago? I don't know if Fawkes was the one to decide that Harry needed help, or if Dumbledore made it that only if Harry showed loyalty to him, Fawkes would appear. But I certainly won't stand for this any longer. My son is not a weapon in Albus' arsenal. I don't care that the damn prophecy states that he is the one who can vanquish Voldemort for good. What I do care about is that I will make sure he can finally be happy as any normal boy should be. I can't change that Voldemort takes the prophecy serious, but I can make sure that he will regret it if he ever dares to try to kill my son again." Minerva saw the fierce protectiveness in Sirius' eyes. A look she only remembered too well. If Sirius Black was in this mood, he wouldn't stop until he succeeded in what he had set his mind upon. And those who stood in his way should fear. "I understand, Sirius, and I promise to do everything I can to help Harry to prepare for the fight that is unavoidable for him. The problem I see is disabling Albus from interfering with this. Phileas, Remus, Pomona and I have already begun concealing Harry's academic progress for the time being. The other teachers know that Harry wants to avoid standing out too much and agreed not to flaunt his remarkable development of abilities during our meetings. I just don't know for how long this will work. Additionally, we only have time until Albus sees one of Harry's tests. Until now I think he doesn't realize that something has changed except his wandless magical abilities, which he used to save Draco Malfoy. I am also relatively sure he doesn't know of Harry's change in electives as he hasn't asked Bathsheba or Septima for runes or arithmancy reports. He just asked about an overall opinion of the new classes. He doesn't seem to have read the article that Rita wrote when Harry returned to Diagon Alley at the end of the summer holidays. I think he just got a summary. What we would need is a diversion that will take up Albus' time for some months. Something big that will ensure he doesn't look too closely into the affairs at Hogwarts. Most of the time he lets me lead the day-to-day business of the school. Only if really important issues arise he will be involved. Would some unexplainable occurrences, which drive Fudge insane and reveal some really dirty secrets of the Ministry, do the job?" Sirius asked, grinning. "Of course. Don't tell me you already have something like that planned." "Indeed I have. I happen to have come to know two really incredibly gifted young men, who would have been a valuable addition to the Marauders. And they have agreed to help me with distracting the Ministry in a very amusing way." Minerva groaned. "Why do you have to do this to me, Sirius? The Weasley twins were already bad enough on their own. Now with you encouraging them they will be unbearable," she said. "I don't think so, but I have to compliment your deduction skills. Well, anyway, they want to exert a bit of revenge for the treatment Arthur had to endure at the Ministry for all those years. And with my, James's, Lily's and Harry's help we came up with a truly devious plan to show up the corrupt politicians. I won't tell you about the details, but see it from the positive side. As long as they prank Fudge, you will have a lot less complaints about them at Hogwarts. You always had a weird sense for logic, Sirius. All right, I think we can do this. I will see to it that Albus won't find out about Harry's true abilities as long as I can. The only one who could tell him something is Severus, and he most likely would rather drink poison than to admit that the son of his archenemy is doing well in his classes." Sirius smiled and thanked Minerva. After his talk with Minerva, Sirius went to the Great Hall to see if he could find Harry. This was a good opportunity to see his son for a short while under the cover of wanting to see more of the school. He knew it was around dinner time by now and he expected to find him there eating. When he entered the hall he wasn't disappointed. Harry was talking with Neville Longbottom and Seamus Finnegan, who sat on the other side of the table. Hermione and Ron were absent. He didn't need to get Harry to notice him as Seamus pointed at him and Harry turned around. "Uncle Orion," he said, smiling. "Hey, Harry, glad I found you. Is the food good?" Sirius asked, smiling. "Yes, it is. I'm sure you could also have some if you want to. Oh, by the way, these are Neville Longbottom and Seamus Finnegan. They are two of my roommates in Gryffindor Tower I told you about. Nice to meet you boys. I'm Orion DeJarge, kind of Harry's new guardian." He introduced himself. "Nice to meet you too, sir," Seamus said, and Neville nodded. "What are you doing here?" Harry asked curiously. "I was visiting Professor McGonagall. She wanted to ask me some things regarding the coming trial of Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black. As Sirius is your godfather, she wanted to make sure that there wouldn't be any problems regarding your guardianship. We think we found a way all involved parties can agree to. I will tell you later when we are alone, Harry." Harry nodded. He had a suspicion that Sirius had informed McGonagall about the truth. "What do you think? When we are finished with dinner, do you want to show me around for a bit?" As you know, I went to Beauxbatons for my education, so I am really curious to see more of Hogwarts. Sirius said. Of course, Uncle. I will show you around gladly. Take a seat. Sirius nodded and sat down next to Harry under the interested eyes of the other Gryffindors at the table. Where are your friends Ron and Hermione? Sirius asked, taking some potatoes from the pots. They had a run-in with Peeves and are at the tower changing their clothes. I think they will be here in some minutes, Harry informed him. I still don't get how you managed to escape Peeves' chalk dust attack, Harry. Neville said. I am just faster than Hermione and Ron. So I managed to dodge the last moment, Harry explained. Well, if you are so fast, perhaps I should teach you fencing, Harry. It relies on speed and perception, Sirius suggested. Perhaps. I'm still not sure which sport I would like to learn. There are so many that sound interesting, Harry answered. Have you at least narrowed them down? Sirius asked. What are you talking about? Seamus asked. Well, Uncle Orion is convinced that it would be good for me to learn another department of sport that will help me to defend myself better, as I have some kind of talent to end up in sticky situations. We have looked up some sports that would be useful for me, but it is so difficult to decide. I somewhat fancy a kind of martial arts, but fencing also sounds interesting. Then there is the subject of dueling, where a roundabout fitness is invaluable. I just don't know what to choose. Well, I hope you will decide soon, Harry. I am sure just running and working out will become boring with time. Sirius said. You are working out? Neville asked, surprised. How come nobody has noticed anything? I stand up at 6 in the morning, Neville. You were all fast asleep at the time. When I return at 7:30 to get a shower, only Dean is just about to get up. I don't wonder you haven't noticed. Harry grinned. Getting up at 6 in the morning, no thank you. I will stay unfit, Seamus said. Don't let Oliver hear you, Harry. Fred added, who had just sat down with George, and both gave Sirius a grin. If he heard you, he might get nasty ideas for our Quidditch training, George said. Harry blanched somewhat. Giving his maniac of a team captain more ideas for exercises was not on his list to achieve. Point taken. I won't mention it when Oliver is present. I like to do my own exercises. I don't need his weird ideas and obsessive ranting during that time. I like my peace. It was true. Harry used to run a lap around the lake to get warm and then do push-ups, sit-ups, jumping jacks, kicks against a tree, pull-ups and dodging practice with enchanted rubber balls. Harry had just gotten the trick of getting the balls to fly at him in unpredictable ways. During those exercises, he could relax. It was kind of like meditation in action. Only flying on a broom was more relaxing for him. Harry and Sirius finished their dinner when Ron and Hermione came down from the Gryffindor Tower. They both looked surprised to see Sirius. Hello, Ron, Hermione. Sirius greeted. Hello, Mr. DeJarge. Hermione greeted. What are you doing here? She asked. I had a meeting with Professor McGonagall and decided to see if I could spend some time with Harry and get him to show me around the castle a bit. By the way, I can recommend the pie, it's really good. Ah, I see. Well, we would accompany you and Harry, but I am really starving, Ron said. Harry chuckled. When was Ron not starving? Let's go, Uncle Orion, he said. Harry and Sirius left the Great Hall just when Dumbledore arrived to take his seat at the staff table. He was wondering why Orion DeJarge was here and why he didn't know about it. Minerva, do you know why Comte DeJarge is here? He asked politely. Oh yes, I asked him to come because of Sirius' trial. He has requested to get guardianship over Harry before the school year started and had been given temporary guardianship until the ministry could finalize it. Now with the development of Sirius found innocent, the First wanted to discuss with him how he and Sirius would arrange things. As you know, James and Lily named Sirius Harry's godfather, so he is the first person who could claim guardianship. I just want to make sure Harry is in the best possible care. I won't let anything like the Dursleys happen again to the boy, she said with conviction. Dumbledore internally winced. That was clearly a jab against him. He had been the one to insist that Harry went to Petunia, knowing fully well that this would not be a nice life for the boy to have. But it had been for the greater good. Only he could lead the light to triumph. Not some boy who happened to be subject of a prophecy. Yes, I know, Minerva. I am so terribly sorry. If I had only remembered what James and Lily stated in their will. But it seems I lost my memories of the details due to this spell that hit me in this battle against Voldemort in Devonshire in December of 1980. I still can't recollect them even while using my pensieve. I should really have listened to your opinion back then. Minerva inertly snorted. Did Albus really believe she would fall for such an obvious lie? Oh no, but for the moment she would keep her quiet. Harry needed to stay under the radar, as the Muggles said. Cornelius Fudge was not a happy minister of magic. In fact, he was sleep-deprived from all those Howlers' furious parents had sent him about the Dementor disaster. Then the thing with Sirius Black. It was a stain on the reputation of the ministry. Something no politician liked to happen during his reign. Past sins that were not buried deep enough. Well, at least the majority of those Howlers had been directed at Barty Crouch's office. He had to be thankful for every small favor he could get. The problem was, with Sirius Black freed, there would be a shift in power. Sirius was the lawful Lord Black. Even if his mother had blasted his name from the family tapestry, his father Orion had never formally disinherited his oldest son, so he would get the title and the seat at the Wizengamot. Until now the seat had been empty as nobody had the right to claim it. The next one they thought inheriting it would be Draco Malfoy, as he was the only living male descended from the Black family through his mother Narcissa. But as long as Sirius lived he couldn't claim the title, except for the now newfound information that this seat would also go to Harry Potter as Black's godson. Sirius Black was the godfather of Harry Potter, a boy who already had massive political weight. The boy was heir to 5 other important magical families, all of which had seats at the Wizengamot and 2 of them with veto powers. The heirs of the 4 founders of Hogwarts were special. Due to the importance of their families and their example in their days, those 4 families had gotten the right to veto laws. Until now this hadn't been a problem. There hadn't been many occurrences where any heir had used that privilege. But now, if he judged Harry right, it would become really difficult to get some of the laws the pureblood fraction wanted passed through. Harry Potter was known to be outspoken for equal rights between all witches and wizards. Preposterous if he had to say anything about it. Purebloods were clearly superior witches and wizards. But the boy had been tainted with Dumbledore's ideas for 2 years. And Sirius Black, while being raised by an old pureblood family, had always been different, open to the inventions of Muggles and flat-out opposing his parents' points of view. If he was to become a major influence on young Harry, the boy would be more tempted to oppose the things the ministry needed to be done. Some levels under Fudge's office there was a meeting between ministry workers who had long waited for an opportunity to get rid of some of the more corrupt politicians here. Fudge and his cronies had nearly ruined the ministry, and if you know who returned, which according to Orion de Jarge was only a question of time, and Comte de Jarge's information source was Harry Potter, who had seen the spirit of the Dark Lord in his first year, it would be way too easy for him to get the ministry under his control. So, are we complete? Rufus Scrimgeour asked. Yes, we are, Rufus. Amos Diggory answered. Good, we all know why we are here, Rufus said, getting nods from all the witches and wizards. Fudge's days as minister are numbered, we all know that. The scandal with the Dementors at Hogwarts attacking Harry Potter was the last drop in his filling water glass. He won't be in office for much longer. The problem is that Fudge is just the head of the snake we have to kill. For a decade there have been too many former Death Eaters who managed to buy their way out of Azkaban. Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, not to name just a few. They also bribed Fudge and his followers to get their interests seen past in the laws. We lost one of the few here who was really opposing them, as you all know. Arthur Weasley has taken a new job at Junior Wizarding Technologies, and I can't say I blame him. A man can only take so much if he has to look after a family. I still am in contact with Arthur though, and he said he was fully supportive of our plans to clean the ministry of the corruption inside. His new position allows him to tell me of some really fantastic inventions Junior has brought onto the market in the last decade. Those would vastly improve the lives of witches and wizards in Great Britain if they were introduced to our community. One point we have to look upon are market restrictions for Muggle-related products. I never knew what possibilities there were until Arthur showed me some when I visited him at his home. So Arthur is happy at his new job? Desrella Ronans asked, smiling. She worked in the Department of Regulation of Magical Breeding. Yes, he is. Couldn't be happier. He is earning a lot of money and can tinker with muggle things all he likes. Rufus answered. How are we going on about this? Fudge won't clear his office without complaints. Amelia Bones asked. We have one supporter he doesn't know we have. Orion de Jarge informed me that Harry Potter wants to get the ministry ready for the time you know who returns. Frederick Rawthorne said. All eyes were now upon him. Frederick had decided that it would be utter madness to wait until the Dark Lord had gained enough power to push Wizarding Britain into another horrible war. No, if they could prevent it early on, he would help to do it. From what I have heard of Susan, there are movements at Hogwarts which are doing something similar like what we are attempting to do. The houses of Hogwarts are beginning to unite for the first time in decades if not centuries. It is only starting and some of the more traditionally raised students are very opposed to it, but they only have so much power. The center of it is seemingly Harry Potter. He has told off Percy Weasley for the boys' unquestioningly foolish opinions of the ministry. It seems there are now several student groups consisting of members of all houses who are researching several laws they think are unjust. I wouldn't wonder if you got some petitions from students to do something for house elf rights, Amos. While the students see that house elves like to look after wizards, they think that they deserve to be treated kindly. A very good opinion, I think. Next, I know the Potter boy will fight for the rights of werewolves. I can't wait to see Dolores' face when he blocks her new laws. It will be priceless. Amelia grinned happily and was joined by the others. Nobody could stand the pink-toed menace. Yes, I can't wait to see that. With the boy being in a position to veto any law in the Wizengamot for some time, she won't be able to pass her racist laws anymore. About time, I think. I mean, I am afraid of werewolves during the full moon, but I am smart enough to know that only those extremists like Greyback are also dangerous during the time between. The others only want to be left alone and live their lives. Amos agreed. This was part of his job. While werewolves were mostly human, they were classified as magical creatures and therefore had to register at his department. I think what we need to do is to find out who the most bigoted members of the ministry are and isolate them in their positions. We need to find every little bit of dirt they have on their hands to get them out of positions of power. Preferably to get them out of the ministry, but we have to take this in small steps. We can't reveal our hands too early or we will lose. Patrick Helkin said. You are right, Patrick. We will have to use our brains for this. The first and most important step is to arrest the Death Eaters that got away pleading on being Imperiist. Veritaserum will be essential for our plans. With Fudge out of the way, nobody will stop the DMLE to do a thorough investigation on the integrity of the ministry. We will plan and prepare to do this step by step. Like those children at Hogwarts are beginning to do, we will unite all the qualities the four houses are representing. We will be smart like Ravenclaws, brave like Gryffindors, loyal like Hufflepuffs and cunning like Slytherins. We will show our world what the founders had in mind when they built the school. Amelia agreed. They all nodded in consent and then began to list the persons who would give them trouble while achieving their goals. None of them were aware that they would get a fabulous distraction for Fudge in 2 days' time. But they would be thankful nonetheless. It was Saturday. The twins, Harry, Sirius and Remus were getting ready at Grimmauld Place to go to the ministry. Thanks to a clever device the twins had developed to act as a beacon for apparition and which had an inbuilt silencing charm for the arriving party, they would be able to apparate into the office of Amelia Bones without anybody being any the wiser. They knew the office would be empty today as the whole Department of Magical Law Enforcement was outside. The Aurors were busy with organizing the trials for Wormtail and Sirius, getting the security around Hogwarts checked and had a new lead on an escaped Death Eater. The rest was at a meeting for some big event, probably the upcoming Quidditch World Cup next summer. Well, they would use the near-empty ministry to their advantage. Sirius had placed the device in Amelia's office during a visit a week ago, when she had asked him to come by for some information exchange. The last preparation was to disillusion the whole group, so even if a sole member of the ministry staff was working at the weekend, they would not be discovered. For this operation, a disillusionment charm was way more practicable than Harry's invisibility cloak. They took their positions around the device, which was the counterpart of the one in Madame Bones' office, and channeled their magic into it. The twins had explained that the device worked in a similar way as a portkey, but couldn't be traced as one. While a normal portkey was a spell, this device was based on old Egyptian runes the twins had learned from Bill during the summer holidays. Harry really wondered how anybody could ever underestimate the twins' brains. They landed with a small pop in the office of Amelia Bones and promptly began to split up to get their pranks set up all over the ministry. Sirius would take the offices of Fudge and his personal staff, Remus those of the Department for Control of Magical Creatures, Fred had the atrium, and Wade to the Department of Mysteries, including all the courtrooms. George would take care of the lifts and the 5th floor, and Harry had the 6th and 7th floor with some not so important offices. They had planned that they would need 3 hours to set up the whole thing. They worked swiftly and silently, even if they only met one wizard that stopped in his office for 5 minutes to get some papers and left soon after. Harry took care to place small disillusioned devices on every door on the floors he was working at. They had decided that they would prank each floor in a different way, and that they would set it up so that the pranks would be completely unpredictable. It would start harmlessly in those offices where the employees of the Department of Magical Games and Sports worked. They thought they would most likely be able to laugh at the pranks. Next would be the offices of the Magical Reversal Squads. They didn't want them to stop the pranks after all. Then the next was the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Barty Crouch was meant for severe pranks that Sirius personally had thought up. The man wouldn't have a single quiet moment if Sirius had any say in this. And he had. For the blatant abuse of his position to send people to Azkaban without a trial, he was a figure of hatred in the group. In the period of a week, the whole ministry would be victim of the well-thought-up pranks. And that would probably mean that they would ask for help at Hogwarts, as they didn't have enough experts at reverse charms at the ministry. Oh yes, sweet revenge. And Dumbledore would be nicely distracted. Harry sat next to Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table. He tiredly ate his dinner and soon excused him to go to bed. It was just 7:30, but he was really tired. He had been up since 4 in the morning and then had been setting up lots of pranks at the ministry. For some of the pranks he had to use spells, and so he had used a lot of his magic. He just wanted to sleep for some hours. Ron and Hermione had done a great job to cover for him and the twins. As the twins often disappeared to plan for one prank or the other, it hadn't been difficult to make something up. And for Harry, they just acted as if nothing was wrong. They spent some time at Hagrid's, and when he asked about Harry, they told him that Harry had a letter he wanted to write to his uncle and that he had already pushed it to the weekend and felt bad if he didn't write today. They told Hagrid how nice Harry's uncle was and that he had given them the money for their Sundays at Fortescue's when they had gotten their school things. They also ranted about Harry's horrible Muggle relatives and how glad they were that Harry was finally out of there. Hagrid wholeheartedly agreed and also told them what he thought of those horrible Muggles. How he had had to rescue Harry on his 11th birthday to make sure he got his letter and came to Hogwarts. Nobody at the castle was missing Harry, as everybody thought he was with Ron and Hermione, and as they were not in the castle, it was logical to think Harry wasn't as well and with them. The two returned to Gryffindor common room at the time Harry and the twins had told them they would probably return. 1 hour before dinner, and they came, looking utterly exhausted but with very smug looks on their faces. Their looks told Ron and Hermione everything. It had worked well. While Hermione was a bit disappointed that they would prank the highest authority in the British wizarding world, she could agree that it wouldn't harm anybody and that those corrupt workers didn't deserve any better. The next morning Harry was up again to full power and the three did some leftover homework together. Harry decided it was time to ask his friends about their decisions. "Hey Hermione, I wanted to ask if you had decided about dropping divination and Muggle studies," he said. "I have thought about it, Harry. I can see that Trelawney doesn't teach us any real things about how to predict the future. And as useful as Muggle studies are for wizards who have been raised in the wizarding world, it really is severely outdated. I had hoped you were mistaken and they just wanted to start small with easier understandable things. But it is all about technologies that aren't used anymore or were updated. I think you are right. I will talk to Professor McGonagall to drop those 2 subjects. She didn't look happy, but Harry could see a relieved look in her eyes. The workload she would save would do her good in the end. He knew she only did this because she couldn't deny his arguments. He had taken the only road possible to convince her. The use of the subjects for her life. If he had argued only about her ability to manage all the work, he would have lost. Hermione was too proud for this road. Ron, what do you think about my suggestion? Harry asked his best friend. Well, I really hate divination. We only learn how to make gruesome death predictions. Then Trelawney is happy. I am really sick of trying to make up things which won't happen anyway. I have no problems with ditching the subject. And I have asked Mum if she could send me Bill's old arithmancy book to get a good impression of the subject. I have to say it sounds interesting. So I agree. I will switch subjects. Hermione, what do you think? Do you want to go to McGonagall together to get it over with? He asked. Yes, I think that will be best. Harry, do you want to come too? She asked. Sure, we can take a walk outside after it and finish the essay for Snape when we return. That's the only thing left on my list. Harry answered. They put away their books and materials and then left the common room for Professor McGonagall's office. When they reached the door, Hermione knocked. Come in. They heard the voice of their head of house. Hermione led the 3 of them inside. Harry as the last of the group closed the door behind them. The witch was seated behind her desk and was grading some essays. Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter. What do I owe this surprising visit? She asked. Professor, Ron and I would like to change our electives. I have taken the last months to get an opinion of the new subjects and I would like to drop divination as I can't learn the subject from books and a teacher if I don't possess the gift of being a seer and I clearly don't, and I also want to quit Muggle studies. While it is interesting to learn about it from a wizard's point of view, I have found the material severely outdated and as a Muggleborn which I don't need the subject. I understand, Miss Granger, and I have to say, I am glad you have taken your time to think this through and make an informed decision. For my own curiosity, you said the material is severely outdated. How much have the Muggles improved the things they use compared to the things you were taught in the classes by Professor Burbage? Minerva asked. Well, the technology covered in the course is from the 1940s, perhaps 1950s. None of the inventions that were made after 1950 have even been mentioned in the textbook, and I have read the whole book. Hermione answered. Minerva was shocked. Not that Hermione had read the whole textbook, that was normal for the smart witch, but that their classes were behind time by at least 40 years. The whole purpose of Muggle studies was undermined that way. No wizard would be able to blend in with the Muggles if he followed his knowledge from this class. She hadn't thought Sirius information had been correct. Thank you for this information, Miss Granger. I wasn't aware that we were so far behind the developments of the Muggles in our material. I will see to it that it will be changed. But I think it will have to wait until next year as the textbooks for this year have already been bought and I don't think it would be possible for all our students to get new ones during the year. If I may make a suggestion, Professor? Harry asked. Of course, Mr. Potter. Minerva answered. Well, I had an idea how we could help all those here in the castle who want to learn more about the Muggle world without producing massive costs. I mean, we have lots of Muggleborn witches and wizards who live here in the castle. Why don't we ask some of the 4th and 6th year Muggleborns from Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff and Gryffindor to give tutoring to small learning groups? I suggest the 4th and 6th years because they have had enough time to integrate fully in the magical world and are not pressured with their OWLs or NEWTs at the end of the year, which would undermine the purpose of the tutoring. They could be rewarded with an extra credit on their NEWT result list. I know in the Muggle world this kind of extracurricular activity is seen very positive when it comes to decisions for an employer which one to take for a job. Perhaps this could also work in this way. Minerva smiled proudly. Harry had really made huge steps since the end of last year. She could see how Sirius' influence had done wonders for the boy's behavior. He was less reserved and it was obvious that he was now able to think things through. That's a great idea. I will speak with Professors Flitwick and Sprout, as they are the heads of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. But I think we can build some study groups this way. So now I think Mr. Weasley also wanted to change his electives. Yes, Professor. I want to exchange divination for arithmancy. I, like Hermione, see no sense in taking a subject, which I can't learn, and after speaking with Harry I thought arithmancy might be something I could like. I already asked my mum to send me Bill's old books for the subject and have already begun to learn the things Harry and Hermione said they have covered in the last months. Minerva was really surprised. She would never have thought for Ron Weasley to take his education serious. But with the change of attitude in Harry it was not that unbelievable. Of course, Mr. Weasley, I am glad to hear this. I don't see a problem with this change. I will inform Professors Trelawney and Vector of this. I hope you get up to the stand. The arithmancy class is at the moment on your own, but I am sure Mr. Potter and Miss Granger will help you to reach it. Hermione and Harry nodded, smiling. Well, if this was everything you wanted to ask me, I would like to send you on your way. I have to grade these essays until tomorrow, and I think you three can spend your time better than entertaining this old lady, she said, earning a few chuckles from her little lions. Of course, Professor, thanks for your help, Harry said and led the other two out of the room. When the door was closed behind them, Minerva couldn't help it but smile fondly about the change that has been happening since Sirius breakout. And she would make sure it stayed this way. The Ministry was in uproar. Somehow there had been several incidents which made the normal procedures impossible to uphold this day. The whole team of the Department of Reversal of Magical Accidents had been transformed into owls. And the rest of the Ministry was trying to find out how to turn them back to their normal forms. They had no clue how the transformation had happened, and to make things worse, the specialists in this field were the victims. Victims who were showing their displeasure about the incompetence of their colleagues with picking at them when they tried wrong spells or sprouted nonsense. The ones that had gotten away best were the ones working in the Department of Magical Games and Sports. They were changing colors and hairstyles every 5 minutes. Most had taken it with humor and were betting on the next change. Ludo Bagman was no help at all at reversing the effects, as he was the one setting up the betting pool. Not that Fudge believed the fool would be able to do anything about it, but hell, he was the department head. Fudge was rotating and trying to get some healers of St. Mungo's to help them, but they were all really busy. It was the time of the year where usually some of the older witches and wizards were prone to magical infects and maladies. They couldn't spare any healers, as they were already working overtime to make sure none of the ill patients were getting in a fatal state of illness. The next option were those who had the abilities to work in the targeted department, but preferred to work in others or were not of the right blood status to qualify for the prestigious jobs there. But did he have a choice? He had to get the department running again. Then there was Hogwarts. The teachers, especially McGonagall, Flitwick and Dumbledore, would probably be able to help reverse the effects. But he didn't want to depend on Dumbledore. That would be fatal for his political standing, as the man was clearly at fault for the Potter and Black disaster. The next thing happening he would get crazy about. He was sure of it. His door was opened. "Cornelius, we need you at the..." Umbridge yelled before she was replaced by a white cloud and a pop was heard. Fudge looked at the place where his loyal employee had been just a moment ago. A big pink toad with a black bow tie was sitting on the floor croaking. It was just too much for the Minister of Magic. Forget pride. He was calling Dumbledore. Minerva McGonagall was smirking. The headmaster had called her into his office to tell her he needed to go to the Ministry to help there to undo some cases of inexplicable transformation, and that she was in charge of the school for the time being. Oh yes, she would use this time well. What Albus was forgetting was that as acting headmistress she could initiate some things up to a certain level. Approving the new Muggle studies tutoring was one of these things. Albus didn't need to know this though. She had the distinct impression that Fawkes, who had returned after taking Albus to the Ministry, was grinning. It was hard to tell with a phoenix, but she got this feeling that the Firebird didn't approve of Albus' actions. Well, she would use the time she had to the best of her abilities. Sadly, she couldn't tell off Severus for how he treated everybody except his Slytherins, but she could give the other heads of houses a tool to see if the punishments of their students were justified or not. This way the heads of houses could just give the points back, which were taken wrongfully. And Albus would only find out if he checked all of the day's paperwork, what he would never do voluntarily. He was quite willing to let her handle most of it. Tell me, Fox, where would you place paperwork that Albus has no need to see immediately? She asked the Phoenix. Fox gave an amused trill and looked at a sideboard. Good idea, Fox. I think I will follow your suggestion. It's high time that the ridiculous point system was brought back to its original purpose without Severus meddling with it or Albus giving points to his favorites. Well said, Minerva, the Sorting Hat said. Thanks. It's rare for you to speak with somebody outside of the sorting. She answered. Well, most of the time only Albus is here and it is depressing to talk with a man who has allowed to be overwhelmed by his ambitions. He is delusional of his own position. He seeks for glory and ignores the other people. I find it quite amusing that Mr. Potter has gotten out from under his thumb. Albus, rants are really interesting. I would advise you to up your occlumency. He is sure to try and pry information from the students and teachers sooner or later if he thinks something is amiss. For the moment he will be distracted by the things happening outside the school. But when those distractions have been dealt with, he will try to find a way to regain control of Harry Potter. I know. We are already trying to conceal Harry's true abilities from Albus. As long as Harry can learn undisturbed, he will be better prepared to face you-know-who, if he returns like Harry and his guardian believe he will. I am inclined to trust their opinion. He isn't dead and he is powerful enough to find a way to get back a body for himself. I know. I have seen his mind when I sorted Tom Riddle. He was always ambitious and cunning. But he could have been saved, if the right steps would have been taken. A magical child, who was clearly disliked by his Muggle guardians at the orphanage. He was a child, who wanted to stay in the magical world, who wanted to be special. If Armando and Albus had taken the initiative to find a suitable magical family for Tom, he would not have turned out utterly evil. And Albus has learned nothing from that part of history. He has purposely placed Harry with his magic-hating Muggle relatives to make him suffer. To have the boy formable by him. He didn't realize that if Harry had not found true friends in Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, he could have become the next Dark Lord. My God, I didn't realize that it was such a close thing. Minerva said shocked. There aren't that many differences between Harry and Tom. But Harry hates bullies, because of his cousin. If he had believed that the wizards were no better, he would have set his mind to make it happen. He would have taken measures to ensure that those bullies were taken care of. And if there were nobody to stop him from delving too far into the darkness, what do you think would have happened? He is a boy, a child which never got attention at home. An abused child. If they are not treated properly, they tend to become bitter and hateful. They can become a danger to their fellow students. I wanted to sort the boy into Slytherin for some time. He had a strong urge to prove himself, but he insisted on another house. Funnily, he didn't prefer Gryffindor. He just didn't want to go to Slytherin. I think Mr. Malfoy's behavior was an important factor in his decision. Oh, that is rich. A shame that I can't rub it into Severus' face. It would be funny to see how he would react to the thought that the son of his school nemesis was nearly sorted into his house. But Harry wouldn't thank me for this. He is happy in Gryffindor and from the looks of it, he is slowly uniting the houses. Yes, that is one other point Albus rants about. While he always speaks about the unison of the houses in public, he really does everything to ensure it never happens. The Hat said wisely. Well, too bad that now he has an opponent in the boy he thought he could control and who has a lot of political standing. I mean, heir to 2 founders and 4 other noble and most ancient houses. It's normal for the other students to be most interested in him. Yes, by the way, you should tell the boy that he can gain the lordship of Slytherin as well by right of conquest. Sometimes it is rather amusing how those ancient and overcome laws of our world can still be used. The Hat chuckled. Wait, you mean because he defeated you-know-who he can claim his title? She asked shocked. Of course he can. The law originates from 774 and is still valid. It was really popular in those times to challenge other nobles to gain their title and properties. Under Arthur Pendragon's reign the fights died down because Merlin managed to get the wizards to behave more civilly, and the law became forgotten. Only a few knew about it. One of them was Rowena. But then again, she knew about all the laws, even the curious ones. She thought it better to not say anything about it to not wake sleeping dragons and give new fuel to those fights. But wouldn't it be better to keep this a secret? I mean, a lot of pureblood families would abuse the law. Minerva argued. Not if it is done in secret. Harry has found the Chamber of Secrets last year. If he goes down there again, which he really should do to claim the corpse of the basilisk he slew, he can claim the title of Lord Slytherin in Salazar's own chamber. Quite ironic how history goes, don't you think? Magic had her own ways to balance things out. If people would just let her champions grow without negative outside influence, things wouldn't be as bad as they are now. Yes, it is. I will have to contact Harry and his guardian in secret without Albus becoming suspicious. The problems at the ministry will occupy him for some time. I think I will let Harry know what you suggested and then give him short notice when to do it and how. That would be the best, Minerva. Tom has to be stopped from ever again gaining enough power to start a new war. The last one was bad enough. If we don't act quickly, there won't be enough wizards and witches left to save the magical society in Britain. Minerva nodded and left the office to go and find Harry. It was finally time. They had waited long enough, and today Sirius would become a free man again after 12 years of injustice. Harry and Sirius had both donned their best official robes. They had permission from Minerva for Harry to be present at the hearing. That the minister was intent on not angering the future lord was an added bonus. Even Dumbledore had not dared to interfere in this. He already knew that he couldn't do anything against Sirius getting his trial and being cleared of all charges. As soon as Sirius took Veritaserum, the case would be lost for Albus. So he could only go along with this, as much as he hated to do so. But he didn't have any time to plot a good strategy to keep control over Harry while sorting out the whole mess at the ministry. If he didn't know that it was impossible for the Weasley twins to have gotten out of the castle, he would have sworn they were the culprits. But neither twin knew how to apparate. They were too young and nobody could apparate inside of Hogwarts grounds anyway. He was sure that he had heard the two laugh hard when they read The Prophet. Somehow Rita Skeeter had gotten the story and had promptly written an article that didn't show the ministry in favorable colors. Sadly, none of the things she had written was a lie. There was no angle to attack her from. Terms like incompetence, short-sightedness and corruption were mentioned. Well, many of the high-ranking ministry officials only got their positions by using their connections within the pureblood society on which Fudge built his power base. The purebloods, knowing that Fudge favored their ideas, naturally took advantage of his stupidity and managed to gain many benefits from his leadership phase. It hadn't done the ministry any good, as jobs, which normally needed a certain level of competence, were given out as favors to Fudge's supporters. Many things didn't work as they should. So whoever pranked the ministry knew that if they eliminated the ones who were able to reverse spells and their effects first, they would gain utter chaos in the center of the government. And he had to admit they had been good at what they did. He didn't know how they had gotten into the ministry without anybody noticing them, and he didn't know when it happened, but he intended to find out. He couldn't have anybody being able to keep him away from Hogwarts to help the useless fool Fudge for long periods of time. He had to regain control of the boy after all. Harry and Sirius stood side by side at the atrium of the ministry. They had taken the flow from Amelia Bones' home. They had agreed that it would be the safest way to go to the ministry. Madame Bones had also made sure to have two Aurors that were solely loyal to her present to give the right signal to outsiders. The head of the DMLE was taking this case very serious. And she would make sure that nothing happened to Sirius under her watch. She knew everything about the so-called accidents that sometimes happened when inconvenient facts for powerful players at the Wizengamot were likely to be revealed. Not this time. Kingsley Shacklebolt and Alistair Moody would make sure of it. Many would call her insane for asking Mad Eye Moody to do this job, but the old Auror was one of the best and a fierce fighter for justice. He would do what was right, not what the higher-ups wanted. "Are you ready, Sirius, Harry?" she asked. "Of course, Madame Bones," Harry answered calmly. By now he had mastered the pureblood etiquette and was acting his part perfectly. He knew how to show the proper respect to his elders, but also knew to use his station to bar those who abused their authority, Snape, from using it against him. Amelia Bones was the matriarch of the House of Bones and therefore high in the social ranking. As he was heir apparent to houses that were equally high or higher placed than her house, it was required from him to act with utmost politeness and respect but not to buckle down. Well, it was easy to respect Amelia Bones for her integrity and her success in the ministry anyway. There weren't that many high-positioned women in the ministry. Harry had learned from Sirius that it was mostly due to the traditional way of working things. The man in the house was seen as the head of the family except in few houses that were traditionally matriarchal. Contrary to the Muggle society of the Middle Ages, where women were seen inferior to the man, in the wizarding world they were equally respected. The decisions about the standing and business of the family were the responsibility of the man, but the wife of the head of house ruled over the members. She decided how the children were brought up, what subjects they were learning, what punishments they got in case they had done something wrong, and which of their friends were allowed to visit at their home. Only witches that weren't the matriarch of their families went out and worked. They were tasked to increase the wealth and gain new valuable connections for their families. The sons also had those tasks, but they normally went and worked in the family businesses if they existed. A prime example for that were the Malfoys. Lucius was the one doing business and held political connections, while Narcissa ruled the family and made sure the pureblood high society was aware of their wealth and power. Power and money in the wizarding world were closely connected, and the best way to keep a high position was to show off that wealth. Narcissa organized the charity events that had played a big part in keeping Lucius out of Azkaban, and maintained a close network with other pureblood witches. While Draco looked up to his father, he had been raised by his mother to follow the pureblood ideals the Blacks had valued for centuries. Draco would take over the family business, except Lucius managed to lose it all before Draco could take over, and his wife would be educated by Narcissa until she was ready to take over as the new matriarch. With the small birth rate in the wizarding community of Great Britain, this meant that many houses were merged over the years. There just weren't many families that had more than one or perhaps two children, so finding a suitable husband or wife was a big topic for all the young witches and wizards that attended Hogwarts from 3rd or 4th year on. Harry was aware to those facts thanks to Sirius. He would be one of the main targets for young witches in the coming years. So Amelia Bones combining both a career in law enforcement and being matriarch of her family was a rarity. I am looking forward for my parents finally getting justice and my godfather finally being freed of those accusations some people thought to be the truth without even trying to prove them. His voice was icy. Many people in the atrium were shocked, and they only had themselves to blame for going along with the process. Nobody had thought that Sirius could be innocent. They had all just assumed the worst. After all, he was a Black, a member of a traditionally dark family. I really hope the Wizengamot is not built by stupid bigoted sheep that follow a leader just because it is convenient. I know I would hate to have to use my powers just to get things that have been let run in bigoted ways straightened out to what they should be. I am sure you understand that, Madam Bones. Of course I do, and I agree. Some things have to change. Sirius just grinned. Harry had just remembered the whole audience, that he as heir of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor had vetoes at the Wizengamot. The heirs of the 4 founders could stop laws if they found them discriminating or unjust. And Harry knew it. He had had several long chats with the Sorting Hat about some things after Minerva had told them, for example that Harry could claim the Slytherin lordship, which he had done. They had found some really interesting things down in the Chamber of Secrets. It turned out Salazar himself was glad to have a worthy heir, if you could believe his portrait down there in a hidden compartment. Voldemort had never been able to find this part of the chamber as he was no pureblood. Ironically, Slytherin didn't really hate the Muggleborns, he just came from a time where witches and wizards were hunted and feared by the Muggle population. When your whole life was filled with being on guard because the Muggles were narrow-minded fools, who always accused those they disliked to be witches and wizards, and the Christians' wars were not really helping the issues, then you tended to be careful who you trusted with your secrets. Especially if the lives of your family were at stake. It wouldn't do for those you held dear to be persecuted and killed just because some people, who were raised in a different culture, couldn't keep magic a secret. So he had argued with the other founders to keep learning magic a privilege only for magically raised children. He was outvoted by the other 3. With time, a simple argument between Salazar and Godric over how to protect the school better, which ended with Slytherin leaving to cool down for some days, really, that had been normal between the two, and Rowena and Helga were betting how long it would take Salazar and Godric to cool down this time, had been blown up into Slytherin, leaving the castle forever because he wanted nothing to do with the ways things were done there. Really, did historians really believe that one of the greatest wizards of his time would be that childish? He and Godric had gotten over their argument as usual, and some time later Salazar had been asked to assist a magical village in Bulgaria with a werewolf problem, for which he left the castle with the blessings of the other three. When Salazar heard what Tom Riddle had done, he had been furious. Even his preference of purebloods never included killing all the Muggle-born children. What he intended was more like spotting them early in their lives and bring them to the wizarding world to be raised so that they would not be naive to the ways Muggles thought of magic as if it was the product of Satan. It would have been necessary to take them from their families, but with how they were treated, if they were found out, it would be the better way. A simple obliviate would do the trick to make the parents forget about the magical child. Hell, Muggle children died all the time due to bad medical possibilities that time. Making the parents believe that their child had died because of an illness would be easily believed. Muggle-born children raised in the wizarding world were treated indifferently by Slytherin when they came to school until they proved to him that they fully accepted the wizarding traditions. What really ticked Salazar off was that Riddle had dared to kill lots of pureblood families just because they were opposing him. Pure magical blood was valuable and under no circumstances was allowed to be shed for petty goals of power. After all, there were only so many wizarding families. Extinct blood was lost forever, and with it overall magical power. When Harry had approached Salazar with his claim for the title by right of conquest, Salazar had tested Harry's claim and his abilities in parcel magic. He had been able to clear up some questions Harry had had about his active powers, which had been blocked until last summer. After the tests, Salazar Slytherin had acknowledged Harry as the new heir for the title of Lord of House Slytherin and told him where he had hidden the family ring. Harry and Sirius were looking around seemingly uninterested. Harry looked at the fountain of a witch, a wizard and 3 magical creatures. "I have rarely seen such a display of lies," he commented, the fountain much to the dismay of some people around him. "I agree, Harry. But this is how our society is, they are so ready to believe the most ridiculous things." Sirius replied. "Really, they should take courses in common sense from what I have seen so far. I mean, come on, goblins and centaurs worshipping wizards. I have met centaurs in the Forbidden Forest during my first year, and I can tell they are proud, as are goblins. I thought history would have thought wizards something. I seem to have been mistaken. Sadly. But I think we should make our way towards the courtroom. It is time for you to learn something about our court system, Harry. As long as they follow their own laws, I am all for learning about wizarding culture. I just have problems with the wizarding society behaving worse than the Muggles." Many wizards flinched at the jabs. Being compared to Muggles, whom Harry had not the best impression of due to his childhood in Surrey, was a low blow. Harry was thoroughly enjoying himself. Making those pompous fools uncomfortable was just too funny. With the utmost aura of confidence, Harry and Sirius strode down to the courtrooms in company of Madame Bones and the 2 Aurors whose mouths, Harry could have sworn, had twitched during his show. They reached the doors to the courtroom, where 2 chairs were placed next to each other. Sirius nodded towards Harry, who embraced him before leaving toward the seat reserved for the Gryffindor family. He figured it would be good to remember the Wizengamot just who he was. He might not be able to vote for his father, but he sure as hell could make sure nothing would happen that was against the laws. And he had studied them as much as he could. With the Sorting Hat being delighted to help him, he had told Harry it was much more interesting than just sitting in the headmaster's office all year. Sirius took his seat, and the chains at the chair sprung to life and bound his arms. Sirius just took it in stride. The next thing the assembled members of the Wizengamot saw was 2 Dementors bringing in Peter Pettigrew, who was whimpering. Harry felt the cold but managed to stay awake by putting a chocolate ball into his mouth. Remus had gotten them for him in Hogsmeade. Then something happened nobody had thought of. After putting Peter in the second chair, where he was immediately bound, one of the Dementors charged at Sirius, attempting to key him. Harry just exploded. He instinctively knew what to do from his Wizengamot seat. "Expecto Patronum Justitia Maxima," he yelled, pointing his wand at the charging Dementor. Blinding light erupted from his wand and a bright shining stag shot forward to protect Sirius from the Dementor. When the Patronus threw the Dementor across the room using his antlers, something strange happened. The Dementor seemingly shrieked and then dissolved into dust in the light of the Patronus. The other one followed soon after. The light of the Patronus filled the whole room. Harry was standing, shaking with fury. By the power of the houses of the founders of Hogwarts, by the power of the law binding the Wizengamot, I, Harry James Potter, heir apparent to the houses of Potter, Bolton, Peverell, Black, Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, demand that the ancient power of the Wizengamot, given to this entity by Merlin himself, punishes the one who gave the order for the Dementor to strike. He ordered. His tone was full of authority and all the members of the Wizengamot felt the powerful surge that leapt through their bodies. What kind of power did this boy have to control the ancient power of the Wizengamot itself? The culprit was found soon enough. Dolores Umbridge suddenly clutched her head and cried in pain. Dolores Jane Umbridge, you have been found guilty of attempted murder of a man, brought before the Wizengamot to receive justice. Harry spoke. Your actions have been found despicable. The Wizengamot's power comes from the law, not what some people think would be best for their goals. Therefore the ancient power of Wizengamot has decided that you are not worthy of wielding magic. Let it be told through me that your punishment had been dealt by ancient magic. You will be stripped of your magic. Your magic will be added to the power in the Wizengamot given freely by Merlin at the end of his life. By law of the Wizengamot, so mote it be. Harry intoned and Umbridge cried out as she felt her magic leaving her. Many were now in uproar. How dare you do this, Potter? Malfoy yelled. Lord Malfoy, it would be wise to keep your temper. Harry answered calmly, still projecting his immense power. This was not my decision. I only was the voice for the magic of Wizengamot itself because of my status as heir to some of the founders, as there sadly are no descendants of Merlin left today. Otherwise it would be their job to rein in the members of Wizengamot to do their job properly. Wizengamot is disgusted how some of its members have abused their powers in the past and wants me to let you all know that it won't tolerate this anymore. Merlin left orders for this body to treat all magical beings as equals. In the past you have broken those orders. I have been told to give you the following message by Wizengamot. Beware my anger, you won't like my enmity. Follow the laws or you will be dealt with accordingly. I am Wizengamot, born by the old magic, and I am above all ideals. I am bound to law and Merlin's orders. I am Wizengamot. Harry finished his message. Many people in the audience could be seen paling. This was serious. If the ancient magic of Wizengamot decided to speak, they had to obey or risk losing their magic like Umbridge. Dumbledore decided to call the members to order. He was furious that Sirius was rescued. He didn't know that Harry was capable of such strong magic. He would have to look out more for the boy. Then he relaxed slightly as he saw the boy sit down at his seat exhausted. Perhaps it was just the ancient magic which decided to use the boy's heritage. If he was as powerful as it seemed some minutes ago, he wouldn't be this exhausted. But how had he managed to destroy the Dementors? Members of the Wizengamot, we need to proceed. We are here for the trial of Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. He called out. You are right, Chief Warlock Dumbledore. We have to proceed with the trials to finally speak justice after 12 years. Madam Bones agreed. Harry stiffened suddenly. Members of my halls, he called out with a different voice. I have decided that due to conflict of interests neither Chief Warlock Dumbledore nor Minister of Magic Fudge will be allowed to preside this session. I, Wizengamot, call for Lady Augusta Longbottom, as one of the longest-standing members of this body, to preside in my name for this session. Many were whispering intently. Never had they experienced for the spirit of Wizengamot to speak directly to them. And through such a young person as well. You may wonder why I chose Harry to be my voice. Wizengamot continued. Sirius' face was slightly worried. He just hoped that Harry would not suffer from the possession by the spirit. He knew the spirit of Wizengamot was a good one, but he couldn't help but be concerned for his son. Don't fear for Harry, Lord Black. He won't experience any damage by being my voice. He just is the only person I can use to speak through due to his heritage. It has been too long since I was able to make my opinion known. For some time now all the founders' heirs that took their places were either corrupted by power or too weak of mind to be capable to speak in my name. I think the last one died 70 years ago. He is a very interesting boy. He will be great if he is allowed to grow up undisturbed." Sirius relaxed slightly. Many others were discussing the words of the spirit. "Now on to business. Lady Longbottom, do you agree to preside this session?" Wizengamot asked. "Yes, it will be my honor, Wizengamot," Augusta Longbottom answered. "Then so it will be. Continue with the trial." Dumbledore grumbling left his place and Augusta took his seat. Dumbledore took place in his family seat. "All right. This is the trial of Lord Sirius Orion Black, head of the noble and most ancient house of Black and Peter Patrick Pettigrew. Presiding Lady Augusta Longbottom as substitute chief witch, chief of interrogation, Lady Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, court scribe Ryan Marcus Fennyball." Lady Longbottom announced. "Madam Bones, you have the floor." She added, "Thank you, Chief Witch Longbottom. We are here to finally close the case of the betrayal of Lord James Potter and Lady Lily Potter as well as their infant son Harry to the Dark Lord Voldemort in 1981. Many in attendance flinched at the name. Amelia had practiced hard over the last months to not do so. These two men were both accused of the crime. Furthermore, they were accused of killing 12 muggles with a single curse. The old accusations against Sirius Black also included murder of Peter Pettigrew, which obviously was wrong, as the supposed victim is alive and sitting before this body. The investigation report states that a questioning of Peter Pettigrew under Veritaserum in the Great Hall of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, done by Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts, brought up his confession of being a Death Eater. He admitted under Veritaserum that he was the secret keeper of the Potters and told their hiding place to Voldemort. He also admitted to have killed the Muggles in question and blamed Sirius Black for his crimes. To escape, he transformed into his animagus form, a rat, after cutting of his finger to give the impression of having been killed. The memory of the questioning has been provided to the Wizengamot by Minerva McGonagall as evidence to clear Sirius Black of all charges against him. Amelia paused to let the information she gave the members of the Wizengamot sink in before she proceeded. Additionally, we have the oath of Potions Master Severus Snape, that the Veritaserum was brewed correctly and worked as it was supposed to do. Statements of the witnessing students at Hogwarts as well as the teachers in attendance were taken. We also have the statement of Remus Lupin, who confirmed that in fact all Peter Pettigrew, James Potter and Sirius Black became animagi during their time at Hogwarts. They never registered their forms with the Ministry due to it being an advantage in the fight against Voldemort. More whispers were heard at this. Fudge decided to be stupid and argue. Be this as it may, being an unregistered animagus is against the law. And both of these men have done so. They have to be punished for it. Silence, Minister Fudge, or you will be asked to leave the chambers of Wizengamot. Augusta Longbottom reprimanded him. I personally think keeping an advantage like that a secret in a time where you couldn't know who your enemies were, very thoughtful. Amelia Bones said. Remember, we couldn't tell who was working for Voldemort and who was not. And curiously, the Ministry declined all tries for legalizing the questioning of all prisoners under Veritaserum. It would have spared us a lot of headaches, to be honest. I as Wizengamot agree with Madam Bones and due to my given authority legalize the questioning under Veritaserum for every accused who is tried before this entity. If the members try to abuse this privilege I will interfere though. Harry said with Wizengamot's voice. Wizengamot, I would like to know why you are speaking through Harry, if it was Merlin who gave you your powers. Dumbledore suddenly asked. You said it was due to his heritage, but I still don't understand. That is easily answered. I am sure you all are aware that Merlin took young Arthur Pendragon under his wing and taught him to become the best possible king for England. Well, Merlin, after his student was taken to Avalon to sleep until he was needed again, decided that he didn't want all his knowledge to be lost when his time to die came. So he took 4 other bright students and taught them his abilities. They were known as the greatest witches and wizards of their time after this. Perhaps some of you have guessed whom I am referring to. They were from different parts of the country. They were Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw and Salazar Slytherin. And with Harry being descended from Godric on his father's side and Rowena on his mother's, he was the best choice for me to speak to you all. After all, in some way the 4 founders of Hogwarts were the heirs of Merlin. They ensured that his knowledge wasn't lost to our world. This brought excited chatter from the members. To find out that the founders were taught by Merlin himself were sensational news. Thank you for this explanation, Wizengamot. I would like to continue with the trial now, Augusta said. Amelia Bones continued with her speech. Members of Wizengamot, I will now proceed to administer the Veritaserum to Sirius Black, she said. Sirius opened his mouth and put his head back to ease her job. His eyes glazed over. What is your name? Amelia asked. Sirius Orion Black. Were you ever a supporter of Voldemort? No, never. Were you the Potter's secret keeper? No, that was Peter Pettigrew. Why did you choose him? I would have been the obvious choice, being James's best friend. So we decided it would be a good plan that I distracted Voldemort and his Death Eaters by being the decoy, so that James, Lily and Harry were protected. We chose Peter to be the secret keeper, because we thought he would have been the least likely choice. He wasn't that strong magically, but we thought he was loyal to us. How did you escape Azkaban? I transformed into my animagus form, a black dog that resembles a Grim. I was very thin and was able to slip through the bars in my cell and swim back to the land in that form. What made you decide to escape the prison after 12 years? The article in the Prophet Fudge left for me that showed the Weasley family in Egypt. I recognized Peter in his animagus form and knew he would be able to harm Harry if Voldemort returned. I had to protect Harry. I had promised it to James. Do you know of any Death Eaters of Voldemort who escaped Azkaban? Yes. Who? Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, Nott, McNair, Everin, Long. Outrage was heard from those who had been accused. A strong silencing charm went through the chamber, originating from Harry's seat. Seemingly Wizengamot wanted to see justice done for once. Amelia continued her questioning. How do you know they were Death Eaters and not under the Imperious Curse as they have pledged to have been? I was held in a cell near my cousin Bellatrix. She was cursing them often for not being loyal enough to the Dark Lord. I think she knows more. Now the faces of the silenced Death Eaters were pale. If Bellatrix was really questioned under Veritaserum, they were screwed. Meanwhile Sirius was given the antidote for the truth potion. From what we have heard, I think we have an easy decision to make for this case. Everyone in favor for finding Sirius Black not guilty of the charges against him? Augusta asked. All the hands in the Wizengamot went up. The accused Death Eaters seemed to be unable to move and didn't raise their hands. All in favor of guilty? She asked again. No hands went up. Sirius Black, the Wizengamot has found you innocent of all the charges against you. Please take the utmost apologies from us in name of the Ministry of Magic. You will be provided with a compensation of 50,000 galleons for each year you have been imprisoned. You are also demanded to register your animagus form with the Ministry. Regarding the times of the war, you won't be punished for not doing so before and due to being unable to do so when the war stopped. Sirius smiled and the chains that bound him fell from his arms. He was looking up to Harry and saw his son smiling brightly. Now they could finally be the family they were meant to be openly. Sirius went to the stairs and went up to follow the rest of Peter's trial from his family seat. Before he could sit down, he had to prevent falling down due to being tackled happily by Harry. You are free, you are finally free, he said, hugging him. Yes, I am, and now you can finally live with me as your parents wanted it to be. Sirius answered. I don't think so, Dumbledore said, thinking he had found a way that prevented Sirius to interfere. During your inability to be there for Harry, another man has gained custody of Harry. The Ministry of Magic granted custody for Harry to Comte Orion de Jarge just yesterday. Where is the problem? Sirius asked, completely catching Dumbledore off guard. Harry was laughing now. This was the best prank ever. Oh, the old fool deserved this. I thought you would understand. If Harry lives with Comte de Jarge, he can't live with you. Dumbledore said. Well, sadly you are not fully informed, Dumbledore. While I was trying to prove my innocence and to protect Harry, I needed a possibility to do so. I could hardly use my own name and appearance, so I went to the only ones, I thought who could possibly help me if I proved to be innocent of the accusations. I went to the goblins. As I am seen as a friend of the goblins and never was convicted, they didn't have any problems with helping me. Lily's and James's will clearly stated that Peter was their secret keeper and not me. So I took an inheritance test to see if I had some title that I could use to protect Harry. As I knew from Hagrid that you intended to have Harry live with his muggle aunt and uncle when I tried to get my godson after James and Lily died, I knew I had to get him out of there. Everybody who had ever bothered to talk to Lily about her family knew that Petunia hated magic. To be able to help Harry, I had to be able to lead him through the requirements of our society. He is after all the heir of 6 important pureblood houses. Well, I knew of 5 of them. Ravenclaw was a real surprise to me. But I am drifting off. The inheritance test showed me 2 other lordships next to the black one. I used the one nobody would connect to me. I used the title of Comte de Jarge to make connections in the magical world that I knew would help Harry in the long run. Honorable people who didn't want that, when Voldemort returned, he would destroy our world again. Like he did all those years ago when he was powerful. You lied to gain guardianship of Harry Potter. Fudge accused him. No, I didn't. My title is Comte de Jarge and my second first name is Orion. I never lied. And to complete your information, as I am a nice guy after all. Some of the people who had allied themselves with Orion de Jarge chuckled at this. He was right in being honest with themselves. To have the power of the Black family supporting their goals was even better than a newcomer from France. Can I tell them? Harry asked eagerly. Sure, Harry, Sirius answered. My name is no longer Harry Potter. My name is Harry Potter Black. I have been adopted by Sirius Black as his son through the ritual of blood adoption under the full moon, and I couldn't be happier about it. Harry said. Dumbledore had to fight to keep his calm. That damned boy had ruined everything. Now it would be impossible to control him and led him on the path that had to be followed to get rid of Voldemort for good. The path that would enable himself to be the savior again. Worse, he had to endure looking at Sirius embracing Harry and the happy face of the boy. Why couldn't things work in his favor? Amelia smiled at the happy males before continuing with the trial of Peter Pettigrew. After all, this was the second main point of this session. Well, let me express my congratulations to the House of Black for its new member and heir. Can we proceed with the trial of Peter Pettigrew now? She asked. Augusta nodded and called the audience to order. Peter Pettigrew, do you deny any of the accusations against you? Amelia asked. I had no choice. He was gaining power in all places. If I hadn't done what he wanted, he would have killed me. Peter wailed. Many looked disgusted at the man in front of them. They could understand fear of Voldemort, but to betray their friends because of it and join an evil wizard was just sick. If he had fled, it would have been different. Well, I think we will play the copy of Minerva McGonagall's memories now. Amelia said and poured the content of a vial she had on her person in the pensieve in front of the chairs for the accused. She waved her wand over the basin and the whole assembled members saw the interrogation of Peter Pettigrew at Hogwarts. Cries of outrage were heard in the chamber. Quiet. Augusta called the members to order. Sirius just hatefully glared at Peter. If he wasn't sure that Peter's fate would be sealed within some minutes, he would kill the man personally. Nobody threatened his son and got away. And he had to pay for what he did to Lily and James. We have heard enough. I just want to interrogate the accused about information regarding the Dark Lord Voldemort's reign of terror. We have a perfect opportunity to find out more. Administer the Veritaserum, Amelia. Amelia followed the order and forced 3 drops down Peter's throat. What is your name? She asked to check the effect of the potion. Peter Patrick Pettigrew. When did you join Voldemort as a Death Eater? July 1978. Have you supported him before? Yes. How long? Half a year. Who did recruit you? Barty Crouch Jr. How did he think of you? He coincidentally found out that I was unhappy with my life. I wanted recognition and power, and helping Dumbledore and his Order of the Phoenix didn't give me that. It was always about James or Sirius who got the recognition. What kind of missions did you do for Voldemort? I slipped into guarded buildings, copied important documents, falsified Auror reports so that they didn't have the important information at the right time. I poisoned several of the Dark Lord's enemies without anybody ever figuring out just how the Dark Lord managed to make his opponents die without a trace of intrusion in their homes. It helped him to keep the population in fear. I also told him the locations of several supporters so he could give an example what happened if you opposed him. What did you do to become a Death Eater? I caught a Mudblood witch, BP'd her while several other Death Eaters watched, and in the end I killed her. Who? Amelia dreaded the answer. Stephanie Cooler. What? Sirius shouted. All eyes fell upon him. You, how could you? Sirius yelled, obviously enraged. Due to the Veritaserum, Peter answered this question. Easy. I chose her to be my initiation victim just to hurt you, Sirius. Harry grabbed his father's hand, seeing his distress. Who was that woman, Pa? He asked timidly. My girlfriend, and she would have become my wife if she hadn't suddenly disappeared one day, only to be found 3 days later dead in the middle of Diagon Alley. Sirius answered shakily. Tears flowed down Sirius' face, and Harry did what Sirius had done for him so often. He hugged his father and hoped it would be enough to help him through this. Lord Black, do you want to leave and return for the final vote? Augusta asked sympathetically. She could fully understand Sirius. She had lost her only son and her daughter-in-law to the cruelty of the Death Eaters. She knew how it felt to lose loved ones. And to find out that a man, who you had trusted with your life, had done something this horrible just to hurt you, she was absolutely disgusted with Pettigrew. No thank you, Chief Witch Longbottom. I want to know, I have to know so I can close that episode. Sirius answered with a strained voice. As you wish, Madam Bones, please continue. The whole time the interrogation continued, Harry held his father's hand. Sometimes Sirius grabbed a bit harder when a particular gruesome crime was revealed, but he kept his composure. Sadly, Peter didn't know more unknown Death Eaters. He hadn't been up high enough in their ranks. We will now make our verdict, Augusta said. All those who find the accused not guilty. Perhaps 5 hands went up. Harry made a point to remember these faces. Even the supposed Death Eaters were not stupid enough to vote for innocent. With the confessions of Pettigrew, it was clear as day that he was guilty. All in favor for guilty? Augusta asked. Nearly all the hands were up now. The accused was found guilty of the crimes he has been brought before this entity for. I declare his punishment to be given the Dementor's key. Now, Chief Witch, Dumbledore interrupted. While I completely agree with you, that he is guilty, don't you think it would be enough to put him into Azkaban for life? We mustn't take alive if we can prevent it. Harry stiffened, and again Wizengamot used his body to speak. No, it wouldn't be enough. He said, that man has betrayed and terrorized the people of this country. It is foolish to believe that keeping him in Azkaban wouldn't bring more problems upon the Wizarding Society. Additionally, Azkaban won't be safe for much longer. As soon as Voldemort returns, he will gain the support of the Dementors again. I, Wizengamot, advise you to find different possibilities to keep your prisoners away from their old master. If you don't do this, you will weaken your own position in the next conflict. Fudge couldn't keep his quiet anymore. This is ridiculous. You know who is dead. He died when Harry Potter survived the killing curse. He stubbornly declared. Foolish man, Harry Wizengamot thundered. Fudge shrank in his seat. Don't believe I wouldn't know of what I am speaking. Your incompetence here in Britain made it even possible that one man with a small group of fanatics was able to gain that much power. If you had stopped him early on, you could have prevented the war. But you secretly agreed with his foul goals. Yes, it was so easy to follow the words that promised to make Wizarding Britain a pureblood society. It would have granted you the power you so desired. But everybody who can count can easily figure out the flaw in that system. You don't have enough pureblood witches and wizards to keep a stable population without weakening magical power. You need fresh blood, or all the children born to wizarding parents would end up as squibs. Merlin knew this, and 3 of his apprentices understood it perfectly. Salazar was a bit stubborn about it, but he knew that killing Muggleborns was the wrong way to solve problems. Wait, Salazar Slytherin was the one who wanted to kill all the Muggleborn students at Hogwarts. That's the reason he built his Chamber of Secrets under the school. Dumbledore interrupted, only to be hit by a red flash from his seat. His face shortly twitched at the brief pain he felt. Obviously Wizengamot hated being interrupted. And Dumbledore had done it twice now. You know nothing about Salazar. He was a brilliant man, and all those fairy tales how he left the other founders because of their different opinions are the result of stories being transformed with each new telling. Godric and Salazar were both hotheads. None of the two would give an inch in an argument. But they were the best of friends. Salazar's real position, which has been lost in time, was to take away magical children from their Muggle parents as soon as they were discovered, to keep the magical world a secret. For many children that would even have been best in those times. They were discriminated and hated until they were taken to Hogwarts. Most of the times even after. Many decided to build their own lives in the wizarding world early on, because their parents were threatening them with death. Today it is easier because the Muggles have found many things to explain magic and natural occurrences like storms and plaques with science. They are also mostly more open-minded than in the past. So while Slytherin indeed preferred magically raised children, he didn't mind Muggleborns as long as they were fully integrated in the wizarding society. After all, his master was a Muggleborn wizard. He would have been a hypocrite to deny Merlin's power. But Camelot and its ideals were uncommon in the world. It took time for tolerance to spread. Wizengamot explained. And the story of him leaving Hogwarts over an argument with Gryffindor and them dueling, asked Augusta Longbottom, interested, was an almost weekly occurrence. It was that normal that Rowena and Helga had a betting pool for how long it would take the loser of the previous duel to come back. They also corrupted their houses to participate in the bets, much to the chagrin of Godric and Salazar when they found it out. Especially as their own students thought it would be great to earn a bit of money with the bets and also took part in them. Now many members of the Wizengamot were laughing. That was history they could enjoy. A lot of them had been victims of the sleeping torture of Cuthbert Binns at some point in time and welcomed a chance to learn something nobody really knew. Wait, and what is the meaning of the Chamber of Secrets then? Fudge demanded to know. Well, all four founders had their special place in the castle. Salazar just was a bit more ambitious than the others, so he built a giant chamber underneath the school. When the chamber was finished and he showed it to the other three, Godric joked the chamber was big enough to raise dragons or basilisks in it. Well, Salazar wanted to protect the school from outside attacks and thought it was a good idea. Ambitious as he was, he looked for the creature that could live longest. It was more showing Godric up than anything else, and finally settled on a basilisk. He was sure he and his heirs would always want to protect Hogwarts and would use the power of the basilisk for it. Sadly, this good intention was abused by Tom Riddle, who is also known as Voldemort. This got a lot of shaking heads. That sounded so much like two immature boys trying to show each other up. They had a hard time believing that the founders were so competitive that one would carry it that much too far. Well, back to the punishment of this scumbag here. Harry Wizengamot said. He has committed crimes against humanity. But putting him in Azkaban will not suffice justice. He has abused his gift of magic, so he will be stripped of it. But before that he will endure the judgment of soul ritual. In this ritual all his good and bad acts will be seen. He will relive all of them from the point of view of the recipient. This will replace the suffering from the Dementors. After the loss of his magic he is to be obliviated and placed into Muggle prison for 5 years. You can forge the papers for it easily. With this Harry sat down again and slumped against Sirius' shoulder, clearly being very tired. Harry, are you all right? Sirius asked, concerned. Just so tired, Pa. Wizengamot had a lot to say and it put a toll on my magic. I just want to sleep. He murmured. Did you hear everything Wizengamot had to say? Yes, he is a nice guy. But he really dislikes what has become of our country. Harry's eyes dropped and soon he was breathing evenly, obviously asleep. Can you please give the verdict, Chief Witch Longbottom? I would like to take my son home so he can sleep for some hours before I send him back to Hogwarts. Being the voice of Wizengamot was strenuous for him. Sirius asked politely. Of course, Lord Black. Are there any opposing the punishment given by Wizengamot? She asked. Very few raised their hands. Fudge being one of them. He was known to rely on the Dementors for punishing criminals. Those in favor? She asked again. Most hands went up, including Sirius. Peter Pettigrew, hear your verdict. You will undergo the ritual of soul judgment in 1 hour. After this your magic will be sealed forever and your memory modified. After completing a 5-year sentence in Muggle prison, you will be released into the Muggle world to never again return into the magical one. So mote it be. Pettigrew was taken away sobbing uncontrollably. The ritual of soul judgment was known to leave the one it was used upon insane if they were at all able to function afterwards. Well, at least in case if the person had committed serious crimes. And it was painful. This concludes this meeting of the Wizengamot. The accused persons to be Death Eaters are to be escorted to the ministry holding cells. Their trials under Veritaserum will be scheduled soon. Lord Black, I think it would be best if you took your son home now, he has had a strenuous day. Augusta said. Yes, I will do so, thank you, Chief Witch. Sirius lifted Harry in his arms and carried him out of the chamber, ignoring all attempts of other members, especially Dumbledore and Fudge, to speak to him, and simply went through the mass of reporters. I will give a statement to the happenings today tomorrow at 1 p.m. If you would now excuse me, my son has to go to bed to regenerate from an exhausting task. If you want more details, ask Deputy Chief Witch Longbottom or Lady Bones. They will answer truthfully. With that, Sirius accompanied by Moody left the reporters. Many were shouting about him, calling Harry his son. You know you have poked into a hornet's nest, Sirius? Moody asked. Yes, Alistair. But don't you think it is high time to remind those vultures of reporters that they should report the truth? Our society is getting more and more stupid with time because they just believe what the newspapers print. And if they print lies, it is much easier for those who have evil intentions to succeed. Wow, I would have never thought you would get wise one day, Sirius. Moody said, impressed. Well, I had no choice. Azkaban does this to a man, and I also have a son to care for now. And I will not fail him again. I let my emotions get the better of me in 1981. I would never have thought that I would spend 12 years of my life innocent in that hellhole. I just wish I never had let Hagrid take Harry away from me that night. He was the only thing that could have prevented me from giving into my rage against Peter. But without him I acted stupid, and those who want to control everything used my mistake. You mean Albus, right? Moody said. Sirius was surprised. Don't look so surprised. I am more than I seem to be. Why do you think Amelia chose me and not one of the active Aurors to protect you? Nearly everyone thinks I am only an insane retired Auror, but I am not. I work for those who are outside the control our dear minister wants to have over everyone. And retiring from my Auror position kind of freed more of my time for this much more important job. Those who really know how to catch Death Eaters are not those who are solely trained as Aurors, Sirius. Perhaps something you should think about in your quest to prepare your son for what is unavoidable. Voldemort's return, Moody mysteriously explained. Sirius was more than surprised about this. He would never have thought Alistair, Mad-Eye, Moody to be part of that department. Few knew about their purpose, and he had only heard rumors. What the MI6 was for the Muggle government, was the SMF3 for the Magicals. The rumors were that Special Magical Force 3 worked independently as a sub-department of the Department of Mysteries. Only those belonging to this unit really knew that they existed and what they did. In the last war there were rumors that such a unit existed, but nothing was sure. SMF3, Sirius mumbled. Actually, we are called different terms depending on our specialties, but those rumors sum roughly up what we do. Interested to join? You would be great with us, Sirius, and the kid too. We have had our eyes on you and him for some time now. Great work getting the goblins involved, by the way. You knew? Sirius asked. Of course we did. When you went to Azkaban without a trial, we investigated the case. We found it more than fishy that you of all people would go dark. We never found the ultimate proof, as even we did not know about Pettigrew being an animagus. Would have been the missing link we needed. I mean, seriously, a man being blown up and only leaving a finger. No big bloody splash, no shatters of bones, even a gas explosion leaves more remains. Burned corpses of the Muggles who were closer to the explosion were more complete than the remains of Pettigrew. But no, we have the culprit, don't let us think about anything else. Fools all together. With all the witnesses being obliviated and Albus telling you we're secret keeper, Crouch decided to send you to Azkaban without regard to your rights. And Albus let him. Only thing, he didn't leave any evidence for us to use. The only ones who could have told us what happened were you, the bystanders, who were fooled, and Pettigrew himself. That left you, and they probably thought every kind of evidence would die with you in prison. I'm glad you survived with your brains intact. Believe me too. I don't want to imagine what kind of evil plans Harry would have to struggle against on his own and with his abilities blocked like they were. I want him to be happy. He deserves it. While I know he has to be prepared, I also want for him to enjoy life as much as he can. Most of his childhood was stolen from him, and I intend to at least make up for some of it. And those who try to interfere will learn what it means to anger a black. The kid gloves are off. Nobody threatens my son and gets away with it, least of all too many names Dumbledore. They reached the fireplaces in the atrium. Think about my offer, Sirius. Moody said. I will. Thank you for your help. I will call you to tell you my decision. Sirius answered. Sirius threw the flow powder into the fire, called the address and vanished with Harry. When Harry returned to Hogwarts the next day at lunch, he was greeted by massive applause by the Gryffindors and also some Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs. The Slytherins were mostly reserved, while many children of those who had been named as Death Eaters sneered at him. But they couldn't do anything. Malfoy was sulking. Now, with Harry being the adopted son of Sirius Black, his chances to inherit the Black title upon the death of his mother's head of house were zero. Some of the older Slytherins tried to figure out how to use Harry's new position to their benefit. Being allied with the chosen speaker of the spirit of Wizengamot would definitely be beneficial for their families and their own ambitions. It was just too bad that Harry Potter wasn't overly fond of most of Slytherin House after the last 2 years he spent at Hogwarts. And few were honest enough to confess that it was their own fault. They had been the leading party in his isolation in the previous year. The rest of the students had been too stupid to see that if Harry Potter had truly been the heir of Slytherin, they would have protected him for their own benefit, not ostracized him. Harry was slightly on edge because he feared Dumbledore would now try to interfere with his life more than before, but his father had clearly told him that if Dumbledore wanted to speak with him in his office, he was to get Minerva to attend too. And like Harry had suspected, he was called to Dumbledore shortly after he had finished his lunch. Harry went to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, would you please accompany me to the headmaster's office? I was told that he wants to meet with me, but my father has instructed me that I am only to speak with the headmaster if you or my father were present at the same time. He explained. Of course, Mr. Potter Black, I will gladly accompany you. I am interested why he wants to see you, she replied. Minerva was not happy with Albus' behavior. The only reason for him to call for Harry would be if it somehow concerned his schoolwork, but Albus didn't know how well Harry did in class, and even then he shouldn't call the boy. This was obviously another of Albus' stupid plans to take control of the boy. But she would stop this nonsense here and now. They reached the gargoyle that hid the entrance and Minerva gave it the password, Jelly Slugs, and they took the stairs up. Minerva knocked at the door and they were called in. Ah, Minerva and Harry. Nice of you to escort Harry here, Minerva. I don't want to keep you from your duties, Minerva, I just have something to discuss with Harry. Albus said, smiling with twinkling eyes. I'm sorry, Albus, but Mr. Potter Black's father has given clear instructions that his son isn't to be left alone in your presence. He doesn't trust you anymore after you left him in Azkaban all those years. Either myself as Mr. Potter Black's head of house or Sirius is to be present. As his father, Sirius has the right to demand this, Minerva stated. Albus was clearly not amused. Damn Sirius. This made his plans so much more difficult. I understand. Well, what I wanted to ask is if you could tell me more about your experience with the spirit of Wizengamot, Harry. I am curious, as such an event is unheard of. He tried to keep his calm. Excuse me, Headmaster, but that is private. And I would really prefer if you would only call me for school-related things that my head of house can't deal with. After the things I have learned about what you have done, I have some difficulties to trust you as I did in the past. I don't like to think that a man I admired as a wizard condemned me to a decade of abuse at the hands of my relatives and broke the trust my parents put into him as witness to their will. That this man didn't do his duty as chief warlock and made sure that everybody got a trial before being sent to Azkaban. Those are inexcusable offenses, Professor Dumbledore, and at the moment I have problems to see the sense in them. Harry denied the request. Harry's words hit as hard as he had intended them to do. Dumbledore could do nothing against the truth under the watchful eyes of Minerva. He inertly frowned. This was more difficult than he had expected. Perhaps getting some distance for a bit would be best to mend the relation with the boy. I understand, Mr. Potter. I was just curious, as you can perhaps understand. Dumbledore said. My name is Harry Potter Black, sir. Harry said politely. Being adopted gave me a happiness that I have never before experienced, and I want to honor my father by wearing his name. I will never forget my birth parents and what they did for me, but Sirius Black is now my father and I want to honor him like I would James Potter if he was alive. That was another hit to Dumbledore's plans. Harry was becoming his own person. He displayed a strong personality, something that couldn't be allowed to continue if he wanted his plans to succeed, but with Minerva present he could do nothing against it. Additionally, as an acknowledged founder's heir, Harry had the protection of the castle itself. He wouldn't be able to use the ghosts or portraits to spy on him like he could on the other students. A founder's heir was entitled to a private space that the ghosts respected above anything else. His best bet was to leave molding Harry to Severus, the man's undying hatred of James Potter, and in conclusion his son Harry would keep Harry humble. And Sirius was never that brilliant at potions that he could tutor Harry into becoming so good in the subject that Severus couldn't find something to punish the boy for. Of course, it is just a matter of being used to call you with your birth name. Please forgive an old man his quirks, he said, falsely repentant. Apology accepted, Professor, Harry answered. May I leave now? I still have some homework to complete after my absence for the trials. Of course I don't want to keep you from your studies, Dumbledore reluctantly said. Harry nodded and left the office while Minerva stayed. When the door closed she glared at Dumbledore. Albus, just leave the boy alone. He is still adjusting to this new situation. After everything you put him through, you should be careful what you do in the future. Your reputation has taken a major hit and you don't want to be in a position of disadvantage when you know who returns, as you have told me for years. If you lose your standing, you won't be able to do the necessary things to stop his ascension. We both know that Fudge is a fool and won't be able to lead the ministry through a crisis of that proportion. And while Harry could rally those who are against you know who behind him, if he comes back too soon, Harry will still be too young to be the leader against the Death Eaters. The boy is only 13 after all. She told him off. Albus was miffed on the one hand that she dared to criticize him, but mollified on the other that she thought of his importance in the fight against Voldemort. And he could accept her advice as valid. If he lost his good public standing, he wouldn't be able to lead the light and be seen as the savior once again. While losing total control over Harry was a problem, as long as the public still saw him as the leader against Voldemort, he would be able to achieve his goals. He would have to adjust his plans a bit, but as long as he didn't totally drive the boy away, he would be able to succeed. You are right, Minerva, I am sorry. I probably lost the details in the bigger picture. I am concerned about the many attempts Voldemort made to return. 2 attempts in the last 2 years are a reason to worry. And sadly Harry will be affected by this when Voldemort returns more than anybody else. Then you should probably support Harry and help him by giving him things to learn or information about his opponent. Information can be a big advantage and Harry needs every advantage he can get. You know who has decades of experience on Harry, something you could level a bit. Think about it, Albus. I have to go, my next class starts in 15 minutes. McGonagall said, clipped. Of course, Minerva, I will think about your suggestion. Dumbledore answered. Minerva left the office, allowing herself a small grin. Albus didn't suspect anything. She was sure he would think how to manipulate the situation to his advantage. For the moment Harry was safe and could learn all he wanted. The teachers kept his level of abilities quiet and Albus would look for something he could give away without telling too much, like always. This should give them another month or 2. And there also were the Christmas holidays. Petunia Dursley was sitting in her living room thinking about the new gossip she had heard from her neighbor living at number 7. The British economy was turned around by this new noble who had appeared a few months ago. The man was really secretive and obviously intended to take over big parts of the economy. The best part of the gossip was that nobody knew how this man looked like. He kept his privacy and did his business through emissaries. Naturally, all the housewives in their residential area were speculating what kind of man he might be. She heard the door, signaling that Vernon was home. She stood up to greet him, intending to get his opinion about the new economical player. When she saw Vernon, he seemed a bit worried. "Hello, Vernon dear, how was your day?" she asked. "Hello, Petunia dear. Well, I will be busy the next few months. I am sure you have heard about this noble upturning our economy." He asked back. "Yes, we had a nice 5 o'clock tea at number 7 and discussed how he was taking over so many businesses in so short a time," she confirmed. "Well, obviously he isn't only doing business in his own name but also in the name of his adopted son, some kind of lord who is still attending an elite private school for some years. The name of the son is kept a total secret to protect the boy from vultures that would try to get close to him for his wealth. This son is the majority stockholder of Grunnings. All our departments are ordered to do a thorough accounting to spot waste of resources and eventual fraud. We are also evaluated for our performance in our jobs and social life. Petunia, is there any way that we can prevent the freak from ever returning here? It would look bad if he was ever seen with us. As you know, we told the neighbors that he attends Street Brutus to avoid them ever finding out about his unnaturalness. Couldn't we just tell them that there was nothing the school could do and that he now is locked up in a juvenile facility or so? Then we would be portrayed as the relatives who really tried to make him into a valuable member of society but sadly failed. It would be a dark spot, but we did all we could," Vernon suggested. "I don't know. I have written those freaks a letter that we don't want to see the boy ever again. Do you think they would investigate the matter in depth? You know, if they check the enrollment list of St. Brutus they will find out that the boy never attended there," she reminded him. "I don't think so. We have the backing of the neighbors who will attest that the boy never made a normal impression. So we shouldn't have to fear anybody finding out about the freak being just that, a freak of nature," he said. The Dursleys set to have dinner not knowing that their fate was already decided and the consequences of their neglect and abuse of their nephew over the years would come back to bite them soon. Harry sat in a compartment of the Hogwarts Express with Hermione, Ron, Ginny and Neville. It was the first time he wouldn't spend Christmas at Hogwarts but with his father. He hadn't managed to worm out of his father where they would go to. He had just grinned and told him it was a surprise. During the weeks between the trial and the start of the holidays, Harry had managed to convince Neville to change his elective from divination. It was just cruel what Trelawney the Fraud did to Neville with constantly predicting his death, to care of magical creatures. While Neville was worried that he would get hurt by the creatures or anger them with his clumsiness, Harry had assured him that Hagrid was giving interesting lessons that were still perfectly safe. And Harry was proud that Hagrid was following his suggestions how to still show interesting creatures without endangering the students. Harry had accompanied Neville to Professor McGonagall to ask her permission for Neville to switch classes. As both boys promised to make sure that Neville caught up with the rest of the class until the end of the year, she had no problems allowing the change. Secretly she was glad that Neville got out of a class where the teacher constantly predicted his death. She knew Augusta was a bit overbearing and had sometimes ridiculous ideas what her grandson should be like, but she also knew that she loved Neville. If she just could see beyond her expectations of Neville being more like Frank when he had so many character traits of Alice. Thankfully, a long discussion between Minerva and Augusta had made the matriarch of House Longbottom see reason that a non-compatible wand would only hold Neville back and not allow him to find his true potential. The third weekend into the school year he had gone to Ollivanders and finally got his own wand. The results were immediately noticed by his teachers as he began doing spells right by the end of a lesson instead of the third lesson on a topic. At the moment Hermione and Ginny were discussing some rumors Parvati had spread just before the carriages were timed to take the students down to Hogsmeade Station. Harry watched Neville getting trounced by Ron in chess while reading a Muggle fantasy book. He still thought that Muggle novels were better than wizarding novels. Perhaps because for wizards most things weren't fiction but reality, they had problems coming up with interesting stories. Well, except for Lockhart, but he really only stole the fame of others, so he didn't really count for thinking up good stories. The normal visit from Malfoy was interesting. "You will regret what you did, Potter," he said menacingly. It's Potter Black, Harry answered calmly, not even looking up from his book. You think you are so great, but you are only a poor imitation of a pureblood blood traitor, he spewed, his cronies behind him threateningly flexing their muscles. You are just jealous that my family goes farther back than yours, Malfoy. And your father was arrested because the spirit of Wizengamot was tired of all the corruption that has taken hold in the wizarding world. I was only the speaker the spirit used. And you can't really think the spirit Merlin created would keep quiet forever, do you? Harry didn't even raise his voice, which made Malfoy even angrier. You will get what you have coming to you, Potter. When the Dark Lord returns you will regret your actions, he said. Fat chance, Malfoy. And I told you it's Potter Black. Tom Riddle is probably in hiding again because he is so weak after losing his body in 1981. He had 2 thwarted attempts to come back, and guess who both times was the one to face him? Why, yours truly, of course. This makes 3 times I have escaped him now. First time when I was 1, second when I was 11, third when I was 12. Somehow I doubt he will be more successful next time, if there is a next time. And with all those supposedly innocent Death Eaters, what was their excuse? Oh right, Imperious Curse, who are now questioned under Veritaserum and will tell the whole truth. Out of the way, I don't think he would be able to gain control over Britain. And believe me, they will be punished accordingly for their crimes. No amount of gold will let them get off again. One thing I always wanted to know is why the hell you blood purists are even following him if you despise half-bloods so much. He is a half-blood and he doesn't even have a Muggle-born father. He has a Muggle father, so tell me about hypocrisy. Now leave, I want to read my book, Harry said, never even giving Malfoy the satisfaction of jumping onto his insults. Malfoy now had lost his cool and pointed his wand at Harry. He fired a curse but was blasted back immediately and hit his goons and then the wall hard. Stupid inbred idiot. If he had been taught properly he would have known that air rings protect those who wear them. Harry mumbled. Air rings? Hermione asked, interested. Every old family has a head of house and an heir apparent. As there were times when enemy families tried to weaken each other by killing the members of the other family and heirs especially, the families had to think of ways to protect their heirs. Most families had rings crafted, some even by the goblins, which they enchanted, giving the heir who wore the ring a special protection in areas the family valued most or feared their opponents using against the heir. Neville explained. Oh, so your ring gives you protection against curses, Harry? Hermione wanted to know. One does, yes. The others have different abilities. The black ring, for example, protects my mind from intrusion, and I haven't really figured out what the Ravenclaw ring does yet. Well, I have time to find out later, Harry said. But, wouldn't enemy families try and take the ring from the heir when they capture him? Ginny asked. No, it isn't possible to separate the heir from the ring except the heir does it voluntary. It's a safety measure all heir rings have. And severing the hand is also impossible. That was a common method in the early stages of families using the rings. Over time they learned how to best protect their heirs. And the real danger wasn't when the heir was at home but studying at Hogwarts or another magical school, because the family couldn't protect them then. Neville told them. Is that part of what you learn as heirs? Hermione asked. Yes, it is. One of the first things I ever had to learn when my family began training me, actually. Today most people know not to mess with the heirs because it is pointless, but some seem to have forgotten what being an heir truly means. Well, probably Malfoy will remember now, Neville concluded, getting laughs from Ron, Hermione and Ginny. Sirius anxiously waited at platform 9 3/4 waiting for Harry. He was getting impatient. He just wanted to see his son again. Due to the old coot getting cranky, Harry had spent the last 2 weekends at Hogwarts instead of coming home to learn. Many people were staring at him. He didn't expect anything else. After all, his face had been on the front page of the Daily Prophet for weeks. His spectacular trial had been the main topic everybody was talking about for weeks. Rita, knowing that her job depended on reporting the full truth, had written some scathing articles describing the trials. Neither Fudge nor Dumbledore nor Crouch had come out in a good light. In a side article she described the real circumstances surrounding Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor's conflict. It had been taken in with utmost surprise by the wizards and witches in Britain. After all, who would have thought that the revered founders could have behaved like that? Finally the Hogwarts Express came into view. A bright smile adorned Sirius' face. Very soon he would see his son. And he had planned a wonderful Christmas holiday. He had gone through the Black properties and had found a nice villa at the Mediterranean sea coast. They would spend 2 of the 3 weeks there. The last week they would spend at Grimmauld Place, which was completely modernized now. Creature and Dobby had finally finished the last changes to the old house a week ago. None of his family would have recognized the old place now. The train stopped at the platform and the doors opened. Very soon the first students milled out of the train, looking for their families. It took 5 minutes until Harry finally exited the train. Probably he had waited until most of the other students had left the train. It would make it easier for him to exit without being questioned the whole time. Harry had written him that while he tried to be polite and patient, with time the constant questions were annoying him. He was glad to get away from that for a few weeks. Harry spotted him and walked over with a bright smile. He soon reached him and Sirius didn't wait to pull him into his arms. Harry returned the hug. "Hi, Pa, I missed you," Harry said happily. "Hi, Harry, I missed you too. Let me have a look at you," Sirius said, holding Harry at arm's length. "Well, I have to say, you are looking good. Soon the girls will fight over you," he announced grinning. "P.A." Harry indignantly yelled, blushing madly. Sirius laughed. He liked riling Harry up in good fun. But what he said was true. Harry was a handsome boy and he would likely grow into a man. Women would try to win for them. With the blood adoption Harry had gained some of the black elegance. It was a family trait. While James's had possessed a boyish rogue charm, Sirius had always had a swift elegance and grace. It also showed in his cousins Andromeda, Narcissa and Bellatrix. All 3 were beautiful, elegant women. Well, Bella had been before she was put into Azkaban. That place simply deprived anybody of good looks over time. Harry went over to introduce Sirius to Ginny and Neville as he hadn't properly met the 2 yet. The Weasleys were greeting their children and Neville stood with his grandmother next to them. "Pa, I want to introduce you to my friends. You already know Hermione and Ron. These are Ginny Weasley, Fred and George Weasley." They had decided it would be best if they didn't tell the Weasleys that he already knew the twins well and Neville Longbottom. "Well, you have met the Weasleys already, but I thought proper introductions when you are not disguised would be appropriate," Harry said grinning. Sirius just laughed nodding. "Everybody, this is my adoptive father Sirius Black," Harry said to the Weasleys and Longbottoms. "It's nice to finally meet you without my disguise. I wished it wouldn't have been necessary to do so, but it was the only way to have a chance of proving my innocence," Sirius said smiling. "It's no problem, Lord Black. It was a disgrace for our government to imprison you without a trial for 12 years. And I am glad that you have been able to help young Harry to get away from his horrible Muggle relatives. While I don't believe everything the Prophet prints and take it with a grain of salt, what I read painted a terrible picture of his home life." Augusta answered. "Thank you for your support, Lady Longbottom. I appreciate your concern for Harry. I can guarantee you the Dursleys won't get away unpunished. I have already contracted a solicitor to deal with them," Sirius said with a grim look on his face. Then he turned to Neville. "It's nice to meet you, Neville. I knew your parents really well. They were good people. It's horrible what happened to them and I am sorry that members of my family have played such a role in it." "Thank you, Lord Black," Neville said a bit uncomfortable. "Just call me Sirius. I would feel weird if my son's friends called me by my title. It makes me feel old," he offered the boy, who nodded smiling. "The same is true for you too," he said to the Weasleys. Everybody smiled at the easy way Sirius treated people. He was not what many had expected him to be like. After all, he was perfectly capable to blend in with the pureblood high society. "So, Harry, are you ready for a nice long vacation?" Sirius asked smiling. "You bet. Will you finally tell me where we are going to?" he asked. "When we are at home, Harry. I don't want the press finding out where we are. This is a family vacation that means only the 2 of us. But believe me if I say you will like the place I chose," he answered. while Harry hated having to wait longer to find out. He could understand the need for secrecy. "All right," he said, then turning to his friends. "Have a nice holiday everyone. I will write you when I am back or Flo call. We could meet after New Year and exchange how our holidays have been so far," Harry suggested. "Sure thing, mate," Ron agreed. Neville looked at his grandmother and she nodded, smiling a little bit. It was nice seeing her grandson having good friends like these. "I will wait for your call. I am looking forward to meeting you," Neville said. "Of course, Harry, you will have to tell me about the place when you are back," Hermione said. "What Ron said," the twins answered, while Ginny nodded, giggling at the antics of her brothers. With that, Harry followed Sirius to the apparition point. They would apparate to Grimmauld Place to keep their location a secret. Kreacher and Dobby had already taken Harry's luggage home. While he would normally have left his things at Hogwarts, he didn't want Dumbledore having access to his trunk while he was away. So Kreacher and Dobby would go through his wardrobe and supplies and sort what needed to be replaced and get it for him. Harry was looking around amazed. He had never imagined that the place they would spend their holidays at would be this splendid. He was standing at the patio of a Mediterranean villa which looked over a little private bay. White marble stairs led down to the white sandy beach. All around him the whole spectrum of South European flora was entrancing the spectator. While back in England they had sub-freezing temperatures, here they had a warm sun smiling down on them, making the proper attire shorts and t-shirt or swimming attire. Harry couldn't help smiling all the time. This was what he had dreamt of, traveling somewhere, relaxing in the sun and seeing something of the world. Having been forced to stay in the most boring neighborhood possible for all his childhood, he had wanted to see other parts of the world desperately. Sirius smiled, seeing the wonder on his son's face. This vacation was something they both needed. Getting away from the grayness of England into the colorfulness of Greece. They were staying near a famous tourist resort at the Greece side of Cyprus under some of the strongest Muggle-repelling charms the Black family had ever built. This way the small bay was theirs alone. But Sirius had the utmost intention of visiting the tourist village during the days. Being a fully qualified wizard, Sirius could apparate everywhere he wanted to be. That meant they could just pop over to the continent and do a little sightseeing there when they felt like it. Greece had a famous magical history. All those ancient gods which the old Greeks had worshipped had been powerful wizards and witches. Aphrodite had been a potions mistress specialized in love potions. The so-called messenger of love, her son Amor, had just delivered the potions to the recipients. And as some Muggles were just too stupid to properly dose their love interest, he had taken to covering little darts with the potion and shot it at the intended targets. For an appropriate price, of course. Apollo had been the most accomplished healer of his time. And he had been a great enchanter. His devices for divination had even enabled Muggles to see some of the most obvious signs wizards could interpret. There were many others. From the wizarding point of view, it had been hilarious what the Muggles were ready to believe, but then again they hadn't been able to understand magic, and the technology they had today was nowhere even thinkable for them. He would take Harry to see the Acropolis, the Temple of Zeus, and if he wanted to see more, the hidden manor at Mount Olympus. Sirius had been there once before when he had been 12, and his parents had wanted to impress into him the superiority of wizards throughout history. That had been the only vacation with his parents during his time at Hogwarts he had at least enjoyed a bit. Learning about wizarding history was much better than being drilled on etiquette, blood superiority, and how to properly curse Muggles and Muggleborns. Having got settled in at their villa, Sirius took Harry flying over the ocean, hiding his son and himself with a disillusionment charm. Harry was amazed how deep blue the sea was. They were a few miles out on the open sea, and he was seeing shoals of different types of fish, like tunas, sardines, and giltheads. He also saw a small whale for the first time in his life. Racing each other back to the villa on their fireboats, they arrived laughing, and Sirius told Harry to change into some light but elegant clothes. Harry raised his eyebrow but was only answered with a sly grin by his father. Shrugging, Harry went to his room and took out a light blue, short-sleeved silk button-up shirt with white shorts. He slipped his bare feet into sandals and then went down into the entrance hall of the villa. He found his father waiting there, clothed in a similar outfit, just that his shorts were dark blue and he had a silver button-up short-sleeved shirt on. Ready to go exploring the local tourist village a bit? Sirius asked, smiling. Harry nodded excitedly. Sirius led Harry to a garage where a Porsche 910 Cabriolet waited for them. You can drive a car? Harry asked, surprised. He knew a lot of wizards and witches couldn't drive. The purebloods thought it beneath them to take Muggle transportation. Of course I do. I took my test for cars and motorbikes at the same time, shortly after graduation from Hogwarts. First it was just to annoy my parents, but then I got hooked on fast vehicles. This Porsche has a lot of power in its machine and it is a great feeling driving in it. What are you waiting for? Hop in. Sirius was grinning madly. Harry did what he was told and soon they sped over the roads of Cyprus heading to the nearest tourist village. Harry looked all around him while Sirius concentrated on the road. The scenery was beautiful. Finally they reached their destination and Sirius parked the car in the parking area of a 5-star hotel, giving the key to the employee watching the area. Seeing the appearance of the two, he just nodded and smiled, noting their name and time of arrival for later payment. All right, Harry, now it's time for a lesson in blending in with the masses. There are some little useful spells that help if you are on vacation and need to ask locals about something or do some things. The translation spell will allow you to understand and speak the language you want for a limited amount of time. Normally the spell holds for 2 hours before you have to recast it. It also takes constant powering with your magic, so most wizards and witches don't bother learning it. But I know you won't have problems holding the spell. Normally you would only have to think about it once you were allowed to do magic outside of school. But as I am with you, nobody can tell if it was me casting the spell or you, so I will teach it to you. You have to always remember that the trace isn't invincible and can easily be cheated. It only picks up magic that is done around you. The only exception from the law is using spells in self-defense. Then the ministry won't punish you. So if you want to do magic outside school, make sure an adult that allows you doing magic is present to take the blame. Be under wards that prevent the ministry from finding out, or be in a magical place like Diagon Alley where it is impossible to tell who cast which spell. Understood, Pa. I will remember it. Can you show me the spell tonight when we are back? I would like to try it without having to worry about messing up and accidentally making the Muggles suspicious. Harry said. They were both talking with low voices to keep their conversation private. Sure thing, Harry. Well, let's look around a bit. Did you apply sun cream to your skin? Otherwise you might want to do so now before you catch a sunburn. Yes, I did. I am not stupid enough going into the sun with my fair skin without protection. Harry said. Very good. Now we will go and enjoy the pleasures a warm climate has on the clothing habits of beautiful females. Sirius said, making Harry blush heavily. Pervert, he replied. There is nothing wrong with looking, Harry. If a woman clothes in very little, she wants to be admired. The things you are forbidden to do are staring all the time or touching her inappropriately. I know this is a bit uncomfortable for a teenager your age, but you will learn that I am right on this. Sirius said, grinning. Harry just followed him. He was not convinced that Sirius was right, but he would give him the benefit of doubt. Harry had enjoyed the trip to the village massively. They had explored the tourist parts and walked into the parts where the natives were living. It was great. The Greek were very friendly and Harry was surprised to find that prices for goods were a lot lower here than at home. Sirius explained to him that if he ever visited a foreign country, he shouldn't keep to the public tourist areas, but look for areas where the locals shopped and ate. There he would get the best meals and deals ever. He had tried several Mediterranean fruits and vegetables, some cheese made from goat milk called feta, which he really liked, olives, some fresh fish, and Sirius had allowed him to test a glass of wine. He thought he would wait drinking wine for a while. As they didn't have any swimming clothes with them, they decided to hold off on it until they were back at the villa. Now Harry and Sirius were standing at the beach of their private bay. Okay, time to hit the waves, don't you think? Sirius asked. Yes, I have a little problem, Pa. I never learned how to swim. Harry admitted, embarrassed. Sirius, again, wanted to hex the Dursleys. They didn't even have the decency to let the boy learn swimming. Don't worry, I will teach you. For now we will stay in the shallower parts of the bay. To swim you only need to keep your body on the surface of the water. I will show you the basic technique called the East Stroke. Sirius went a few meters into the water and let himself fall into it. Then he began swimming around, showing Harry the technique. The most important thing about swimming is to not fear the water. Panic is the one thing that can be dangerous for you. Keep your calm and breathe regularly. For now, keep your head over the water. If you want to dive, inhale and then hold your breath. He lectured. Harry nodded and went over to copy his father's movements. The first time he accidentally swallowed water, he began coughing and immediately stood up. Sirius laughed at that. Sorry, I probably should have warned you. Seawater is salt water and tastes horrible. Try not to get it in your mouth and breathe through your nose, he said. Harry glared at Sirius but tried again. It took some hours, but when it was time for dinner, Harry had the basics of swimming down. He was sure, once the holidays were over, he would be able to swim without a problem. Dumbledore sat in the Great Hall and watched over the few students that had remained for Christmas this year. Normally Harry Potter would have been here with them, happy to escape his horrible relatives and massively grateful that he was allowed to stay at school. Now the boy was completely out of his reach. Sirius Black had been exonerated, and to add to the problem, had Blood adopted the boy. This meant Harry had now access to the Black family magic. That was a problem, as one of the main abilities that the Blacks taught all their children was occlumency. He had used his abilities in legilimency to find out information from Harry before, but now the boy wouldn't be open to his probes anymore. He knew officially it was illegal to probe the mind of a minor, but how would he be able to prevent students from making trouble if he wasn't forewarned? It was all for the greater good. He needed to find a way to regain control over Harry, but that was easier said than done. Minerva, obviously, was on Harry's side. She had always been fond of Harry's parents, even if James had been a troublemaker like no other, and her protective streak had reached out to Harry. The more pressing problem was to find out if Harry knew about the blocks Albus had placed on him as a baby. It would have been a problem for his plans if the boy had been too strong. Strong people tended to be too independent and think for themselves. They tended to rely on their own powers instead of taking his counsel. That couldn't be allowed with the prophesied savior of the wizarding world. If he couldn't be the savior again, he at least needed to influence the new one massively to follow his ideals. Well, the ideals he projected to the people, that was. He was the only one capable of ruling the country after all. He had defeated Gellert in 1945, which had been the starting point of his impressive career. He, Albus, had understood what Gellert didn't want to see. You couldn't rule a country by fear. Sure, people would do what you wanted them to do for a while, but there would be someone to stop you at one point in time. Once the pressure got too strong, there would be opposition. And killing your opponents just didn't work. People would hate you and only one of them needed to be lucky to take you down. No, you needed to make them believe you had their best interests at heart. After all, what you said and what you did were two different sides. You didn't need to kill your opponents, even if Albus hadn't done anything to prevent the deaths of those who were dangerous to him. It was enough to put them into positions where they were no trouble anymore. Albus Dumbledore was, in the opinion of the masses, the slightly mad, but genius headmaster of Hogwarts who looked out for the interest of the common people. He was the man who did his best to lead children on their way into a successful future. He was the man who had opposed Voldemort from the start. Of course he had. Tom had been a danger to his plans after all. He hadn't thought that Tom would become as strong as he did, or that he would rival Gellert in his potential as a Dark Lord. And he had underestimated his own decreasing strength. He was over 100 years old and Tom was 50 at the height of his power, for a wizard that was about his prime. Contrary to Muggles, wizards had a span of about 50 years, normally between their 30th and 80th years, where they were their most powerful. Of course, with age came experience and wisdom, but in terms of raw power, things got a bit less fortunate. While he was able to match Tom's power by skill, he had been unable to defeat him like he had been able with Gellert. That was a misconception that he was annoyed of until today. Harry was nowhere near the power Tom or Albus possessed. But if he was left alone, he would grow into being that strong. That was the reason he had placed the power blocks and blocked his special abilities. He still hadn't figured out how Harry possessed that many special abilities. One was rare enough, but Harry had 4. Thankfully only the wandless magic seemed to have broken out of its block. The active part of Parseltongue, the metamorph abilities and the animagus ability were still bound as far as he knew. It would be simply problematic if the boy developed the ability to use them properly. Harry sat in the villa and listened to Sirius while he explained to him the complex process to become an animagus. As you know, Harry, you have the ability to become an animagus. It is similar to your metamorph ability, which you, as of now, only use to keep your old appearance. Yes, and I can't wait to drop the facade after the holidays. I will tell everybody who asks about it that I took off the glamour I used to keep the fact that you blood adopted me a secret. That is an explanation Dumbledore will believe. I don't see any way for him to find out that the blocks are all gone before the test results are announced. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Vector, Babbling, Hagrid and Moony are all keeping quiet about my marks. And Snape hates me so much that he would never tell anybody that I am doing well in his class. Astronomy and herbology aren't subjects where good marks would matter to Dumbledore. I could even explain the marks in herbology with hanging out with Neville more than before. The guy is a genius in the subject. And since McGonagall convinced his grandmother that he needed his own wand, his wanded subjects are coming along as well. That's very good. The longer we can keep Dumbledore in the dark, the better. With the upcoming vote of no confidence that Fudge will face soon, Amelia and Rufus are simply done with his incompetence and corruption and have mobilized support to bring Fudge down. Dumbledore will be pretty busy at the Wizengamot. Now back to the animagus transformation. It is an ability that has to be trained. Finding out your animal is the easy part. Harry nodded. They had found out that he was a Storm Panther months ago when he had taken the potion to reveal his inner animal. But the actual training had been postponed until now as other things had been more important at the time. Now, the first thing is to really know the animal you will transform into. Know its natural habitat, know its lifestyle. Is your animal a lone wolf or is it part of a pack? When we were figuring out how to transform, we read as many books about our animals as we could. James even went camping in the woods for a week to watch stags to learn about their habits. Now your animal is a magical cat. Additionally, it is a predator and uses stealth to hunt its prey. But if forced to fight, it can unleash powerful wind attacks on its enemies. I think your natural talent on a broom is due to your connection with the air. I have got you some books on storm panthers and I want you to read them thoroughly. Once you have done that, we will start with the transformation of single body parts like hands into paws. It will take some time, but I think you will have done it once the summer holidays start. After that you need to analyze the way the panther moves. Imagine how it looks in different positions. I have also contacted my cousin Andromeda as her daughter Nymphadora. Don't call her that if you like your body like it is, by the way, is a metamorphagus too. She will be able to help you learn to control your abilities. At the moment Nim is attending the Auror Academy but she has 1 week off during the Easter holidays. She has agreed to help you with your ability then for 2 hours each day. That's great. I have only got the changing of my hair color and length down so far. Harry admitted. The only body change I can do is between my true form and my old form. I thought so. I think the hair changing ability is due to you having grown your hair overnight before when you lived with the Dursleys. And the change between those two forms can probably be blamed on you knowing the old form and the true form feels natural to you. Harry nodded, his face falling at the mention of the Dursleys. How far are the solicitors with the evidence against the Dursleys? Harry asked. They are doing a full audit on all Grunning's employees, including their home life. I have got a report about the status quo and so far a lot of things have come together. Their lies about you attending that school for criminal boys are pointed out with statements of the neighbors and the entry list of that school. Then we have the complete reports on Dudley from Smeltings. You wouldn't believe how much trouble that boy has already caused. Believe me, I do. Dudley causing trouble and being a bully is nothing new to me. Harry said solemnly. Well, obviously he is massively endangered of failing this year. Only bribes from Vernon managed to stop his son from being suspended from school so far. But with the payments from the Potter estate for your lounging stopped, he can't afford them anymore. That abuse of funds that were meant for your upbringing is also noted in the reports. While we can't blame Dumbledore for that, they as your guardians were entitled to a monthly stipend for your expenses. We can get the Dursleys as they never spent more than the absolute minimum on you. Harry gritted his teeth. They had always told him he was such a burden for them and that he cost them too much. But now it was obvious that the money meant to buy him clothes, toys and food was used to pay for spoiling them and Dudley. Worse, they had him do their work around the house and had him wear Dudley's old clothes, which were several numbers too large for him. He really wanted to see them punished for their crimes. Next point is we have found out that Marge Dursley also got some money from her brother to support her bulldog breeding. She didn't know where it came from, but it was also money that came from the Potter estate. Her bulldogs don't sell that well, as they aren't family dogs, and with her tendency to get rid of the so-called weak ones, she is guilty of animal cruelty. With the statements of her using her dog Ripper to attack you, she will lose her license to breed them. We have statements from a Mr. Fubster who managed to save most of those unfortunate puppies and found them good homes. Harry grinned. If Marge knew that the Colonel saved the dogs she wanted drowned, what would she say? That is the current situation. I am sure once the Grunnings audit is done, Vernon will be fired and he will face several years in prison for his crimes. The investigations should be finished when the audit is done. The assumed date is end of February. Sirius informed his son. Okay, so my only homework for the holidays is finding out as much as I can about Shadow Panthers? He asked, smiling. Yes, that will be enough. After all, you are meant to enjoy your holidays. Any specific part of Greece you want to visit tomorrow? Sirius asked. Yes, I want to visit Athens. There are so many interesting sites, both Muggle and Wizard. And I always dreamed of sightseeing in foreign countries when I was little. Harry admitted. Then we will apparate there tomorrow after breakfast. I happen to know a bit about Athens and can show you the most important historical places as well as the best Greek restaurant I know in the country. The owner is a squib and tends to both kinds of customers. Sounds great, Harry answered with a big smile on his face. Harry was awed seeing the fantastic buildings that were left from the ancient times. Sirius proved to be really knowledgeable about Greece, both Muggle and magical, and showed him many things. History was mixed with fun, sport activities and a visit to a wizarding adventure park. Harry was surprised that Wizards had something like an adventure park, but Sirius simply informed him that Great Britain was a bit behind times in some things. The whole pureblood supremacy movement there had prevented for real progress by looking what the Muggles did for fun. Harry also got to visit a JWT shop and was really impressed. He knew that he was the owner of the company, but until now he hadn't really understood just what wizards could achieve with magic. No wonder after growing up in the Muggle world. There were many things that made housework easier than normal spells did. You didn't need to observe the household utensils working, the utensils were enchanted to move on their own once activated. There were advertisements for a new product that would be available next year for the Quidditch World Cup, something similar to a Muggle TV. Then there were other things for entertainment, like music players working with crystals to store music, some games, though not that many, toys for children and other things. Sirius told Harry that he was working with JWT to get a store opened in Great Britain, but it was slow going with the purebloods in power. He hoped that his clearing of all charges and current popularity would help with getting the license to open the shop. He had handed the petition in with the ministry. Harry also was taken to a Muggle zoo which was totally different than the one he had seen in England before his first year at Hogwarts. The animals were mostly those that lived here in Greece. Of course there were others too. The zoo kept different kinds of animals together that lived in the same area in nature as well. Of course animals like lions or wolves were separated from others to not eat them. Harry had a lot of fun and made a lot of pictures. He wanted to show them to his friends when he returned home. Harry and Sirius went swimming nearly every day and Harry got better and better at it. He now had no problems diving into the ocean and playing in the water with Sirius. They had great water battles and Harry got to build a fantastic sand castle. Something he had dreamed of doing as a child when he had heard Dudley talking about it after a holiday with his parents. Now he finally could do everything he wanted to do. Well, within certain limits. Sirius took his role as a father really serious. He knew that he and James had been ripe terrors when they had been Harry's age, and he wanted to avoid that his son was that wild. Harry learned to water ski and had a blast seeing how Sirius had a much harder time learning it. They had seen others do it and Harry had wanted to try his hand at the sport. It was difficult, but after 3 days he figured out how to keep standing on the 2 skis under his feet and enjoyed it massively. Eating was always an experience. As Sirius didn't see the sense in cooking his own meals and Dobby and Creature had stayed in England, they went to different restaurants in the area. Sirius was rich enough to easily afford it. Too soon for Harry's liking they had to return to England, but he was happier than ever before. He had spent a great vacation and bonded much more with his father. Harry reappeared at platform 9 3/4 by side-along apparition, holding Sirius' arm. "Why again did we go by side-along apparition instead of walking here or driving your bike, Pa?" he asked, feeling slightly sick. "Because I wanted to avoid the reporters that were waiting outside the barrier. I really don't understand why they can't understand that we want to keep our privacy. And they are just calling for an incident that will endanger the statute of secrecy. So I thought it better to go directly to the platform," Sirius explained. "Next time let Creature or Dobby pop me over. Elf popping is a lot less upsetting to my stomach than apparating," Harry complained, putting his hand onto his stomach while looking pale. "I still don't understand that. I mean the methods are similar. But I think once you are allowed to apparate yourself it will become better. I remember hating side-along apparating and once I could do it by myself it became tolerable." Sirius pondered his hand at his chin. "I hope you are right. By the way, did you have any success with stopping that ridiculous trial they are setting up for Buckbeak, Hagrid's hippogriff?" Harry wanted to know. "No, not yet. I fear we will have to go through the trial. Even if Lucius has been arrested, the initial complaint about Buckbeak being dangerous still stands. The Ministry, more precisely Fudge, will try to look competent for once by investigating the matter. Of course in Fudge's eyes looking competent is taking action that will make him look good without knowing all the facts. I look forward to the day Amelia and Rufus get the Ministry cleaned up," Sirius answered. "How far are they? You only talk about it in general terms whenever you mention it," Harry asked. "That's because if anything gets out too soon, it will make their plans much more difficult to achieve. Just know that I don't think Fudge will stay in his position until the summer," Sirius explained. "Okay, I can understand that. Will you help Hagrid with Buckbeak's trial? You know how he is the nicest man possible, but he isn't suited for speaking in front of masses. And with the prejudices against half-giants like him still going strong, they might rule against Buckbeak just because he is Hagrid's." Harry asked hopefully. "I will, I promise, Harry. I have watched your memories of the incident and with Lucius being in prison, there will be nobody skilled in rhetoric going against us," Sirius promised. "Thanks, Pa. I don't want Hagrid to suffer because some arrogant bastards think they have to prove their superiority complexes on the back of an innocent creature," Harry stated. "Language, Harry," Sirius admonished him. Harry was tempted to stick his tongue out at his father, but remembered his manners. They were in a public place and had to behave accordingly. They had spoken in low keys to avoid being overheard and only now walked from the apparition point to the waiting train. The students were boarding the express and most of them were happily exchanging stories about their holidays. Harry was already looking forward to the weekends. He had read all the books he had found about storm panthers, normal panthers, big cats in general, and thanks to his photographic memory had committed everything to memory. After being quizzed about the panthers by his father, Sirius had agreed to begin teaching Harry how to become an animagus from the first weekend of term on. He had already organized permission from McGonagall for Harry to go home on the weekends for training in family magic. Nobody at school could deny Harry the right to be instructed in his family's magic. Normally that kind of training took place during the holidays and before the child even started at Hogwarts, but with Harry being placed in the care of the Dursleys he had much to catch up on. As McGonagall was the deputy headmistress as well as Harry's head of house, they didn't need to involve Dumbledore at all. He would only be told if he found out on his own. "Hey, Harry," they heard a girl calling out to them. Harry turned and saw Melinda Stebbins approaching them. "Hi, Melinda, how were your holidays?" Harry greeted the fifth-year Ravenclaw. It was great, and I wanted to thank you. I took your advice regarding house elves to heart and started thanking and being kind to our two elves at home. You won't believe how much they are doing for me now. They think I am the best mistress they could ever have hoped for. Minnie, the female elf, always had fresh flowers placed in my room for me in the mornings, and Toggy, the male elf and chef, cooks my favorite foods a lot more often than before. And all that only because I treated them nicely. I can't believe that so many people don't do it. It makes things so much better. She raved. Harry smiled. I am glad you did it and got so much out of it, Melinda. He said. He was really happy that his peers were starting to change their ways little by little. He knew that changes wouldn't happen quickly. It took time to change ingrained behaviors. But even little things mattered. How are the research groups getting along? Harry asked. Typically for Ravenclaw House, research teams had been started to investigate laws and traditions that had been written down centuries ago. He knew that the research teams also included some Hufflepuffs. Oh, it is going great. We have 3 groups going now. One is the law research, one is collecting data on all the magical races, and one on traditions. We even have 3 Slytherins in the traditions group, while 2 Gryffindors have joined the magical races group. Your friend Hermione Granger is one of them. Each group has at least 10 members. Most are Ravenclaws, but the law group also has 4 Hufflepuffs. It is great. I would never have thought that we could all get along so well. She said, smiling. That's great. Perhaps we can bring the houses into a more tolerable relation. I know there will always be competition between Gryffindor and Slytherin. It's just in the nature of the members, but it would be great if we only competed in academics and sports and otherwise got along. Harry replied. Sirius kept quiet, only listening to his son and his friend. Obviously the changes Harry had started by just questioning the status quo were starting to take hold. It was encouraging. After all, these children were the leaders of tomorrow. Harry put his trunk in the luggage rack and waited for his friends to arrive. His father had already said goodbye as he had an errand to run before he met with some of his acquaintances. Harry sat back in his seat and closed his eyes, remembering the deep blue of the Mediterranean Sea at Cyprus. He had loved his first ever vacation and was looking forward to the summer holidays. His father had promised to travel to another interesting country with him for 3 weeks. He was also looking forward to showing Hermione, Neville and Ron the pictures of Greece. When they had met shortly after he and Sirius had come home after New Year, they hadn't been developed yet. So he had them with him in his trunk to show them at the ride to Hogwarts. The first one to enter the compartment was Neville. Hi, Harry, he greeted. Hi, Nev, everything all right? Yes, you won't believe how proud Gran has been about my prowess at school. And we have been to St. Mungo's to check if there were blocks on my magic as Sirius recommended, and they found one on my magic and one on my mind. You can't imagine how much easier it is now to remember things. And spells come easier to me too. The healer gave me permission to practice first and second year spells at home to get used to how much more power I have now. I really want to kick the ones who placed those blocks on me. I have been thought to be a squib for most of my childhood because of the block on my magic, and had problems at school because my mind wasn't working properly. The healer said that the 2 blocks were placed by different persons. He could only identify one though, the one who placed the mind block. It seems our esteemed former Dada teacher Lockhart was working for the ministry once when we were little. In the aftermath of the attack on my parents' home, he must have tried to use a calming spell on me, which resulted in the mind block. Neville growled. Harry just shook his head irritated. It fit that the incompetent fool had bumbled up another spell. And with his only talent being memory charms, that had been the influence on Neville he had managed to achieve. I am sorry for the things you had to go through, but I am really happy that you can now start being yourself. I know how great it feels to not be hindered anymore, Harry admitted. Neville raised his eyebrow. Harry hadn't told him yet about the blocks on Harry's magic that had been placed by Dumbledore. So that is the reason for your changes this year. You have been handicapped as well? He asked. Yes, sorry, I forgot I hadn't told you yet. I am keeping it secret for now to not get the one who did it suspicious. He could try to do something else to me if he finds out. It will come out at the end of the year at the latest, but any time I can manage to get to evolve is precious for me. Harry explained. I understand. I presume Ron and Hermione are the only ones then that know so far. Neville assumed. The twins know too. They found out earlier than Ron and Hermione, to be honest. They cornered me about being adopted. They have a tool that shows them where everybody is at the castle and their true names. So me being shown as Harry Potter Black made them curious. Harry explained. I would think so. That fits their personalities. I just wonder how they can keep their calm for their upcoming owls like they are. Neville wondered. They just have their priorities sorted. But Pa managed to talk them into expanding their efforts. Normally they would have concentrated on the subjects they need for their goal. They want to open a joke shop after school and put Zonkos out of business. They had planned on keeping only charms, transfiguration and defense. They can learn enough about potions on their own without Snape being the mean git he is all the time. Harry stated. I second that statement. Neville piped up, throwing his arm in the air, making him and Harry laugh. The door opened and Hermione and Ron entered their compartment. Hi Harry, hi Neville. Hermione said. Hi Hermione, hi Ron. Both answered. Hey, Ron, how was the tour at Junior's that your dad took you and the others on? Harry asked, interested. It was great. We were shown all the products Junior has on the market at the moment and got a presentation about the founding of the company. The reasons why Estelle Junior decided to combine magic and Muggle technology. And how she managed to convince the wizards and witches that her products were good for them. They have some kind of hall of glory there where all the best-selling products in the history of the company were presented to visitors. Dad's office was also pretty interesting. He demonstrated the things he is working on at the moment. As he's inexperienced at his new job, he got 3 customary Muggle items and got the job to combine them with magic so that wizards could use them for their benefit. He had a toaster, a couple of board games and a CD player, something Muggles use to play music. It is a lot smaller than the record players I have seen in the wizarding world. Ron told them. Yes, I think I saw one at your house last year, right? Harry asked. The big and unwieldy one in your living room. Yes, until now I thought that was the top of line of inventions that were made in regards to playing music at home. I mean, while our record player is quite old, the one we have has been a present to my grandparents and was high quality. It's still working perfectly, and while there may be some fancier looking ones today, the way it is working is still the same. Ron said. So your father is happy at his new job? Neville asked. Very happy. He says it has been the best decision he has ever made to start working at JWT. I think Fred and George were very impressed with the things that JWT has come up with over the years, and I wouldn't wonder if they tried to get internships over the summer holidays to learn more. From what I heard them talk about, they think they could incorporate the Muggle technology with prank items they have been planning to develop. Ron told them. Wouldn't they need good marks in their owls to get considered for internships? Hermione asked. I mean, I heard some of the Ravenclaws I work together with in the research group talking about planning to do internships in renowned companies and the requirements in the selection process. After all, a lot of students would like to do them. I don't think that will be a problem for Fred and George. Those two are really smart. They just didn't see the need to excel in their studies yet. With that goal in mind, I think they will surprise everybody. Harry told them, grinning. You know something, don't you, Harry? Hermione asked, turning towards him. Yep. Pa talked to the twins when we visited you at the Burrow, Ron. He made them see that they could do much better if they had more options. It helps that he has been a prankster at school himself and still excelled in his owls. None of the pranks he and his friends thought up would have been possible without intense knowledge of magic. But I will give them that the Marauders had split up their workload the smart way. How did they do that? Neville wanted to know. They decided that it would be a waste of time if they all sat in the same subjects when they had the choice in their electives. So they decided they would each take 2 subjects but cover all the offered subjects between them. Remus Lupin took arithmancy, care of magical creatures and Muggle studies. Pa took magical creatures and ancient runes. Dad took ancient runes and arithmancy, and Pettigrew took divination and Muggle studies. So they all knew what the subjects were about without overworking. Harry explained. That's smart. They also had always one of the others with them, except for Pettigrew, who was the only one taking divination. Ron stated. Yes, and they had my mom with them in runes and arithmancy too. Before 6th year, Lupin was the only one of the marauders my mom could stand. Ha told me she thought the others were too immature. Harry added. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, before Ron seemed to remember something. Hey, do you want to test one of the games Dad improved? He gave it to me to test it with my friends. The ride will take some hours and it sounds really interesting. Ron suggested. Sure. Which game did he give you? Hermione asked curiously. It's called Cluedo, Ron said. Oh, I love Cluedo, Hermione squealed. Ron looked surprised. Then he remembered that it was originally a Muggle game. Great, then you can help me explain it, Hermione. Well, this version is called the Hogwarts Cluedo. The main intent is to find out which one of the teachers has murdered Mrs. Norris. This caused Harry and Neville to snort at the thought. You have to find out which weapon was used and where the murder has been committed. The board has all the important places of Hogwarts on it, like the Great Hall, the library, Professor Dumbledore's office and so on. So they placed the board on the floor and Hermione and Ron took turns explaining the game to Harry and Neville, who had never played it before. They had a lot of fun. The rooms one was visiting were being projected over the board, giving you the impression that your pawn in the game was really there, looking for clues. Some of their friends came visiting and wondered what game they were playing as they had never seen it before. Ron explained how his dad had asked him to test the game with his friends to see if there would be a market for it in Great Britain. Soon many of the other students asked Ron if there was a way that his dad could send more games to Hogwarts, as there were precious few games in the wizarding world and with time it got boring to only play the same ones. Ron promised to send his dad an owl. Wow, that's great. I never expected that so many would be interested in the game. Ron said, writing down the last student's name on a piece of parchment Hermione had given him. Well, it is new and it is fun to play, Neville said. They were still playing and he thought he had solved the case. Yes, and all the students and even the adults can identify with the location and the suspects. I think it will be a great success if JWT starts putting it on the market. Harry added, moving his pawn to the potions classroom. Okay, my guess is it was Snape in the Great Hall, using the exploding mice. He said and took the box where the 3 cards were kept that had the solution on them. Harry looked at them and cursed. He had been wrong about the location, the other 2 had been right. Now he was out of the game. Little error on my side, he admitted and handed the dice over to Neville next to him. Neville threw the dice and moved his pawn into the library. Okay, my turn to guess. And I am pretty sure I have solved this case. It was Snape with exploding mice in the headmaster's office, he announced, and Harry just gave him the box beaten. He knew it was correct as he had just seen the cards. Congratulations, Neville, Hermione said as Neville showed them the 3 cards. Yep, well done, Nev. How did you know the location? Harry asked. Easy. I had 2 of the cards for locations and got another crossed out by looking at Hermione's when I asked for the library. And from the way the game went I could eliminate some weapons early on. This game is great. Can we play again? He asked excitedly, really happy how much easier thinking now came to him. We want to play as well. They heard from the door, where Seamus and Dean stood. Sure, 6 is the maximum number of players for one game, Ron said, happy to be able to show off a game his father had modified to his friends. Where did you get the game, Ron? Dean asked. My dad is working for JWT now and wanted me to test it with my friends at school. Ginny, Fred and George also have 2 other games to test them. Dad's bosses thought it would be best to test the games at a school like Hogwarts as the main clientele were children and teenagers. Ron answered. Cool. Do you think they will be available to the public soon? Seamus asked, knowing what JWT was. Well, Dad asked us to have them tested during the next month and report to him how well they were received at school. If the response is positive, I am quite sure they will be available before the summer holidays start. Ron answered. Which games do your siblings have? Dean asked, knowing most Muggle games. Ginny has a modified version of a very popular game called Monopoly and the twins have the Game of Life. Ron said. And they are going to share them in the common room. Seamus wanted to know while Harry was handing out the cards after mixing them new and putting the 3 for the case into the box. That's the plan. If the response is positive, we may invite friends from other houses as well. Dean and Seamus looked happy with that, and the 6th third-year Gryffindors were enjoying their game. Albus Dumbledore was not a happy man at the moment. The students had returned from the holidays, but the main topic between the younger years had been the 3 games the Weasley siblings had brought with them. From what he had found out, Arthur Weasley had modified some Muggle board games for his new job and asked his children to test if they would be accepted by the students. He hated new things that were introduced into the wizarding world. He wanted to keep things as they were. Only he was allowed to introduce new developments, even if he sometimes needed to convince those who also had a hand in the discovery to keep quiet about them. His work about the 12 uses of dragon's blood had originally been a partnership with Ivor Dillinsby. In the end he had taken the final 4 uses he had discovered and taken the 8 Dillinsby had found and put together his work. Of course nobody would believe Dillinsby. Why would the great Albus Dumbledore steal somebody else's work after all? To be absolutely sure though, he had placed Dillinsby under a compulsion charm to keep quiet. Now one of the well-known members of British Wizarding Society had taken a position from which he could probably introduce new things, those damned combinations of Muggle technology and magic. He didn't know how those games worked, but they were originally Muggle games. It was against the wizarding way to play Muggle games. In the years he had been headmaster, he had secretly discouraged Muggle inventions in the castle. The purebloods sneered at things that were obviously non-magical and not part of traditions. But with games that were magical, even if their origin was Muggle, things were different. And as long as they weren't dangerous to the students, he couldn't forbid them. While he was sure Slytherin House wouldn't accept them, Hufflepuff and Gryffindor were sure to like them. Ravenclaw would be curious to find out more about them, and then he would have to deal with 3 houses having them in their common rooms. And if, Merlin forbid, Arthur would come up with games that were educational as well as entertaining, Ravenclaw would be sold. He watched his fellow teachers and frowned as he saw Septima and Pomona discuss the idea of magical Muggle games positively. Minerva got involved in the conversation and told the other 2 that she would investigate the games and report to them what they were about later. Albus would also ask her to tell him what she had found out. This new development was worrying. Harry had a nice evening in the common room. He joined Ginny, Katie, Angelina, Alicia and Neville in a game of Monopoly after dinner. Oliver, Ron, Lee, Jennifer Gladen from 6th year, Colin Creevy and Hermione were playing Cluedo, and Fred and George had Dean, Parvati and Lavender around them for the game of life. The other Gryffindors were assembled watching them play the games. Many of the pureblood students asked about the new games and from where they had got them. Many of them wanted to get their own one after seeing how much fun the others had playing them. Harry inertly grinned. He just knew the new games would be great sellers. And as Britain was woefully behind the other countries in things to be used for entertainment, he would earn a lot of money as the owner of JWT. Not that he would tell anybody soon. He wanted to be as normal as he could be. To just play board games in the evening after a day of lessons was a great thing. When they were half an hour into their games, they got a surprise in the form of Professor McGonagall visiting and inquiring about the games, which she had heard about during dinner. The Weasleys told her how they had got the games, what they entailed and how many players could play in one session. Minerva was very impressed with the idea of making Muggle board games attractive for wizarding children and saw nothing wrong with the games. She thanked the Weasleys for the information and wished them to have fun playing and not to stay up too long. Harry had a lot of fun getting Neville broke at Monopoly. Somehow his friend had the worst luck and nearly always visited Harry's Stonehenge and had to pay the rent for staying there. The wizarding version of Monopoly had been set up to represent famous sites of wizarding history. Like in normal Monopoly, you had to collect 3 places of one category to be able to build buildings. In their case they started with a cottage, which was for normal places. The special places like Stonehenge were different as they multiplied the player's thrown number on the dice with 30, which was the price to pay. The categories were countries and each country had 3 sites. Mr. Weasley thought the best way to inspire interest in the game for witches and wizards would be if it was done as a kind of world tour. For England, for example, the places were Diagon Alley, Godric's Hollow and Loch Ness. The cottages built in those places could be rented by tourists. For France there was the French Rue Magique, Notre Dame and Beaubadens. The other countries were Greece, Kenya, Atlantis, the United States, Australia and Japan. There were magic-specific events that earned or lost them galleons in their accounts. Mr. Weasley had thought it more realistic if they kept their money in their Gringotts accounts, so he had added a function that kept an account for each player. The account manager was an animated goblin that informed the player about their options like the real goblins did for wealthy clients. Special places like the train stations for the Muggle Monopoly were exchanged for the Ministry of Magic, Street, Mungo's, Hogwarts and Gringotts. The six were having a blast with the girls trying to get Harry and sometimes Neville to abate their debts for a key. Needless to say, Harry and Neville were blushing madly to the snickers of their spectators if it happened. Well, mostly the three older girls were trying to get away with it. Ginny was too shy for that kind of moves yet. Percy was still a bit skeptical, but had agreed to watch the new developments before he judged. He still wanted to make career at the ministry, but he also had realized that many of the points Harry had brought up were true. Perhaps he could be successful there while keeping an open mind for problems. If he managed to solve those problems and be recognized for good work, he could go far. After all, Harry Potter was heir of 6 influential houses and wanted to change the wizarding world for the better. He would be very influential as soon as he took his place in the Wizengamot after turning 20. The minimum age for taking a family seat. Percy was sure Sirius Black would be Harry's proxy until that date. The Lord of House Black, who was also the well-respected Comte de Jarge, had managed to build a power base with light-oriented and neutral families. And he hadn't restricted himself to politicians, he had also approached businessmen. Additionally, Harry had the Bolden Empire behind him as the sole heir. Important things he had to keep in mind. He had until the end of the year, 1 term to spot the main problems in the educational system, as that was what he knew really well, and point out suggestions for improvement. He had always liked to learn, and considering a career in education at the ministry could work in his favor. After all, the head of the Department of Magical Education, Griselda Marchbanks, who also presided the Owl and Newt exams at Hogwarts, was getting to an age where many decided to enjoy their retirement. And if he found the ministry wasn't that well suited for him, he could go into teaching. He had the necessary marks in case an opportunity presented itself. Amelia Bones was working her way through the amounts of paperwork that were the documentation of the interrogations of the so-called Imperious Death Eaters. She wanted to throw up, reading about some of the crimes they had committed. Not one of them had ever been forced to do the bidding of Voldemort. Not one had been under the Imperious curse. She cursed Fudge and Bagnold for being corrupt morons. With letting the Death Eaters go without questioning them under Veritaserum, they had enabled them to gather new money and live comfortable lives in most cases. The people that were arrested now and awaiting trial next Tuesday for the first 5, it would be a stressing and long day at court, mostly belonged to old pureblood lines that had amassed wealth over centuries. And you could say what you wanted about Lucius Malfoy, the man was great at conducting business. Now the interesting question was, what would they do after the Death Eaters were convicted? The Pettigrew trial had set precedents for punishment. It was a good and fair solution. They didn't risk that Voldemort could get his most loyal and powerful supporters back if he returned, which Harry and Sirius were quite sure of. Harry had seen Voldemort's spirit in his first year, and that was enough for Amelia to be on guard. Of course, Fudge would never agree with any actions taken to prepare the ministry for a threat like that. He would stubbornly cling to the belief that Voldemort was dead. But the group that had the goal to get Fudge out of office and someone competent into office was already preparing to oust him. They needed to make sure Fudge couldn't get out of his self-made mess. Really, the standards at the ministry had fallen so far, any halfway competent Dark Lord would be able to easily take over at the moment. It was a fact that scared her. She had fought against Voldemort's Death Eaters, she had lost family to those monsters, and her niece was an orphan because of them. She had done her best to prevent a war like the one back in the 70s from ever happening again. She had climbed to the top of the DMLE, but she knew that more should have been done. In the first years after Voldemort fell, thanks to Harry Potter, they had been strong. Minister Bagnold had kept the funds high to catch the Death Eaters, only to let those that had enough money go under the flimsy excuse of Imperious curse. True, you couldn't detect the Imperious, it was the reason the curse was such a terrible weapon in Voldemort's arsenal, but you couldn't lie under Veritaserum. Even occlumency didn't work against the Truth Potion. Only if you had taken the antidote before you took the Veritaserum you would be able to lie, but with the Death Eaters being in Ministry custody before their trials that wouldn't have been a problem. Sadly, things had gone down after the Minister felt that they had got all the Death Eaters. Slowly Minister Bagnold had cut the funds for the DMLE and she had not got any new recruits for 3 years. The argument was that the force that existed was enough to guarantee order in the population. Then more and more funds had been redirected and former Aurors and Hit Wizards were reassigned to new departments if they wanted to keep working for the Ministry. After all, why would they need such a force in peace times? That had been the argument Bagnold used to justify the cut in funds. While the regular magical law enforcers were not a problem and she could live with them being reduced in numbers, she didn't like the cuts with the Aurors at all. It had taken too long to answer the suddenly appearing threat of Voldemort in the past. You couldn't just give young graduates from Hogwarts a 6-week crash course and expect them to hold their own against trained dark wizards. It just didn't work. But Bagnold didn't listen to her complaints. Fudge was even worse. He had cut the already slim budget the DMLE got and gave the money to his toadies. The sad thing was that nobody was powerful enough to step in. Fudge had become minister in 1990 because there simply was no one else who wanted the job. She didn't have the ambition to be minister, she liked her position. She felt she could do more good in law enforcement than in a mostly diplomatic position. If only that position didn't give Fudge the power over the funds. No. They needed somebody in the top position, who wouldn't hesitate to do a thorough clean-up. As much as Rufus liked the idea of running for minister, she knew he wouldn't be the best option. While he was a good head Auror, and definitely would be better than Fudge, his methods weren't suited for the top position. He tended to talk a lot but didn't get done what he spoke of. No, he was better kept in the head Auror position. No, they needed somebody who had political sway, didn't take crap from anyone, had a family name to please the pureblood faction, but was open to the other parts of the magical society. He or she needed to be powerful to make clear that the new minister would work from a position of strength and was willing to modernize the ministry. She would bring up her thought at the next meeting. She needed the input of the others. She was not a Hufflepuff for nothing. Dumbledore sat in his office waiting for Severus. He needed to discuss some things with his spy and it was better to speak in private than where the other teachers could listen. Things were not going his way and he needed to make sure that they didn't totally spiral out of his control. He needed to at least be able to influence Harry somewhat. And Severus could find out more during his lessons by using legilimency. He got the magical signal that Severus had entered and was on the staircase. "Come in, Severus," he called out. He loved the connection he had with the castle. It made it look that he knew everything that was going on, even if he didn't. Some things, like Harry Potter's actions, were out of his sight, because the castle wouldn't spy on a Founder's heir that had been made aware of his heir status. And Harry knew. "Good evening, Headmaster. What did you want to talk about?" Snape asked. "I wanted to ask you to find something out for me. I want you to subtly scan the thoughts of Harry Potter to find out what he is up to. His father has made it impossible for me to be alone with Harry. Either Minerva or Sirius is to be with Harry in my presence. It is annoying, but I am sure it will pass with time. But I need to know what Harry is doing. As the portraits and ghosts won't report to me regarding heirs of the Founders, you are my best chance to regain control over the boy. He needs to be carefully guided to be capable to fulfill his destiny once Voldemort returns." Dumbledore explained. "It won't work, Headmaster," Snape said. "Oh, and why not?" he asked, annoyed. "The heir ring of House Black prevents mind attacks. And I am sure Black has Potter learning occlumency already. I know this because I was friends with Regulus Black. He wore the ring during his time at Hogwarts. His parents had decided to give the ring to Regulus after Sirius was sorted into Gryffindor. The Blacks feared mind intrusion above everything else, therefore their heir ring protects the mind of the heir until he is capable of doing it himself." Snape answered. Dumbledore frowned. He of course knew of the powers of air rings. They were not to be underestimated. Normally there would only be shields against curses in most cases, but some families had other priorities. It would make sense for the blacks to concentrate on mind magics as they trained their children in spells before they attended Hogwarts. That is really unfortunate. How strong are those protections? He asked. From what Regulus said, I would need to use a full-powered Legilimens to penetrate the shield, and that would alert Potter immediately. There is no way to do it subtly. And any full-powered Legilimens on a minor is a straight ticket to Azkaban. Snape informed him. Do you have any idea how we could obtain the information? I could try Weasley or Granger. Perhaps he told them. Snape suggested. No, that would be a problem. Weasley is a pureblood. Even if Arthur is not working for the Ministry anymore, he has many friends there, and Amelia Bones is one of them. At the moment they all concentrate their ire on Cornelius, but if she found out you attacked Weasley with Legilimency, she would act fast and arrest you. And I would imagine that Granger would notice the attack as it produces a headache. This needs to happen without anybody finding out, Dumbledore said, frowning. As if Weasley would notice an intrusion. Snape scoffed. Probably not, but the symptoms could be interpreted. I don't want to risk pushing Harry further away, and attacks on his friends would do that. If I learned one thing about the boy, it is that he is always ready to protect his friends. As you know, I intended to use that for my plan to finally bring down Voldemort. Dumbledore reminded Snape. The boy is not capable of defeating the Dark Lord, and you know it. Snape sneered. Albus kept his thoughts for him. Severus didn't know the whole prophecy, only the first half. Try to think of something that could work, Severus. We need to get more information. Dumbledore said. Of course, Headmaster. Snape answered and left the office. Vernon and Petunia Dursley sat in their living room in the evening. Dinner had just been finished. Dudley was at Smeltings and they were enjoying their evening as a normal couple. Ah, this is life, Petunia. None of those abnormal things happening as the freak is away. Dudley is at school with his friends and learning the things a strapping lad like him needs for his future. We have a peaceful evening like any normal couple after my day of work. Vernon said, drinking his tea. Yes, dear, and nobody will ever disturb our peace again. We won't take the freak back for the summer. Nobody can expect us to keep up with him after what he did to your sister. Petunia agreed. Damn right, we just won't go to the station to take him back. No matter what the old coot says. I still don't know who he thinks he is to be allowed to interfere with people's lives like he did with ours. We didn't want anything to do with that unnaturalness. We have done what we could. It's not like the freak is a helpless baby anymore. Let them deal with it, we have had enough. He stated. Yes, one other thing, I am a bit concerned about Dudley's grades on his midterm result paper. Do you think we should get him help to do better at school? I mean, perhaps if he got another teacher to explain the things he didn't understand, it would be easier for him. I am sure he is smart, he just doesn't get the right support in his classes. I have heard that children learn differently. Perhaps Dudley just needs another method of teaching. She suggested. Nonsense, Petunia. Dudley is at an age where teenagers question everything around them. And teachers are at the top of that list. He will pull through, and at the end of term you will see that everything is all right. Even if he doesn't get top marks, the only marks that will be really important will be his O-levels and then the A-levels. And he has time until then. Let him be a boy for now. Vernon diminished Petunia's concerns. You are probably right. I just want my baby to be successful at school. As every good mother would. But as you didn't have a brother growing up, you don't have the insight of differences between boys and girls at the age Dudley is at the moment. Vernon comforted her. How is the audit at Grunnings coming along? Petunia asked, changing the topic. They expect results at the end of February. But I don't expect anything bad coming out for me. I have always done my best for the company and got a nice bit of money for the deals I made for them. Vernon boasted. Petunia smiled. She loved how normal their lives were without the freak that was unfortunately her nephew. At the same time, the board of Grunnings met at the office of the CEO. As a special guest, Comte de Jarge, the guardian of the underage majority owner of the company, was present. Thanks to everybody for coming to this meeting tonight. Stuart Grunnings, the CEO, greeted the assembled men and women. The thorough audit that had been done for the whole of our company is nearly complete. We will go over all the departments and all of our personnel. But first, I want to introduce Comte de Jarge to all of you. He is the guardian of our majority owner, who will remain anonymous regarding that he is still a minor. The others nodded. Everybody had a name tag sitting in front of their seat so that they could address everybody by name. Mr. Grunnings continued. I am pleased to say that barring the last tenth of analyzing data, we have finished with the audit and that most of our departments have done great work. We have found some minor discrepancies, but they mostly come from accounting mistakes. We will hold mandatory seminars for all our employees that will take about a week each to prevent those mistakes in the future. Overall nodding was the response. It was logical to rectify a spotted problem that way. Now we come to the overview we did on our employees. There are some that are problems. Not many, but we will address them all. Within our 467 employees we have spotted 5 that have a serious problem with alcohol. They will be given a period of 6 months to get control over their addiction, otherwise they will have to go. We can't risk that they make mistakes in the production or in making contracts for our company. The names will be handled confidentially. 2 others are addicted to drugs, they get the same ultimatum. Again, the others nodded. Now we have one special case. He not only is a problem for the company, he also is guilty of child abuse and neglect and embezzlement of funds given to him for the welfare of said child. Grunnings said with a strained voice. Disbelieving whisper was the answer to the accusation. Sirius grinned. So they had found out what Dursley did to Harry. He had expected it, as the goblins were masters in digging up dirt. He would lean back and enjoy the show. Whom are we talking about, Mr. Grunnings? Joan Coppers asked. Vernon Dursley. He and his wife Petunia, living at number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, were given custody of their nephew, Harry Potter, in November of 1981, following the death of James and Lily Potter. From what we found out, Dursley put the reason for them having to take care of the boy down as the parents dying in an alcohol-induced car crash, while the boy survived. Petunia Dursley, as the boy's maternal aunt, was the closest living relative, so the placement was nothing out of the norm, even if there was tension between the 2 sisters. After all, every decent citizen would take in their orphan nephew, even if he didn't like the parents that much. With the Dursley having a son only 2 months older, it was seen as a good placement by the authorities. A mother of another child would definitely be suited to raise a second child the same age. The group agreed. It made sense. Sadly, the animosity that Petunia Dursley had for her sister transferred to the child. The boy was seen as nothing more than a burden and was treated horribly. We found out that the child was only given the way larger cast-offs of his cousin and didn't receive the necessary medical checkups every child is entitled to. We have the records of all the doctors and hospitals in the area of Surrey, and no doctor had a file on Harry Potter. Of course they didn't want to break their oath of silence, but they could tell us if there was a patient called Harry Potter. The only records we were able to find were those of the school nurse at the local primary school in Little Whinging. They show that Harry was there a lot of times when a group of other kids beat him up, including his cousin Dudley Dursley. As the school had been warned that Harry Potter was a delinquent by his guardians, they never really investigated the matter further, no matter what recommendations the school nurse made. We have got statements from the bank that Mr. and Mrs. Dursley were paid a monthly stipend of £150 for the needs of Harry until the age of 5. When he was entered at primary school, the amount was increased to £300. That amount was never used for the needs of the boy, but witnesses at Privet Drive told that the Dursleys' son Dudley was spoiled with many presents. We have reason to believe they used the money meant for the care of their nephew on their son. The only thing we can't accuse them of is direct physical abuse by them, only their son was beating the boy. But as a minor, he can't be held accountable. We have statements from Harry Potter, who attends the same private school as Comte de Jarge's adopted son, that he was living in a cupboard under the stairs for 10 years of his life until he got his acceptance letter for the private school. Mr. Grunnings stated angrily. What followed were shouts of outrage. How could anybody treat a child like that? More, they are definitely guilty of verbal abuse, calling the boy freak or boy instead of his given name. He reports periods of starvation at their hands and punishments of imprisonment for prolonged time. The last one going over 2 weeks in his room, while he was getting his food through a cat flap his uncle installed at the door, which also had many locks on it. The boy was only let out for short bathroom visits 2 times a day. Thankfully friends from his school rescued the boy after finding the lack of communication during that summer suspicious. Everybody was appalled. How old was the boy when that happened? Jason Ranloff asked. 11. He had returned from school for the summer and we don't know what triggered the event. The neighbors reported that there were bars installed at the window of the boy's room. The Dursleys told them they were to keep burglars put and that the rest of the bars would be delivered later on. They explained the lack of said bars later on with the company going bankrupt. Grunnings answered. And nobody did anything for the boy. Ranloff wanted to know. No, the neighbors were led to believe the same as the school. And sadly they believed the Dursleys as they portrayed the perfect normal family on the outside. Now, I don't want that man to be employed by us any longer. I have already organized that all the things our investigations brought to light will be handed over to Scotland Yard. Grunnings ended his report. What will happen to the boy? Coppers asked. He will move in with me and my son. Sirius said. They are friends at school and I have no problem being guardian of both of them. Harry's parents were friends of mine when we were younger, so I feel that I owe them as much. Many had relieved looks on their faces. How much will firing Dursley hurt his department? Oliver Malloy asked. None at all. While he made some good deals for us, he is not well liked by his coworkers. The only reason we kept him was that he did his work properly. But by now we have trained up a replacement. Christopher Lang will take over the open spot. Timothy McNorton stated. That's good to know. Now we will go over the discrepancies we found. We have one employee that had embezzled fund from us, which will lead to her being fired and put on trial. Grunnings continued. Arthur Weasley was reading the letters from his children how the new games had been accepted at Hogwarts. To his great pleasure, they had been a massive success. Fred, George, Ron and Ginny had written that many of their friends and classmates loved the idea of new entertainment and wanted to know when the games would be available in the shops and where they could buy them. This looked extremely promising for his first project. In 20 minutes a meeting was timed for all members of his department to report on their current projects. It was very encouraging that his ideas had worked so well to transform the Muggle games into games that wizarding children would love to play and most importantly play more than once. Finally he took the last letter from Percy, who had written down some of his observations. He suggested that he should create another game too. While the younger years especially in Hufflepuff and Gryffindor loved the games, only Hogwarts Cluedo had been taken in well by Ravenclaw. Percy suggested creating a game that was both entertaining and educational. He had spoken with his girlfriend Penelope Clearwater what the Ravenclaws wanted from a game, and they liked increasing their knowledge and competing with others in that regard. Arthur agreed that it would be a good idea. He would propose the idea in the meeting today and see if the others had some good ideas. Then his colleague Robert Tin came into his office. Robert was a middle-aged, black man and originally came from Kenya. But his parents had moved to Britain when he had been just a year old. He was Arthur's direct superior at Junior. Hello, Arthur, ready for the meeting? He asked. Hello, Robert. Yes, I am. I just read the last letter from my children, who have been testing the games I modified during the last month at Hogwarts. He answered. Oh, I am curious what you will present at the meeting then. You were lucky to have the perfect testers for that kind of project in your family. Robert said. Yes, I am. Even my third oldest son has accepted my choice to change jobs by now. He wrote me a letter with a new idea for a game that especially the Ravenclaws would like to have. Arthur said. Niece, just so you know we have a guest today during the meeting. Sirius Black will be present. I think you know him. Robert asked. Yes, I do. His adopted son Harry is the best friend of my youngest son Ron. Arthur told him. How comes he is attending the meeting? I think Fasimo said something about him helping with getting a shop in Diagon Alley to sell our products. As he is a pretty big number in the Wizengamot now, he can ease our acceptance in Britain. You know that we didn't really have a market there until recently. With the pureblood faction blocking any attempts to sell goods that were created by Muggles originally, or at least in parts, we had a hard time to even get known. Many already forgot that it was JWT that developed the WWN. They tend to sprout nonsense about it being a pureblood wizard that invented it. Other European countries were easier to access. We are leading in the market in Germany, France, Spain and Sweden, to just name the major ones. Okay, that makes sense. It would be great if Sirius managed to promote our products more. Arthur agreed. Finally it was time to go to the meeting and both men walked there relaxed. They entered the room and Arthur saw Sirius and greeted him. Then they all took their seats. The department head, Alanius Rockomar, opened the meeting. Okay, to get the official side over with, I hereby open the first complete meeting of the R&D department of Junior Wizarding Technologies. I want to first introduce you to our guest, Sirius Black, sometimes also known as Comte de Jarge, who has agreed to support our attempt to finally successfully enter the British market. He was contacted by our new owner, who prefers to stay anonymous for now, to act as our marketing representative. Sirius nodded his head and smiled at the assembled people in the room. Let's now start with the report of the projects you have worked on the last 2 months. Jack, how far are you with the project for the Quidditch World Cup? Alanius asked. We have completed the recording part and managed to get the quality of the pictures up to 95%. We are still fine-tuning the reproduction quality to get to 100% next month. With the World Cup starting in June, we will be ready to supply the Quidditch fans with recordings of the games the day after the game has been played. Jean and her team are finished with the devices to play the recorded games through a modified VCR. The storage part for the devices consists of special crystals, which our team can mass produce. We have already stocked 1.000.000 crystals in our warehouses. We can get the recordings from the games to the transfer machine within 10 minutes after the game. The replication of the original recording to the crystals will be done in 3 hours. After that we can send the crystals through Owl Post to the clients that have subscribed the recordings for the game. The only thing they will need are the devices to play the recordings. Our books are filled with orders for the devices from all countries in Europe except Britain. But Mr. Black thinks he can manage to promote our ideas pretty quickly and that we can start selling in 2 months, early enough to profit from the Quidditch World Cup boom in England. Jack concluded his report. Arthur was impressed. He wouldn't have thought of a possibility to record Quidditch games in crystals that could be sent to people at home, so they could follow the World Cup despite not managing to get tickets. This promised to earn JWT a massive amount of money. After all, Quidditch was the most popular sport in the world and reading about a match was nothing compared to seeing it. More, if they continued the practice for the league matches after the World Cup was over, they would have a steady profit from this product. On that front, I have some good news. Thanks to the ministry trying to get into my good books and not angering my son more than they already did, I got the permission to open the store in Diagon Alley this morning. You can send some craftsmen to renovate it to your liking tomorrow. My house elf Dobby will await them and show them the premises. Sirius informed them. That's very good news, Mr. Black. Alanius said. Next topic on my list is the games you had your children test at Hogwarts, Arthur. What are their responses? They are very good. I had them test the games Cluedo, Monopoly and Game of Life which I had modified. From the reviews they got, there is a great market for the games within the students of Hogwarts. The favorite at the moment is Cluedo, as it is accepted within 3 of the 4 houses. There are problems with the acceptance of games of Muggle origin within Slytherin House, but we estimated that and think it would mellow over time when all the other children have the games. The Game of Life is better liked with the older students, Monopoly with the younger ones. Within the school my children got over 150 requests to inform them as soon as the games were available during the past month. I got the lists from the school. My son Percy also told me an idea to get more Ravenclaw students interested in our games. He suggested that we create a game that is both educational and entertaining. I think it wouldn't be just the Ravenclaws that would like such a game. With the British market lacking in the department of entertainment in the form of games, the ones that are known have been played for centuries and get a bit boring with time, we can probably make our company known through the younger age group easily. Arthur reported. Good. The interest is encouraging. I want you to send the designs for the 3 games to the production department. I want them ready to go into worldwide sale before the summer holidays started. If possible, get the first load ready for our shop opening in Diagon Alley. Alanius said. I have an idea you could also take up. Sirius spoke up. Why don't you create some more card games? The board games are great if you have more time, but for short periods, like waiting half an hour for the next class, you would need games that don't take up much space and which you can play in intervals, like cards. The only card game that is known in the wizarding world in Britain is Exploding Snap. I know that there are many Muggle card games out there. It would probably be easy to modify them. Additionally, I would look into more entertainment like music for the teenagers. Good idea. I see we will make good profit in the game department. Arthur, Robert, take care of that. Robert, you are responsible for the creation. Send 3 of your men into the Muggle world and do some research. I also want you to think about new ideas yourself. Arthur, start with the game your son suggested. If he has some ideas, I am willing to pay him if we have success with it. If possible, I want to have it ready for a test run in a month so we can start selling it together with the other ones in summer. Alanius said. Hamilton, you are going to put thought into the music idea. Mr. Black is right. We know that music players are a bestseller in the Muggle world. We should make something out of that. Of course, I will send him a letter when the meeting is over. Arthur confirmed and Hamilton Groomer nodded. Percy sat on the Gryffindor table during breakfast. He had the first period free, but he had planned to review his charms notes. He was in his newt year and wanted to make it into the ministry. When the post owls arrived, he spotted their new family owl Ginger flying towards him. She landed in front of him and held out her leg for him to take the letter. Thanks, Ginger, Percy said and gave the owl a bit of toast. He opened the letter and began reading. He must have looked really surprised, because Ginny questioned him about it. What's the matter, Percy? She asked. Dad wrote. He had a meeting where he presented the reports we sent him about the game's acceptance here at Hogwarts at JWT yesterday. They will produce them and they will be ready for sale before the summer holidays, the first 3 probably even for the shop opening in Diagon Alley that is planned for early March. I had written him a letter too and suggested to create another game, one that would be more interesting for the Ravenclaws especially. You know, both educational and entertaining. Percy informed her. Not a bad idea, Percy. Harry commented, who had listened in from a few seats to Percy's left. Thanks, Harry. Well, Dad writes his head of department wants him to create the game and asked if I would help with it. If the game is a success, he would pay me for my part in the creation. Percy sounded like he had problems believing it. Great. Did you already have an idea what kind of game it would be? Ginny wanted to know. Well, I have thought about it a bit. When Penny told me what the Ravenclaws wanted in a game and I had some time on my own, I wrote down a few ideas. It intrigued me that there could be such a game. When I watched others play the games Dad already had you, Ron and the twins test, I noticed that you had the most enjoyment when you saw how much better you did than the other players. So it would need a recognizable means to see who was leading in the game. But it also couldn't be too easy for one player to win. Percy explained. Harry nodded. That was the case with Monopoly. If one player was too good, the others didn't enjoy the game as much. But that was a rare case. So what? The players have to collect proof of their success. Ginny asked. Yes, I thought there could be questions that had to be answered in different categories. They would have to be spread over a wide range of topics so nobody feels discouraged to play the game. I think it would be possible to have questions for a younger age group and an older one. Perhaps we could charm the game so that at the beginning the players state their age and the game chooses appropriate questions for the group. The category the question is from could be decided by the board. Perhaps by throwing dice to move on the board or pulling chips from a bag. Percy said. It sounds like you really thought a bit about it, Percy. It sounds great. Ginny praised her brother. Percy smiled at the praise from his little sister. Amelia sat together with her fellow revolutionaries in the ministry. They had assembled to decide just who could take over for Fudge. They needed a strong candidate to even have a chance to replace the corrupt fool. Okay, We are agreed that we need to find a proper candidate. I would like to hear some suggestions. She started. It won't be easy to find a candidate that combines all the qualities that we want for the one in the top position. Amos Diggory said. Too true. If it would be, Fudge never would have become minister in the first place. But all other possible candidates demolished themselves before they could take over the post or were brought down by outside influence, like Barty Crouch with his Death Eater son. Rufus Scrimgeour agreed. You don't want to be minister, Amelia? Frederick Rawthorne asked. No, thank you. I can do more good, if I keep the DMLE working. The best possible candidate would be one who didn't prefer one department over the other. She pondered. It was very difficult. There were not many people working at the ministry that fulfilled the profile. Call me stupid, but I don't think we will find our new minister inside the ministry. I remember that many called for Albus Dumbledore to become minister in the past as he was powerful, well-known and neutral to the workings in the ministry. I don't want to suggest Dumbledore. Desrella Ronans was quick to elevate her statement at the disbelieving looks the others gave her, but perhaps we need to start looking outside the ministry for our candidate. Desrella is right. If we had a good choice inside the ministry we would probably ask him or her if he or she would be the candidate right now. Frederick agreed. Okay. Any suggestions? Amelia asked. They thought hard about it. After 5 minutes Amos Diggory shouted. I got it. The others looked at him. Okay. Who do you think of? Rufus asked. Call me crazy, but I think the best candidate would be Sirius Black. He announced. Sirius Black? Amelia asked disbelievingly. Why him? I think Amos has a good idea there. Frederick said. Think about it. The Blacks are one of our oldest pureblood houses, but Sirius has always hated the dark arts his family was infamous for. He fought in the war against you-know-who and is a powerful and smart wizard. He wants to change the ways things work in Britain and get the country to catch up with other nations. He is the adoptive father of Harry Potter and has therefore the support of the public. The Daily Prophet reported intensively on him helping Harry after he ran away from his Muggle relatives, even if at the time he disguised himself as Comte de Jarge. He knows how to work subtly but can also use power to reach his goals. And the only thing one could hold against him is his imprisonment, which was done illegally. For him to have survived Azkaban with his sanity intact is another sign of his mental strength. Furthermore, we could be sure that the Prophet wouldn't be used by Fudge to denounce his opponent, because Harry is the majority owner and insists on them reporting the truth. Hell, the boy even got Rita Skeeter to write the truth now. The others pondered Frederick's arguments. The question is, would he do it? I had the impression he wanted to concentrate on giving Harry the home he didn't have until now. Desrella asked. I think he would. If anything, Sirius is skilled in time management. For 3/4 of the year Harry is at Hogwarts. He only returns home at the weekends to learn about his family magic. And face it, Fudge spends more time doing nothing than leading this place. The things Sirius would have to do is representing the new direction he wants to promote and clean up the mess Fudge and Bagnold left behind and keep track of the departments. While he would be very busy in the beginning, he could decrease his workload after perhaps 3 months of intense house cleaning. If we do this right, the hard part could be over when the summer holidays at Hogwarts begin. Rufus said. Do you really think we could get the house cleaning done until then? I think 3 months are awfully short. Amelia doubted the estimation. No, I meant the election process and kicking Fudge out. We need to get the vote of no confidence over in the Wizengamot, which will probably take a month. Then we have to get the election prepared. Another month. We would have elections in early April at the soonest. Then there are about 2.5 months until summer break. That would be enough time to neutralize Fudge's old toadies and either sack them for incompetence, convict them for corruption, or push them in dead-end positions if we can't sack them. We already know who they are, so we won't have to waste time to find them. Once they are out of their positions of power we can restructure. For that we don't need the presence of the minister all the time. He could go on holiday with his son for 3 weeks until we have managed to set up the new working processes. I suggest we start a brainstorming once the toadies are out. We should also get rid of those that only got their positions because of their connections. I want that the important departments are staffed by skilled wizards and witches. He explained. Okay. Now I can follow you. Who is going to ask Sirius? Amelia asked. I suggest you go together with Rufus and Frederick. Amos said. Okay. Do you agree, Amelia, Rufus? Frederick asked. Both nodded. When do we want to do it? Rufus asked. What about in 3 days? That would be Thursday and Sirius should be at home. Amelia proposed. They agreed to do it that way. Minerva met with Remus, Phileas and Pomona. She wanted to discuss some things regarding Albus' new suspicious behavior. Thanks for coming on this short notice. She greeted them. No problem, Minerva, Phileas said. What did you want to discuss? Albus. He is behaving stranger than normally. For the last month I have watched him closely and he tried to hide it, but now he is openly behaving suspicious. He is meeting with Severus more often and I fear he has a new plan that includes Harry. I get the impression he will try to involve the boy in another dangerous scheme. She told them. So there was more to your request to keep quiet about Harry's surprising rise in his grades since the beginning of the year. I had feared it, but I didn't want to believe that the headmaster was involved. Phileas sighed. Yes, it was. From what Sirius told me, Harry had a big number of blocks on his magic, his mind and his special abilities. Further, there were spells placed on him that enraged the Dursleys and he was given potions that hindered him. The goblins took care of all of it at the beginning of the year. All hints point in the direction of Albus Dumbledore. He had the biggest interest in keeping Harry under control. Remus explained. Merlin, the poor boy. How could anybody do that to a child? Pomona exclaimed. We don't understand it either. The motive behind all of it is unclear as of now. But we think it could be that Albus regards Harry as a weapon that will be needed in the fight against you-know-who if he returns, which he nearly managed the past 2 years. There is a prophecy that stated that Harry has the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. It was obviously the trigger for Albus' plans, Lily and James's deaths and the wrongful imprisonment of Sirius. I don't know the wording, but the gist is either Harry kills you-know-who or will be killed by him. Sirius is doing all he can to have Harry trained so when he should manage to return, Harry won't be unprepared. The other thing he does is showing Harry that he is loved and that he deserves a happy life. From what I overheard Harry telling his friends about his holidays over the Christmas break, he absolutely loved it in Cyprus. Minerva said. Yes, Sirius is undoing much of the damage the Dursleys did to Harry. If Albus thinks he might be able to use them in the future, he will be sorely disappointed. They will be standing trial in the Muggle world soon. The goblins collected proof of their crimes against Harry under the cover of an audit at Harry's uncle's employer. The management of the company already decided to forward the evidence to the Muggle police. They will be taken care of. Remus informed them. Good riddance. From the things Sirius told me I wanted to go there myself and hex them into oblivion. I should have been more persistent after Lily and James had died. I could have spared Harry his unhappy childhood. Minerva regretted. We all fell for the assuring words of Albus. We can't change it anymore, we can only do what will be the best for Harry and help him survive and finally have a happy life. Remus said. Okay, I guess we will have to do more now to keep Harry's abilities a secret. Or has Albus already found out? Pomona asked. From what I know he didn't. But I wouldn't wonder if Hagrid slipped up by now. You know him. He has the biggest heart but the loosest tongue. And he adores the headmaster. Minerva stated. So the best thing to happen would be something that distracted Albus for a while. Best out of Hogwarts, Phileas analyzed. Right, but the problems with the pranks at the Ministry have been solved by now and I don't think it will give a repeat performance. Minerva said, looking sternly at Remus. Why are you looking at me like that, Minerva? He asked innocently. Because I know that you were involved and got the Weasley twins on your side. As if they didn't have enough mischief in their minds already. She huffed. Well, it did its purpose. The Ministry and Albus were too busy to do anything to sabotage the trial of Sirius and Peter. Remus said grinning. Okay, admittedly it did. But to help our situation now we would need something on a similar scale that wouldn't be suspicious for Albus. She said. I know of something that will happen soon. I am sure you have noticed how displeased Albus is with the new games the Weasleys have brought to school with them to test them for Arthur. I know for sure that JWT will open a shop in Diagon Alley soon, because Sirius got them the license. It will be in the papers soon. They want to use the excitement for the upcoming Quidditch World Cup in England to promote their products. If I am right, Albus will be trying to hinder them. Remus informed them. That could be very possible. I know of their products from my cousin in Cologne. There the products are a part of daily life and not to think away. Pomona agreed. That will perhaps buy us a month or so. I just hope we can manage until the end of year. It would be best for Harry. Phileas said. Sirius waited for his 3 guests at home. Amelia Bones, Rufus Scrimgeour and Frederick Rawthorne had asked for a meeting to discuss something important with him. He really wondered what they could want from him. He knew that they were organizing the downfall of Fudge in the near future, but what could he have to do with that? While he would vote against Fudge if the vote of no confidence came before the Wizengamot, he couldn't think of anything that he could do right now. He also hadn't really decided if he wanted to accept Moody's offer to join SMF3. It was interesting, but to be honest, he didn't want to risk his life now that he was a father. And leaving Harry alone again was not something he wanted to do. Harry would need a stable home for the years to come to even think of getting ready to face Voldemort. As much as he wanted to keep his son out of a possible war, he knew it wouldn't work. If Voldemort managed to regain a body, Harry would be his prime target. He looked at the clock at the wall. 5 minutes until they had said they would come. Creature, he called. Yes, Master Sirius, Creature asked. Are the preparations for my guests ready? Sirius asked. Of course. Creature prepared the snacks Master wished to have and the tea will be freshly brewed as soon as they arrive. Creature answered. Very good, thank you, Creature. Please bring everything here after you brought them into the lounge. Sirius said. Creature bowed and popped away. 7 minutes later the bell rang and Creature opened the door. Welcome to the House of Black. Please follow Creature to Lord Black. Creature greeted with a bow. Amelia, Rufus and Frederick noticed that the house elf was wearing a uniform with the crest of the House of Black on it. They had to admit that it looked better than having their house elves wear pillowcases or the like. Lord Black, your guests have arrived. Creature announced the 3. Thank you, Creature. Please bring the snacks and the tea as soon as the tea is ready. Sirius answered. Creature bowed and popped away. Welcome, Amelia, Rufus, Frederick. It's a pleasure to have you at my home. Please sit down. Creature will soon bring some refreshments. I can recommend the cupcakes. They are really great. Sirius greeted his guests. All 4 sat down in comfy armchairs around a tea table. Creature popped into the room with a plate of cupcakes and little tarts. He placed it on the table and popped back to get the tea. As soon as he was back he started serving tea to everybody, starting with Amelia. When everybody had their tea, he popped away again. Wow, your house elf is strange. Rufus commented. You should have seen him when I came back here. He had gone mad from overexposure of the dark artifacts my family kept in the house. It took me some weeks of curse breaking to get the house free of residual dark magic. Now he is completely loyal to Harry and me. I wouldn't have thought the elf that was so nasty to me during my childhood would have such a turnaround. Sirius commented. I think Rufus means that he is wearing clothes and not complaining about it. Amelia clarified. They are not clothes in the sense of giving a house elf clothes and freeing them. The uniform is a symbol for the service to the House of Black. Creature has been in the Black family since he was born. For him serving the Blacks is his life. With a bit convincing from Harry and me he accepted that we want to give a different impression of our family. And that includes that our elves proudly show whom they serve. And they look more professional in their uniforms than in pillowcases or towels. Sirius explained. Amazing. Frederick said and took a cupcake. Chocolate. You were right, Sirius, the cupcakes are great. The other 2 also took some cake and resorted to exchanging some news. Finally Sirius touched the question he had wanted to ask from the beginning. While I like having you all over for tea, I assume you had a reason to meet me. He said. Yes, you are right. As you know we are assembling support to push a vote of no confidence through the Wizengamot. The thing we also discussed is the person who will be taking over for Fudge once he is out of office. Amelia started. Not an easy task I guess. Sirius commented. A very difficult task indeed. We have gone over all the ones working at the ministry and came up empty. None would really be the person we would need to lead the ministry through some necessary but painful changes. We are aware that a thorough house cleaning will have to be done before we can even think of being an obstacle in case Voldemort returns. Amelia confirmed. We finally came to the conclusion that with all the competition between the departments at the ministry for funds and influence, we would be better off with an outside candidate. Rufus added. Okay, and you want me to help you find such a person? Sirius asked. No, we want you to become minister. Frederick said, shocking Sirius. What? He shouted out. Are you crazy? Well, the thought came up that it might seem crazy to make you minister, but there are very good arguments for you taking the position. Frederick said, amused about the disbelieving face of Sirius. And what arguments would that be? Sirius wanted to know, trying to get over the shock. First, we need somebody from one of the old pureblood families to appease that faction. They have a lot of votes in the Wizengamot, so the only one to even have a chance to become minister would have to be a pureblood. Second, while your family was dark, you are not, but you are also not light. You know how to use cunning and power, but also how to be diplomatic. Third, you have the wealth to not be susceptible to bribery and don't need to get the position for political influence. For the next 7 years you would be the single most powerful politician anyway, as you would be proxy for your son. Your son is the next factor. The public loves Harry, and as you were the one to save him from the Dursleys and have given him a home for the first time in his life, the public loves you too. You want changes and have propagated them even before your identity was revealed. And lastly, you were one of the people who fought against Voldemort. While you were put into Azkaban, you were proven innocent, and the current administration had to take the blame for not doing right by their laws. You kept your sanity and are actively working for a better society. You have to agree that those are strong arguments, Sirius. Amelia summarized. Sirius was silent. He thought about the arguments and could logically comprehend them. Taking the position would have advantages and disadvantages both. He would need to think about it. And he needed to ask Harry what he thought. He didn't want to make that kind of decision without his son. Harry was his top priority. James, Lily and Remus would also be good to ask for advice. I will have to think about it for a while. I also want to ask Harry what he thinks. I have promised to be there for him and I intend to keep that promise. Sirius finally said. That is understandable. We have written down our estimations of the probable timeline for the changes we intend to start. Read it thoroughly and then decide. It will be a lot of work for the first few months if you should agree, but we estimate that by the end of the year everything would have been done. And we also included some vacation time during the summer break of Hogwarts. Frederick said, handing Sirius a file with a bundle of papers. Okay, what do you think? How long can I take to decide? Sirius asked. Take 3 weeks and then tell us what you think. But we really think you would be the best candidate for minister. You have the time over the year while Harry is at Hogwarts, and once everything is working smoothly, your main responsibility would be representing the ministry with other dignitaries, managing the budget and controlling the department's work. But if Fudge managed it, you can for sure. Rufus said. Okay, I will do that. Sirius agreed. Amelia, Rufus and Frederick finished their tea and then bid Sirius goodbye. They knew he had much to think about. On Saturday morning Harry stepped out of the fireplace at Grimmauld Place. He was curious what he would learn today. He was looking for his father but couldn't see him. That was strange. Normally he would be waiting for him. Perhaps he had forgotten the time and was in his study. Harry went to his father's study and knocked on the door. Come in, Sirius called. Harry opened the door and entered the room. Harry, is it already that late? He asked and looked at the clock on the wall. I'm sorry, I totally lost track of time. Sirius apologized. On his desk were 3 stacks of papers which he seemed to have worked on. No problem. I guessed it was something like that. Harry said. Take a seat. Help yourself to some tea and biscuits. I just need to finish this, then we can start. Sirius said, and Harry nodded. He sat down in an armchair and filled himself a cup of tea and took a plate of biscuits. What are you working on, Pa? Harry asked. This is for the opening celebrations for the JWT shop in Diagon Alley in 2 weeks. As I am promoting JWT in Britain, I am pretty busy with the preparations. We want to present some classic top sellers together with some new items. We hope to break through here in Britain with the Wizarding TV. At the moment we can just use the principle of recording and playing things, much like a VCR in the Muggle world works. Live events are not possible for us yet. We can't send images with magic like Muggles send signals with radio waves, because the magic would interfere too much with the Muggle electrics and short-circuit them. Too much risk of them finding out about the Wizarding world. Sirius explained. It still seems like a good chance. I understand it right that the Wizarding TV is brought on the market now because the Quidditch World Cup will be held in England this summer. Harry asked. Exactly. In other countries the marketing for the TV devices has been started months ago and many have pre-ordered a device for their homes. Here in Britain though, with JWT not being that well known, we need a big event to promote our products properly and the World Cup is a chance we couldn't let slip away. The new games Arthur has developed will also go into selling soon. The 3 that were already tested are in production now and will be available for the opening of the shop here in Britain and in the other countries in a month or so. The game Percy suggested will probably be ready for the start of the summer break as well. From what I heard from Arthur, Percy is really doing a good job with the game. Sirius answered. Yes, I was also surprised. I think he really thought about his career ambitions. Your trial shook his faith in the ministry. He didn't think that the ministry would allow such blatant miscarriage of justice. I think it was good that it happened now before he was caught up in their swamp of corruption. We really need a better minister than Fudge. How far are the rebels of the ministry with getting their plans moved? Harry asked. Sirius finished his document and signed it. Then he turned to Harry. As he had mentioned it, he could as well get this over with. They have a plan of action and a timetable for the plan to work. They think in about a month they can get the vote of no confidence against Fudge on the way. So the end of Fudge's career would be at the end of March. Then normally we would have 1 month for the candidates to present themselves and then elections. Sirius said. Once the new minister is elected things would be a bit busy. There is a lot to be cleaned up after 12 years of corruption and bribery being normal occurrences. They expect the first part of it being over by the end of June, the next phase would mostly be done by the department heads. The minister would only have to keep the survey of all the departments. In the beginning there would be a massive sacking and arresting of corrupt politicians, the incompetent fools would have to be kicked out and the overall structure remodeled to work with a leaner workforce that knows what it does. Some departments would have to get new duties and some need to do their jobs properly. Amelia and Rufus told me that they know those that fit the description and would inform the new minister about them as soon as he was elected. That will be hard for the new minister to manage that all in the first few months until everything works again. Do you know who they want to have as the new minister? Harry asked. Yes, I do. They asked me to do the job. Sirius said. Harry was shocked. He even let his biscuit fall to the floor. They really want you to be minister? He asked disbelievingly. Yes, they had some pretty good arguments prepared, because I had a similar reaction to yours. Sirius admitted. Well, what are the arguments? Not that I think you couldn't do the job. You would be worlds better than Fudge. Harry said. Thanks. Well, they argued that first they didn't have anybody in the ministry that would combine all the characteristics they wished for in a leader. I am a pureblood, but neither dark nor light. As you know, I think in shades of gray. Therefore I would be accepted by most of the old families. The truly dark families were taken care of by the spirit of Wizengamot already. Their patriarchs sit in prison by now after going through the ritual of soul judgment. It is still discussed if they should pay retribution for working against the magical government with Voldemort. I have enough money to not be susceptible to bribery and I hold so much political sway through the Black Seat and as your proxy for the next 7 years that I wouldn't be tempted by more power that could be offered to me. I am seen in a very positive light for my connection with you and my actions in getting you away from the Dursleys. That I adopted you also helps in the public opinion. I am known as a powerful wizard who still knows how to use cunning when possible but who will also act if there is a danger to our world. After all, I fought against Voldemort. The only thing anybody could say against me is that I was in Azkaban, but the whole world knows that I am innocent of the crimes I was accused of, and it went through all wizarding publications, not only the Prophet. That I am still sane after 12 years in Azkaban is also seen as a sign of my mental strength, which I would need on the job. It is hard to argue if you are presented with that many positive arguments," Sirius said. Harry nodded. He had to process this for a while. He knew the arguments were true, but did he want to have his pa become minister? He just had got him and was getting used to have a father that took care of him. Was he ready to share him so soon? Then his rational side woke up. Sirius mostly spent his time at home. He could easily work while he was at Hogwarts. He would still be there for him on the weekends and during the breaks. And their world needed a competent leader. His father could be that leader. Did he have a right to oppose it? "Harry, whatever I decide, I want you to agree with it. I want to know your concerns about it. Tell me if you worry about something or are scared. I know this is a huge change," Sirius said, seeing the conflicting emotions on his son's face. It is just so much to process. Logically, I understand that you probably are the best man for the job. The arguments they had are true, but will you still have time for me if you become minister?" he asked. Sirius sat down on the armrest of the armchair and put his arm around Harry's shoulders. "You will always be my first priority, Harry. Never doubt that. The others also know that and agreed on that condition in case I would take the job," Sirius assured him. "If I got elected, I would work at the ministry from Monday to Friday. On Saturdays and Sundays we would still see each other and continue your studies and have some family time. Our vacation for the summer will still happen like we planned. Amelia and Rufus are sure until then the first phase of cleaning up will be done. The departments would need to reorganize for a month anyway, so I could get away in July without a problem. After that, the Quidditch World Cup would be a time where I would have some duties of representing the country. But the 8th finals start at the beginning of August. And with your love for Quidditch, I guess you wouldn't mind to see some games. The only games I would have to be present for are those of teams from Great Britain, that means England, Wales, Scotland and Ireland. And of course the final game," Sirius explained. Harry nodded. That sounded reasonable. "How long do you have to think about it?" "I don't think I could tell you my opinion right now," Harry admitted. "I have 3 weeks. Take your time and think about it. If you are absolutely against me taking the job, I won't do it," Sirius promised. Harry nodded and leaned against his father. It was the 1st of March and the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Magical Creatures met to discuss the case of Buckbeak the Hippogriff that had attacked the Malfoy heir at Hogwarts. The owner of the Hippogriff, Rubeus Hagrid, was present to defend his creature. The accusation was presented by Narcissa Malfoy, as her husband was nothing more than an insane squib right now and sat in Muggle prison. Just when they wanted to start, they were surprised by the appearance of Sirius Black, who sat down next to Hagrid. Hagrid looked extremely relieved to see the Lord of House Black. Narcissa looked massively displeased with the appearance of her cousin, but there was no rule to keep him out of the hearing. "All right, let's get this done. Hearing on the charges of attack against Draco Lucius Malfoy by the Hippogriff Buckbeak during the first Care of Magical Creatures class of the term under the watch of Care of Magical Creatures teacher Rubeus Hagrid. The charges are that the accused attacked Draco Malfoy unprovoked and nearly injured him. Only the quick reaction of Harry Potter Black prevented that the accused injured Draco Malfoy. Presenting the accusation as Narcissa Virgo Malfoy, presenting the defense as Sirius Orion Black. Presiding the hearing are Amos Fenimore Diggory for the Department of Regulation of Magical Creatures and Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic. "Mrs. Malfoy, you have the floor," Fudge said. He had insisted to personally take care of the hearing to ensure he was seen of doing something right by the public. Narcissa stood. "Minister, my son, Draco, took his first lesson in Care of Magical Creatures in September of last year. The teacher for the class, Professor Hagrid, she obviously hated addressing Hagrid with the title, introduced the class to hippogriffs. Creatures that shouldn't be shown to third years at all. They are dangerous and not suited to be handled by beginners in the class. The hippogriff in question attacked my son when he was petting his head after having performed the procedure to approach a hippogriff. I demand that this dangerous creature will be executed to not be any danger to other students anymore. Narcissa said. Many murmured agreeing comments. Starting a class with hippogriffs was a bit much. Sirius stood. Now was his time to show them why you didn't mess with Harry's friends. I would like to show you the memory of my son Harry Potter Black of the class in question. The memory has been extracted by me under the watch of Madame Amelia Bones this weekend when Harry was at home for his lessons in family magic. Madame Bones can confirm that the memory hasn't been tampered with. I think the memory will say more than any words I can say. Sirius said and poured Harry's memory of the lesson in question into the pensieve he had got from the DMLE to use during the hearing. He tapped the pensieve with his wand and the image of the class was shown to the attendants of the meeting. When they saw the attack they looked impressed with Harry showing skills in wandless magic. Once the projection was over, Sirius tapped the pensieve again and took out the memory. I think that the only one to blame for that near accident is Draco Malfoy himself. Professor Hagrid explicitly warned the class to not insult hippogriffs. The boy still did it, thinking he knew better than his teacher in the class. He was warned that it was dangerous to insult the hippogriffs and that it could end really badly. I think the hippogriff in question isn't any more dangerous than all hippogriffs are. They attack if they are insulted. Everybody who has studied magical creatures knows that. I will admit, Professor Hagrid could have started a bit smaller, like with Gnarls, but hippogriffs are a suitable part of the curriculum of third year and to give the students an interesting start into the subject they are great. Narcissa was silently fuming. There was nothing she could say against Sirius' arguments. He had covered his bases well. Having Harry Potter's memories of the incident, the one who had saved Draco, was an ironclad proof against the overly danger the hippogriff posed. And the Malfoy name didn't hold as much sway as it did in the past after Lucius had been arrested and put on trial for being a Death Eater. The subject just wasn't worth to spend much money on buying the judges. She hadn't expected Sirius to present the defense after all. Amos Diggory and his colleagues discussed the shown memories and the arguments both sides brought up. Hippogriffs in general pose a certain level of danger, but from what we saw in the memory, that hippogriff in question doesn't seem to be vicious. If it was, it would have hurt Potter Black before that. Amos said. But it still attacked the Malfoy boy. Phineas Opporus, an older member of the committee said. Just because the boy didn't listen to his teacher. I would think with the kind of warning Professor Hagrid gave his class it should have been obvious to the boy not to do it. He disregarded the warning and paid the price. He can be glad Potter Black was so quick to react. Terence Guinness supported Amos's position. I think we should clear the hippogriff. He only followed his instincts. There is no reason to execute him. And we really have better things to do than acting on a temper tantrum of the boy who caused the incident. Amos said. That argument was agreed on. They turned to Fudge, who didn't look that happy. He had thought he could look good by getting rid of a dangerous creature. Did you come to a conclusion? He asked the committee. Yes, we vote to clear the hippogriff Buckbeak of attacking Draco Malfoy unprovoked. The provided memory of Harry Potter Black proves that it was Draco Malfoy who provoked the hippogriff into attacking by insulting him against the instruction of his teacher. Phineas said. Fudge nodded reluctantly. Then hereby I declare the hippogriff cleared of all charges. Take him back to Hogwarts, Professor Hagrid. Fudge said and left the room. Thank you so much, Sirius. I don't know what would have happened to Beaky if you and Harry hadn't helped me. Hagrid thanked Sirius happily. You're welcome, Hagrid. After Harry showed me his memories, I knew Buckbeak was innocent. I just couldn't let an innocent creature be killed because my cousin's spoiled son thought it would be a good idea to have others suffer for his mistakes. Sirius said. He knew that Rita Skeeter was in the room as the reporter from the Daily Prophet to report the case. It would make a nice article. Harry had returned to Hogwarts Sunday evening. He had informed his father that he would agree with him candidating for minister. After 2 weeks of thinking things over, he came to the conclusion that there would only be a few things that would change for him. While he would be known as the minister's son, it wouldn't add that much publicity. He already was more famous than any other wizard in Great Britain anyway. He would be at Hogwarts for 9 months of the year and still see his father on the weekends. There would be a few official events he would have to attend, but he would manage that. And with his father leading the ministry, they could start the necessary changes there a lot easier than they had thought before. While Voldemort had lost a big part of his support base, it was probably only a question of time until he found a way to return. He had had 2 nearly successful attempts so far, and there was no way to say if there were more Death Eaters out there, hidden and waiting for the return of their master. The ministry needed to be ready for that. His business operations would be coordinated by the goblins, and the few meetings with the directors of the companies could be delegated to a barrister if Sirius was too busy with his job. The really important ones were already over. Sirius had told him about the Grunnings meeting and the decision regarding Vernon. Harry was satisfied that the walrus would get what he deserved. He didn't know yet if he would need to appear at court or if a written statement from him would be enough. But he would arrange himself with it, either way. He was not alone, and his father would make sure things would be okay. Sirius apparated to the ministry for his appointment with Amelia and Rufus. He had informed them that he would tell them his decision today and wanted to discuss the coming actions. He had to present his wand at the checkpoint, then he could proceed. With him being a member of the Wizengamot, things were only routine. He took the elevator to the 2nd floor where Amelia's office was located. He was looked at strangely by some of the workers on the floor, but they didn't bother him. Many were still processing that he had been innocent all those years. He knocked at Amelia's door and was called inside. "Hello, Sirius. Please take a seat," Amelia said. She and Rufus were sitting on a table in one corner of her room, discussing some charts. "Good morning, Amelia." "Good morning, Rufus." Sirius greeted and sat down on a chair at the same table. "Tea or coffee?" Amelia asked. "Coffee, please." Sirius answered, and Amelia poured some coffee in a cup. Sirius took the cup and added a spoon of sugar. "So, you said you have made your decision?" Rufus asked. "Yes, I will do it," Sirius said. Both Amelia and Rufus were relieved. Now they had a strong candidate for the position of minister. "Thank you, Sirius. We are pretty much done with getting the process for the vote of no confidence for Fudge to the Wizengamot. All the department heads that need to give their vote have been informed already. The meeting of the Wizengamot will be on the 12th. It went a bit faster than we expected it. I will ask for the vote to be taken as it needs to be requested by the head of a major department. We are sure the vote will leave no doubt of the incompetence of Fudge. After the vote has gone through, an interim minister will be named until the elections are over. We need to nominate you as the candidate for minister after the vote is over. Others will also announce their nominations. But as they didn't have the time to prepare like we did, they will be caught wrong-footed. And many of the candidates the traditionalists could have nominated are now reduced to mostly insane squibs and sitting in Muggle prison. There won't be much money involved in the elections as well. The wealthy families on the dark side are pretty much powerless. Most of the wealthy families of the light side will support you, and the neutral ones will only vote for the candidate they think will get them the biggest advantages. Except for the department heads, none of the ministry personnel will vote. And most of them will see you as a good candidate. The election is planned for the 2nd of April. We thought having nearly 3 complete months before the summer holidays at Hogwarts start would be a good base. We have identified all the toadies of Fudge and have enough dirt to get rid of them. Amelia summarized. Okay, so the first thing I would have to do is appearing at the Wizengamot on the 12th and giving my votes against Fudge. Then you will nominate me. I accept the nomination and we wait who else will be nominated. By the way, what if there won't be other candidates? Sirius asked. Well, then we save a few weeks. If no other candidate is nominated, the election will start immediately. Rufus informed him. But I can't imagine that they wouldn't at least try to get a candidate in position that would help their position more. Okay, I guess you have everything under control. I will need the files on the bigots, the incompetents, the corrupts and their transgressions to study them. By the way, you are invited to come to the great opening of JWT's first shop in England on the 10th in Diagon Alley. As I am advertising their products with my name, I will be there the whole day. Sirius told them. That's the company Arthur is working for now, isn't it? Rufus asked. Yes, it is. Some of Arthur's new products will also be on sale. He modified some board games which were tested at Hogwarts already. They were a hit from what Harry told me. But what I really had to get was one of their new devices that shows you a recording of certain events. They have developed a method how things, for example Quidditch games, can be recorded in crystals. They will record all games during the Quidditch World Cup, and for those that ordered the recordings, owls will transport those recordings to the recipients overnight. So if you don't get tickets for a game at the World Cup, you still have a chance to see them the next day with the device. They also have other recordings, like theatrical performances, documentations on rare animals and the like. They are still working on expanding their repertoire. Sirius said. That sounds interesting. Amelia said. I will visit for sure. As will I. I saw some of the things that Arthur got from work at his home. Some of them look really useful. Rufus agreed. Spread the news around. The more people becoming curious, the better for the business. Sirius said happily. It was the 10th and Sirius was busy organizing the last things for the great opening. This would be a long day, but in the end it would be worth it. Harry would come over with the Weasleys, Neville Longbottom and some others from Hogwarts around noon. They had got permission from Professor McGonagall to attend this event. In fact, nearly 3/4 of Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff and Gryffindor houses would be here. This opening was after all taking place on a Saturday, had been advertised in the Daily Prophet for 2 weeks, and the games the Weasley siblings had shown around had been taken greatly by the students, so they wanted to see if they could get their own ones. The production department had really outdone itself to get the first 3 finished. There was a list in the shop for games that would come out at the beginning of the summer break, like the quiz game Percy was working on, 3 card games and 2 more board games. The advertisement for them was already presented in special areas in the shop. People who wanted to get them as soon as they were available could place their names on the lists and would be sent them as soon as they were for sale. Then there were all the products that were best sellers in other countries, like a more advanced version of the mirrors James and Sirius had used during their school time. Now it was possible to not only connect 2 mirrors, but up to 30 with each other. The upper part was still the mirror part to be able to see and talk to the one you wanted to speak to at the same time. Under that there now was a field where you could write messages with a miniature pencil-like quill. The message could then be sent to one of the persons that were connected to your mirror. The whole device was placed in an unbreakable frame, which had been a problem with the mirrors James and Sirius had used. Then there was the household helper area. Wands that were spelled to produce perfect meals. You only had to state which meal you wanted and it would be prepared as if one of the best cooks had prepared it. Invaluable for the stressed mother. The automatic one for all laundry drying ironing device. You put the clothes in the device and the device did the rest, including folding and sorting the clothes into the members of the family. You only had to place a button for the member of the family the clothes belonged to on the piece of clothes. And there was no limit to how many buttons per family you wanted. The device even recognized the kind of clothes they were and took similar clothes for one go. Like all dark clothes in the first go, all white clothes in the second, and so on. Sirius knew Molly loved hers. With 7 children, 5 of them still living at home, it was really handy to just let the device do most of the work. The only thing Molly needed to do was taking the laundry down to the laundry room, place it in the basket and wait for the device to finish sorting everything. Then she only needed to place it back in the right rooms. Next was the security area. You just needed to place a letter on a glass plate and it would show you if anything was wrong with your letter by lighting up in different colors. A ribbon you could place on your child and let it run around and you would always know where it had gone. A mirror that would show you who was outside of a door, and many others. For the great opening, JWT had organized for a stand where refreshments were handed out for free, only butterbeer, pumpkin juice, chocolate frogs and cauldron cakes, but free drinks and food was always a good way to promote a new enterprise. Then there was a raffle with mostly small prizes like small plushies. Then the next better prizes were the new board games, followed by the lesser-priced household helpers, with the first price being a new TV. Only about 5% of the tickets were prices in the area above the games. Overall there were 50% of winning tickets, 40% being small plushies, mostly the mascot of JWT, a white fox. That was the animagus form that Estelle Jr. had. 5% were the new board games. When Sirius looked out of the shop windows, he saw that there already were a lot of people who wanted to have a look around the new shop. The trick would be to properly advertise the new products as something all wizards and witches would want to have. But Sirius wasn't a marauder for nothing. Presentation of pranks was something he was good at, and now making a big spectacle of the opening of a shop for his son would be easily done. Finally it was 10 and Sirius stepped out of the shop to give a small welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to see that so many of you came to see a new chapter of British wizarding history being written. The great opening of the first JWT shop here in our beloved Diagon Alley. See for yourselves what the ingenuity of witches and wizards can accomplish. I promise especially the ladies that you will love the kind of products that have been created for making the dreaded housework nearly do itself. I know a witch who simply loves her new laundry device. Also single wizards, the times where we have to eat out after moving out from home to get something proper to eat are over. Here you can get wands that will produce spectacular meals on their own with only a verbal command. But don't try to use them for anything else, for that you still should use your normal wands. Sirius said and got some laughs. We also are the first to see the new games JWT developed. Perhaps some of you have heard about them from your children at Hogwarts. I know my son Harry did like them massively, for sale. All other countries will only get them on Monday morning in 1 week. For this great opening we got the whole production that could be finished until now. For those that have spent a long time here to look over the products on 3 floors in the shop, we will have some refreshments ready in half an hour out here. Don't hesitate to ask the shop assistants or me if you want to know anything, though for specifics the assistants would be better suited as they have been informed about more things than I was. I simply am the one running the show today. Sirius said, grinning, and got some more laughs. So without further ado, enjoy the wonders JWT has brought to us today. Sirius ended his speech. The visitors clapped, and behind Sirius the huge double door was opened and people streamed into the shop, wanting to know exactly what this new shop offered. At 1 o'clock a big contingent of Hogwarts students entered Diagon Alley through the leaky cauldron. They were talking animatedly with each other, all looking forward to exploring the new shop. Some had made dates to meet their parents there and some had come on their own. Those in first and second year that didn't have dates with their parents were kept together by their heads of house. That came up to 10 students in Gryffindor, 7 in Hufflepuff and 8 in Ravenclaw, with 2 Slytherin second years that were accompanied by Daphne Greengrass and Blaise Zabini, who had decided to collect information before deciding if this new shop was worthwhile or not. The whole rest of Slytherin that wasn't traditionally dark was waiting for them to report their findings. Sirius happily greeted Harry and his friends, taking a break from his promoting. "Hi, Pa, it looks like you are really busy," Harry said. "Indeed we are. Since 10 o'clock we have had many visitors that wanted to have a look around, ask a few questions about the products. Having Molly here to tell them about her experiences with the household helpers is really great. She is manning the raffle, by the way, and I think a lot of witches want to get at least the laundry device. The games are also going well. I guess we will be sold out this evening. We have already 24 orders for the TV, including subscriptions for the Quidditch World Cup games," Sirius said. "That sounds great. I will go and have a look around with my friends. I'm curious what they are selling here," Harry said. "Have fun, Harry," Sirius said and went back to his promotion job. Reporters that were here to write articles about the event made some photos of Sirius and Harry and then some of the products in the raffle. Sirius had organized that a whole page on the great opening would appear in tomorrow's Daily Prophet. The Weasley siblings were telling their fellow students about some products they knew from their dad and the tour they had been given over the Christmas break. All the Hogwarts students bought a ticket for the raffle and many won one of the plushies. After all, they were about the size of a normal cat and therefore great for cuddling. The first years that did were especially happy. One of the 2 Slytherin second years won a Monopoly game. Daphne got an Auto Meals wand. A third-year Hufflepuff, a fourth-year Ravenclaw and a first-year Gryffindor won a Cluedo game. 2 sixth-year Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws got a Game of Life. A 7th-year Gryffindor won a window cleaning device and Neville got a mirror communication set with 2 mirror phones. The stand with the food and drinks was always full and people were talking about the things the shop offered. The Hogwarts students stayed in Diagon Alley for 3 hours before Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout and Lupin, who had accompanied the group here, called them together to flow back to Hogwarts. All had had fun this afternoon and would tell the few of the students that had stayed back at Hogwarts what they had seen. Many that didn't win a game at the raffle also had bought one. Therefore it was to be expected to see the games being a normal part of evening entertainment in the common rooms soon. Percy had also informed many of his classmates about the new game he had helped develop that would come out shortly before the summer break. Some Ravenclaws had signed up to get the game once it was ready. It sounded like fun. Dumbledore was not a happy camper. He had wanted to deny the students to visit the JWT opening, but 3 of his heads of houses had overruled him, and with the high number of students that wanted to go it would have looked bad on his part to not allow it when Minerva, Phileas, Pomona and Remus were willing to accompany the students to London and have an eye on them. And about 70% of the students had decided to go and see the new shop for themselves. To think that those abominations of wizarding culture would soon be used in the households in Britain. But he hadn't been able to stop this. Sirius Black had become a major problem. The man had used the cowering of the ministry after the scandal with his illegal imprisonment to gain a license for the shop, and was even the leading face for the promotion. More so, Arthur Weasley's kids had made sure that the majority of students at Hogwarts were already waiting for the games to come out, which led to their parents wanting to know more about the shop that created those games their children wrote about in their letters. Many didn't even realize that most of the ideas had been taken from the Muggles and then used with wizarding methods to make them work. Things would change at Hogwarts, which he didn't want. Keeping the students on a low level of education had been the key to amassing his power over the decades. Cuthbert kept them mostly ignorant about history, with him sending nearly all students to sleep in his classes. Severus prevented them from becoming good in potions. Muggle studies was kept decades after the current situation to make the children believe that Muggles were below them. There was no organized studying for subjects going above the current curriculum, and with teachers being loaded with as much work as they were, there was no chance any of them could try teaching the students more than what was covered in classes. His whole power was based on the people of Great Britain seeing him as the overly wise grandfather persona, the one who always knew best. Well, how would they with not getting the best education possible? Oh, the core subjects like transfiguration and charms were taught by masters of their craft. Herbology was doing well in giving a thorough knowledge of the basics, but that was it. It would give people enough skill to have no problems going about their everyday life, but students excelling far beyond their peers without an immense amount of self-study. Not possible, and there was no one who could change that. Well, there shouldn't be anyone. But as soon as Harry became an adult he would have that power. He already knew about a lot of the political power he had as heir to all those influential houses, especially Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. He really hoped he wouldn't find out about the power those houses gave him over Hogwarts. Harry could force change to happen if he wanted to. But from what he knew so far, Harry, while doing a little bit better, wasn't excelling in any class. None of the teachers had informed him about outstanding performances of the boy. So his mental blocks were seemingly still working. He just couldn't lose control over the boy. He had worked too hard to make the boy his pawn. His other pawns he could lose, but not Harry. With the prophecy making him the only one being able to finish Tom, he was needed. It was already unfortunate that the Weasleys were led astray with Arthur now working for JWT. The man had been in a low-respected position at the ministry and desperate to get enough money to get his children a good education. Reducing the fees for the later Weasley children had been easy, making it look like a personal favor from the headmaster even easier. There simply was no one left to know that the charter of Hogwarts already saw to families with more than 2 children getting a discount rate for tuition. Albus had always been good at spotting unwanted influences in his little isolated world of wizarding Britain. In the 1960s and 70s it was that horrible Muggle music. Thankfully adjusting the wards to fry anything connected to electricity was easy. It wasn't that magic and electricity couldn't exist next to each other, it was the way it was used. If magic was used to influence anything working on electricity, the electric item would be short-circuited. If magic was just used around anything electric, nothing would happen. Otherwise Diagon Alley, the Ministry and St. Mungo's wouldn't be able to be hidden in the middle of London. But thankfully nobody thought about it and believed that wards were keeping the places undiscovered. So he tweaked the wards to directly influence the electric devices the Muggle-born students brought with them. Of course he didn't tell them that. He just said that magic and electricity didn't work next to each other. The new products could thwart his wonderful plans. He didn't know yet what was for sale, but if there were things that replaced the things he didn't want to see at Hogwarts, his reprieve of them would be over. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.